Preface of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Preface. We English have been called a nation of shopkeepers. Since in such a climate as ours, no one can exist without clothes and shelter, to say nothing of food which all animal creatures want, we need not be ashamed if we have spent time, effort, and thought on producing these first necessities of life. Shopkeepers or no, we have from our earliest days shown that we realize that man doth not live by bread alone. However money-making or dull we may, as a race, seem to other nations, we have produced a literature which in beauty, depth, and variety cannot be surpassed perhaps by any other. This book is not meant to be an outline history of this our literature. Plenty of such exist. It has as its main aim the purpose of helping some of those who do not know much or perhaps anything about it, or who may be thinking of it as a dull, horrid thing which they have to learn in school to see it as it is. But in trying to carry out that aim, it is not going to pretend that this great heritage of ours will ever be really ours if we take no trouble at all to get hold of it. That is there, waiting for everyone, if we will take some trouble to find and understand it. Never, nowhere, has a mortal being got something for nothing. If he seemed to do so, someone else paid the price. The gods sell us all things for labor, said the greatest scholar of the 16th century. In the past, children have found too many difficulties. In the present, people seem inclined to take them all away. I have tried to steer between these two plans, and have probably failed, as to hold a middle course is always harder than to run to either extreme. Still, I venture to hope that this book may become, to some children at least, too dear to throw away when school days are done, because the extracts in it will have served to show them that their lot has fallen in a fair ground. I hope that, however they may come, as they should do if they are really to value their own rightly, to love the literatures of other nations, they may still keep a corner for the book which may have been one of the first to serve them as a small doorway into an enchanted and enchanting land. One pitfall I have tried to avoid. If I may borrow a favorite adjective of a famous Cambridge classical professor, I have tried not to make a stuffy book. G.E.H. September 1923. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 1 The Forms of Literature. It is not unusual to hear grown-up and not grown-up people say, "I hate poetry," or even more sweepingly, "I hate literature." No English-speaking mortal has any ground for saying either, for if there be a race whose written down thoughts and feelings are full of interest and full of variety, it surely is our own. Unfortunately, many of us are too ignorant to know that our literature contains something of lasting and intense value for every one of us, if only we would take as much trouble to find it as we do to secure everyday comforts and pleasures, or even to catch fish, hunt butterflies, or collect stamps. As men and women gradually learned, through the passing ages, to write down their thoughts, feelings, desires, and opinions, they used many different ways or forms of expressing themselves. It is not very easy to distinguish these forms if we try to take our literature in exact historical order, But we can safely say that it seems as if men used verse before prose. That is, for their literary work, as apart from their everyday speech, when, for instance, they discussed their affairs, or quarreled, or asked other people to supply their needs. Further, it would seem that among the many shapes which verse or poetry can take, the epic comes first, or as Sir Philip Sidney called it, the heroic. The reason is that songs and stories were needed before men invented the making of books, for feasts and other great occasions were enlivened by narratives, whether sung or said, of the heroic deeds and hair-breadth escapes of the better-known members of a tribe or nation. We all know that it is more difficult to remember prose than verse, whether rhymed or unrhymed. An epic is a story, distinguished from other stories by the fact that it all centers round or radiates from a person, or a very small group of persons, or the essential part of one nation's life. In this latter case, the differences of the many people making up a nation are disregarded, and the race or nation is treated as if it were a single whole. A person. The word person signifies, in one of its meanings, a corporate collection. Properly speaking, an epic should take the form of verse. But there are prose epics. The essence of an epic consists in the centeredness, the oneness of its story. The verse form, called the lyric, springs up very early in the life of a people. Properly speaking, it is a song, meant or fit to be sung. As the Greeks were the earliest European people to excel in literature, and as their instrument was the lyre, a song to be sung came naturally to be called a lyric. It is perhaps the most comprehensive of all forms of poetry. It is found in most times and places, and deals with the most varied subjects. Indeed, some people seem to fancy that everything which is not definitely something else can be called a lyric. But it really is not one of Humpty Dumpty's portmanteau words, of which he said complacently, "When I use a word, it means what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less." Wide as its scope is, the word cannot be described so. The great distinguishing mark of the true lyric is that while it deals with an individual personal experience, it must make a universal appeal. One human being has felt, or known, or desired this, that, or the other, and if a true lyric poet, he has expressed this so that it appeals to all who share our common human nature, and who will take the trouble to cultivate their minds, their senses, their feelings, and their wills. This perhaps is only saying at length what Mr. Morris Hewlett once said in a few words. Lyric poetry must come from the heart, or it will not fit the lyre. Further, there is a song to be sung, which is common to all literatures, but still is not a lyric. It is the simple story, told in verse, to which the name ballad has been given, a name which comes from the Latin word for dancing. The epic, generally speaking, the lyric and the ballad, always are forms of poetry. Besides these, since one of poetry's functions is to give expression to every kind of human thought and feeling, sorrow, woe, despair even, must be included, and these find their proper place in the elegy or lament, and in the case of a burial song, the dirge. Possibly the most magnificent of all poetic forms is the ode, though, as Mr. Edmund Gosse pointed out many years ago, the original meaning of the Greek word was simply chant. But in the course of ages, the name, though often inaccurately applied to verse which strays a long way from the ode form, has become attached to a triumphant, emotional, and splendid outburst of song, arranged in a series of triple verses known as the strophe, antistrophe, and epode, of which the meter of the first two should be precisely similar. But even now, any poem on a noble subject which is carried along to a definite end or goal in language at once musical, laudatory, and full of high, dignified feeling would probably be allowed the title of ode, without any serious protest. Some people, however, cannot, if they wish, write poetry. Moreover, many subjects can be handled much better in prose. So as a race becomes more civilized and more literary, many forms of prose are perfected. All races at the beginning of their lives seem to compose verse most naturally, which suggests that poetry is the natural way in which youth can express itself, and therefore children, like young races, should by rights like and not hate it. The forms of prose, on the whole, are not so easy to distinguish from each other as those of poetry. A general, if clumsy, name for a long discussion in prose of some subject, or for a long explanatory statement about it, is treatise. Again, there are matters to be written about, which, though of great interest and importance, are not bulky enough to fill a treatise. Such a concise, definitely planned, short setting forth in prose of a fact or related set of facts or opinions is called an essay. The meaning of this word is trial or weighing, which really suggests the business of an essay, which is to consider and judge some matter, to set out facts, reasons, and arguments, and to draw a conclusion from them. The essay thus has a clear purpose, and a more or less definite form. The name is not to be given to any short piece of prose, however rambling and tumbling to pieces it may be. It is not possible to describe the various forms which literature takes in their precise historical order, because different nations develop differently. But when some fair degree of skill has been reached, action is added to that which so far has been written down to be read. And so, drama begins. The usual division into tragedy, the play which moves on through sorrow, pain, calamity, and fear to a disastrous ending, and comedy, which deals with the more cheerful, lighter side of everyday human life, and invariably ends happily. This usual division does not cover everything which can be presented on the stage of a theater, just because human life is not neatly and sharply divided like that into terrible and pleasant parts. So perhaps the English word play best suggests that form of literature wherein men and women are represented on the stage as acting, thinking, feeling creatures, but are taken at some moment of their lives when the story of all that works itself out, and so the reason of it, and its result, can be made plain, intelligible, and enthralling to an audience in a comparatively short time. Of course, plays can be written in verse or prose. Shakespeare, as we all know, uses both forms in the compass of one play. The rigidest form of poetry, the one most closely bound by rules, is the sonnet. It can deal with almost any subject, but the form of it is, with a few variations, fixed. It must never contain less or more than 14 lines. These lines are divided into two parts, the first 8 being called the octave, the last 6 the sestet. In the strictest form, the position of the rhymes is fixed, but by English sonneteers this order is often neglected. A satire may be written in verse or prose. Its aim is to bring ridicule upon wrongdoing or foolishness, or upon any form of moral failure. Sometimes it is intensely personal, and ridicules a stupid or vicious individual, or at any rate one who is taken to be so. However unpleasant or even cruel it may chance to be, the satirist assumes, and expects others to assume, that his purpose is to discourage, at least, and at best, to reform or destroy the person's capacity for wrongdoing, and not actually to destroy the person. The idyll, one of the most purely charming of literary forms, occasionally prose, but more often poetry, is a description of some beautiful or peculiarly interesting incident or scene. It is neither a narrative nor a lyric, but has some of the qualities of both. Finally, there are people who have a story to tell, and who yet have not the playwright's gifts or specialized skill. Further, there are circumstances which are too complicated, and which develop too slowly to be squeezed into a play which could be acted on a stage in any reasonable length of time. So there has arisen, in all literatures, the form of prose storytelling. In early stages, it probably takes the form of romance, something between an epic and the novel, which, as literary skill grows, is developed. All of these are stories drawn, more or less directly, from human life, in the present or the past, from the interplay of character, the unrolling of events, the causes and effects of human action and conduct. The novel is expected to have, as its main interest, human love. In recent years, in England, some writers have widened their subject matter, trying to include human life in all its ways and deeds, which is perhaps a return, more or less conscious, to the older romance form. To cover all possibilities, we must remember that many poems have been written from time to time which cannot, strictly speaking, be called by any of these names, epic, lyric, etc. The only name which can be applied to these is miscellaneous, which does not carry us very far. No one must suppose that these various forms grow up in a nation's literature in a fixed order. Some writers prefer one, their talents or genius being fitted for that. Some another. There is no reason, so far as we know, why time or stage of development should have any power to decide in what order men use them. On the whole, however, the history of the literatures of different nations would suggest that the epic, the ballad, and the lyric are naturally, we may say, early forms in which men, at the beginning of a nation's life, express themselves. There seems to be in normal human beings an indigenous liking for both song and story. As men slowly grew what we call more civilized, more educated, the equally natural taste for change, for variety, shows itself. And then the more difficult and complicated forms of expression, like the sonnet and the drama, arise. The satire is almost entirely a growth of a highly developed civilization, springing as it does from emotions of dislike, disapproval, anger. Among primitive people, the normal outlet for such feelings, when men are unwilling or unable to contain themselves, is hard blows, while in the more polished, politer, if not so sincere and straightforward, stages of a nation's life, barbed and stinging words give some people such relief. The satire, compared with the epic or the ballad, is rather like the contrast between the poison gas of modern warfare when contrasted with the hand-to-hand scuffles of earlier days. A comparison is seldom exact or complete, but this one may suggest the nature and use of satire in literature, especially that of the bitterest satires. How far a bare history of literature can be useful to anyone is a point on which people disagree. No one, however, can deny that if it is a good thing to read good literature, it is also well to know something, at any rate, of the way and order in which it has come to us, something about the times and circumstances in which it was written, simply because literature is a picture more or less true, more or less inspiring, of actual life. That life is no simple affair, for first human nature, in its deeper feelings, its loves, hatreds, tempers, self-sacrifices, self-seekings, and so forth, changes slowly as the centuries go by. We can see this if we will read the ancient literatures, the Old Testament of the Hebrews, Chinese poetry of the 8th and following centuries before Christ, the Ramayana of India, the Greek Iliad and Odyssey. Everything loses something in a translation, but these great stories, even in an English dress, show us how like men and women of the old days were to us of today, in all the big and deep qualities of human nature. And secondly, in the more superficial thoughts and feelings, and specially in outward circumstances, changes are very easy to see as the story of mankind goes on. From generation to generation, men's surroundings differ, and with them their lighter feelings. Their everyday thoughts and opinions and tastes do alter, and all these changes show in their national literatures. The same piece of land is not always inhabited by the same race precisely. At one time this land, which we now call England, as also a large part of Western Europe seems, so far as scholars can make out, to have been populated by Iberians, who in time became so mixed with other and seemingly stronger races that only the Basques of the Pyrenees now remain in Europe to represent the purest Iberian blood. In England, the Iberians were overcome by a race of Celts, whose original home was in Asia. These Celts, Goidels, as they were called, killed many of the Iberians, though they married some, and kept others in slavery. After a while, another swarm of Celts, Brythons, arrived, and apparently drove out the Goidels, at first to Ireland, whence later some made settlements in Wales, Scotland, and the Isle of Man. From 55 B.C., the Britons were, for a time, more or less rigidly ruled by the Romans, who first arrived under Julius Caesar. The British huts were replaced by orderly cities, and as everywhere where they colonized, the Romans made magnificent roads, and gradually trade was begun. So far as intellectual things go, we do not know very much of life in Britain before the 5th century, though we do know that Christianity was established there because at the Council of the Western Bishops of the Catholic Church, held at Arles in 314, British bishops were present. Further, we know that the Phoenicians, who lived in the strip of coast north of Palestine, between the mountains of Lebanon and the Mediterranean Sea, were, in consequence of their position, fishermen and sailors. Later on they took to trading, and joining the two crafts of sailor and merchant, they acted as carriers, not only of goods, but of knowledge and ideas, to all the countries round the Great Sea. Our island lay beyond their usual journeys, but about A.D. 330 a trade in tin, which has always been found in the counties of Devon and Cornwall, sprang up between Britain and the port of Marseilles, then called Massilia. Whether the Phoenicians began this trade, or whether it was started by Greek colonists in Marseilles, is not certain. Anyhow, by the 4th century, the southern Britons were trading with southern Gaul, and the long story of this country's foreign commerce had begun. Further than all this, we know that, like all primitive races, the Britons had songs and stories about their great heroes, which persisted after the Romans had withdrawn at the beginning of the 5th century, leaving the Britons to fend for themselves. As a rule, they found this a most difficult task, since under the Roman rule they had lost some of their national feeling, because they might not manage their own affairs, nor conduct their lives in their own way. Their songs and stories survived, however, even after they were driven westwards by successive rushes of sea rovers from northwestern Europe. No one can hope to understand the literature of Britain unless he constantly remembers the incessant coming in, especially into England, of different races. As early as 731, the great monk of Jarrow, Saint Bede, wrote in his Ecclesiastical History of this racial mixture. Britain, an island in the ocean, formerly called Albion, is situated between the north and west, facing, though at a considerable distance, the coasts of Germany, France, and Spain, which form the greatest part of Europe. This land at present contains 5 nations: the English, Britons, Scots, Picts, and Latins, each in its own particular dialect, cultivating the sublime study of divine truth. The Latin tongue is, by the study of the Scriptures, become common to all the rest. Early in the 5th century after Christ, only a shadow of Roman power remained in Britain, for the northern races of Europe had attacked the empire, and every soldier was brought home to protect its heart. Distant colonies, like Britain, mattering very little when the imperial city itself was in danger. During the Roman occupation of Britain, Saxons from the mouth of the river Elbe had plundered the eastern coasts. The Romans, not being sailors, had no fleet with which to drive off invaders from the sea. When the Romans left, the Britons, who vainly appealed to them for help, were left to struggle not only with the Saxons, but with the Picts, probably of Iberian race, from Scotland, and with the Scots, who came from Ireland. From 449 onwards, hordes of Jutes from Jutland, reinforced by more and more Saxons and by Angles from Schleswig, overran Britain, till eventually the Britons were driven out to the west, to Cornwall, Wales, and overseas to Ireland, and up to Strathclyde. The conquest of a country very rarely destroys all the original inhabitants. So, by the time that the English settlement was complete, there was a mixture of 6 races in Britain: the Britons, with some Scots and Picts, and the 3 victorious peoples, Angles, Jutes, and Saxons. Henceforward, till the Norman conquest in 1066, with the further addition of some piratical Danes, who established themselves in a few spots on the east coast, the race was principally English. So the literature of this island, from the end of the 5th to the middle of the 11th centuries, has a markedly early English character, though it must not be forgotten that, after the reintroduction of Christianity in the southeast by St. Augustine, and in the north by St. Paulinus, all church services were in Latin, and educated people knew Latin. During these centuries, though the language is different enough from modern English to need translation, we find many of the regular forms of literature, e.g., the epic, the prose treatise, the ballad, and at any rate, the beginning of lyrical poems. From 1066 to 1200, during the reigns of William I and William II, Henry I, Stephen, Henry II, and Richard I, the influence of Norman French literature can be clearly seen in our own. During this period, a very important collection of early English poems came into the hands of Bishop Leofric of Exeter, which he gave to his cathedral library. So to him we owe the preservation of some of the most interesting beginnings of our literature. William I, too, ordered a survey to be made of the whole country. The results were written in Domesday Book, which thus gives us much information about our early history and the ordinary, everyday life of our ancestors. Then, the early part of the 12th century saw the production at Dunstable of a miracle play, founded on the life of Saint Kathryn of Alexandria, who was still greatly venerated in the Middle Ages. Other miracle plays were performed in London later in the same century. Besides all this, there were many poetic tales and chronicles written. A curious fact about the 12th century is that while French poets were busy making lyrics, Englishmen neglected these throughout it, though they produced many in the next. The Norman French influenced Englishmen most by storytelling, and this was, with lyrics, the main work of the 13th century. The beginning of these stories, popularized at the end of the 12th and throughout the 13th centuries, lies a long way back. Some are certainly older than Christianity. So far as can be discovered, many of them spring from Wales. But whoever made them originally, they were borrowed and used by men of most European races: English, French, Spanish, Italian, German. Only the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe, the Slav races, seem to have left them alone, save, oddly enough, the descendants of their makers, the Celts. They, as we know, had been driven out of the richer, more habitable parts of Europe, and in the cheerless mountain refuges where they had found some measure of safety, they seemed to have lost the will to enjoy their own old stories. One very ancient collection of such tales, not epical, because there is no really central person or event, came from Wales and is older than Christianity. They were told or sung at feasts, and possibly on other occasions, by men called bards. The great collection, called the Mabinogion, has been translated into English. It is quite impossible to give any idea, in a small space like this book, of the main stories, but there are sometimes little complete stories put into the middle of the bigger ones. Two of these will give a fair notion of this very human and entrancing romance. A famous chief, Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, had by his courage won the kingdom of the underworld. He and his wife Rhiannon had a son called Pryderi, and he, after Pwyll's death, arranged that his mother should marry a chief called Manawyddan, the son of Llyr. After this marriage, Pryderi and his stepfather went a-hunting, and the following strange things befell. One morning, Pryderi and Manawyddan rose up to hunt, and they ranged their dogs and went forth from the palace. And some of the dogs ran before them and came to a small bush, which was near at hand. But as soon as they were come to the bush, they hastily drew back and returned to the men, their hair bristling up greatly. "Let us go near to the bush," said Pryderi, "and see what is in it." And as they came near, behold, a wild boar of a pure white color rose up from the bush. Then the dogs, being set on by the men, rushed towards him. But he left the bush and fell back a little way from the men, and made a stand against the dogs without retreating from them, until the men had come near. And when the men came up, he fell back a second time, and betook him to flight. Then they pursued the boar until they beheld a vast and lofty castle, all newly built, in a place where they had never before seen either stone or building. And the boar ran swiftly into the castle, and the dogs after him. Now when the boar and the dogs had gone into the castle, they began to wonder at finding a castle in a place where they had never before seen any building whatsoever. And from the top of the gorseth they looked and listened for the dogs, but so long as they were there, they heard not one of the dogs, nor aught concerning them. "Lord," said Pryderi, "I will go into the castle to get tidings of the dogs." "Truly," he replied, "thou wouldst be unwise to go into this castle, which thou hast never seen till now. If thou wouldst follow my counsel, thou wouldst not enter therein. Whosoever has cast a spell over this land has caused this castle to be here." "Of a truth," answered Pryderi, "I cannot thus give up my dogs." And for all the counsel that Manawyddan gave him, yet to the castle he went. When he came within the castle, neither man nor beast, nor boar nor dogs, nor house nor dwelling saw he within it. But in the centre of the castle floor he beheld a fountain with marble work around it, and on the margin of the fountain a golden bowl upon a marble slab, and chains hanging from the air, to which he saw no end. And he was greatly pleased with the beauty of the gold, and with the rich workmanship of the bowl. And he went up to the bowl, and laid hold of it. And when he had taken hold of it, his hands stuck to the bowl, and his feet to the slab on which the bowl was placed, and all his joyousness forsook him, so that he could not utter a word. And thus he stood. And Manawyddan waited for him till near the close of the day. And late in the evening, being certain that he should have no tidings of Pryderi or of the dogs, he went back to the palace. And as he entered, Rhiannon looked at him. "Where," said she, "are thy companion and thy dogs?" "Behold," he answered, "the adventure that has befallen me." And he related it all unto her. "An evil companion hast thou been," said Rhiannon, "and a good companion hast thou lost." And with that word she went out, and proceeded towards the castle according to the direction which he gave her. The gate of the castle she found open. She was nothing daunted, and she went in. And as she went in, she perceived Pryderi laying hold of the bowl, and she went towards him. "O my lord," said she, "what dost thou do here?" And she took hold of the bowl with him, and as she did so, her hands became fast to the bowl, and her feet to the slab, and she was not able to utter a word. And with that, as it became night, lo, there came thunder upon them, and a fall of mist, and thereupon the castle vanished, and they with it. Another story, complete in itself, concerns the fate of Blodeuwedd. Gwydion, the brother of Madd, lord of Gwynedd, was a famous tribe herdsman who had magical power. He wished to find a wife for his nephew Hye, but he could not because Erianrod, Math's wife, hated the youth and had laid a destiny on him that no human being could marry him. In his distress, Gwydion appealed to Math, who solved the problem by saying, "Well, we will seek, I and thou, by charms and illusions, to form a wife for him out of flowers. He has come now to man's stature, and he is the comeliest youth that was ever beheld." So they took the blossoms of the oak, and the blossoms of the broom, and the blossoms of the meadow-sweet, and produced from them a maiden, the fairest and most graceful that man ever saw. And they baptized her, and gave her the name of Blodeuwedd. Unfortunately, the wedding was not followed by a happy life, and presently Blodeuwedd persuaded Hye's rival to slay him through knowledge which she treacherously gained. As the dart of Grono struck Hye, he flew up in the form of an eagle and gave a fearful scream. And thenceforth he was no more seen. That, however, is not the story's end. Treachery was only successful for the moment. Rumors reached Math and Gwydion, and the latter set out to discover if he could what had really befallen his nephew. These tidings reached Math, the son of Mathenwe, and heaviness and grief came upon Math, and much more upon Gwydion than upon him. "Lord," said Gwydion, "I shall never rest until I have tidings of my nephew." "Verily," said Math, "may heaven be thy strength." Then Gwydion set forth and began to go forward, and he went through Gwynedd and Powys to the confines, and when he had done so, he went unto Arvon, and came to the house of a vassal in Maenor Penarth, and he alighted at the house and stayed there that night. The man of the house and his household came in, and last of all came there the swineherd. Said the man of the house to the swineherd, "Well, youth, hath thy sow come in tonight?" "She hath," said he, "and is this instant returned to the pigs." "Where doth this sow go to?" said Gwydion. "Every day, when the sty is opened, she goeth forth, and none can catch sight of her. Neither is it known whither she goeth more than if she sank into the earth. Wilt thou grant unto me," said Gwydion, "not to open the sty until I am beside the sty with thee?" "This will I do, right gladly," he answered. That night they went to rest, and as soon as the swineherd saw the light of day, he awoke Gwydion. And Gwydion arose and dressed himself, and went with the swineherd, and stood beside the sty. Then the swineherd opened the sty, and as soon as he opened it, behold, she leapt forth, and set off with great speed. And Gwydion followed her, and she went against the course of a river, and made for a brook, which is now called Nantachre. And there she halted and began feeding. And Gwydion came under the tree, and looked what it might be that the sow was feeding on. And he saw that she was eating putrid flesh and vermin. Then looked he up to the top of the tree, and as he looked, he beheld on the top of the tree an eagle. And when the eagle shook itself, there fell vermin and putrid flesh from off it, and these the sow devoured. And it seemed to him that the eagle was Hye, and he sang an englyn. "Oak that grows between the two banks, Darkened is the sky and hill. Shall I not tell him by his wounds that this is Llŷ? Upon this the eagle came down until he reached the centre of the tree. And Gwydion sang another englyn. Oak that grows in upland ground, is it not wetted by the rain? Has it not been drenched by 90 tempests? It bears in its branches Llŷ Gyffes. Then the eagle came down until he was on the lowest branch of the tree, and thereupon this englyn did Gwydion sing. Oak that grows beneath the steep, stately and majestic is its aspect. Shall I not speak to it, that Llŷ may come to my lap? And the eagle came down upon Gwydion's knee, and Gwydion struck him with his magic wand so that he returned to his own form. No one ever saw a more piteous sight, for he was nothing but skin and bone. Then he went unto Caer Dathiel, and there were brought unto him good physicians that were in Gwynedd, and before the end of the year he was quite healed. Lord, said he unto Madd, the son of Mathenwe, it is full time now that I have retribution of him by whom I have suffered all this woe. Truly, said Madd, he will never be able to maintain himself in the possession of that which is thy right. Well, said Llŷ, the sooner I have my right, the better shall I be pleased. Then they called together the whole of Gwynedd, and set forth to Ardudwe. And Gwydion went on before, and proceeded to Môr y Castell. And when Blodeuwedd heard that he was coming, she took her maidens with her, and fled to the mountain. And they passed through the river Cynvael, and went towards a court that there was upon the mountain. And through fear they could not proceed except with their faces looking backwards, so that unawares they fell into the lake. And they were all drowned, except Blodeuwedd, and her Gwydion overtook. And he said unto her, I will not slay thee, but I will do unto thee worse than that. For I will turn thee into a bird, and because of the shame thou hast done unto Llŷ Gyffes, thou shalt never show thy face in the light of day henceforth, and that through fear of all the other birds. For it shall be their nature to attack thee, and to chase thee from wheresoever they may find thee. And thou shalt not lose thy name, but shalt always be called Blodeuwedd. Now Blodeuwedd is an owl, in the language of this present time, and for this reason is the owl hateful unto all birds. And even now the owl is called Blodeuwedd. In the 14th century, during the long reign of Edward III, and at the beginning of Richard II's reign, the Christian religion inspired and stimulated several great writers of prose, and particularly one Yorkshireman, Richard Rolv, who with Walter Hilton and Mother Julian of Norwich left us very beautiful books full of teaching and devotion. Richard Rolv's prose is not only almost the earliest continuous writing in English, but it has a lovely musical cadence. In this century, another remarkable man, William Langland, managed to throw off foreign influences and wrote a long poem called The Vision of Piers the Plowman, which gives us a vivid picture of the doings and thoughts of our forefathers, not only those of the important people, but of the quite ordinary, very average folk, who must always make up the bulk and real body of any nation. Towards the end of the 14th century, the love of learning which had risen up in Italy made itself felt in France, and then in England. Literature began to flourish, and the influence of Italian thought, stories, character drawing began to appear in England and can be seen very easily in poems such as Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, in spite of their English setting and homely English fun, and especially in sonnets such as Sir Philip Sidney's and Shakespeare's. This Italian influence continued through the reigns of Elizabeth and James I, and was equally visible in poems, plays, and in essays and other prose forms. Then, during the Civil War under Charles I, prose took another shape. Both Cavaliers and Roundheads wrote controversial pamphlets. Swords and words alike came handy as weapons to the fighters on both sides. But in the midst of all the noise of war, there was born in the later half of the 17th century a taste for beautiful, gentle, reflective, peaceful poetry, than which no century has brought forth any more fragrant and more lovely in its own particular kind. It may be that the tumult and horror of war caused it, and one of those reactions, as we call them, which are moods of escape into the exact opposite of the circumstances naturally around us. The 18th century produced the liveliest, and on the whole, the bitterest satires written in English. But we must remember that the satire goes very far back in English literature. For instance, The Land of Caulkins was written in 1268. The plays written at this time were mostly prose comedies. The century is also distinguished by the production of much prose on all sorts of subjects: religion, government, social life, the working of the human mind, morals, the affairs of trade, and so forth. Perhaps we may say that it was a very grown-up century, and the greater part of the books written were certainly not meant for, nor likely to entertain children. The 19th century began with a great outburst of youthful work, as if people had tired of being chilly and elderly. The rising tide of song swelled as the years passed on, and with it, and beside it, grew up an immense variety of essays, treatises, novels, histories, biographies. Though a great number of plays were written and played at the theatres, nothing great, like the drama which began with Kit Marlowe and was carried on by Shakespeare, and died away after the days of Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher and Webster, was produced. Nothing which was even to be compared with the witty drama of the Restoration days when Charles II was king. The reason may be that many more novels were written, and that the writers of Queen Victoria's days found themselves more at home writing these than making plays. With this very short and sketchy general outline of the growth of English literature, we must be content, and turn to the literature itself, dealing with it under the several forms which I tried earlier in this chapter to describe. But one of these forms, that of the novel, cannot be treated here. Extracts from any novel would be but an example of prose. A novel is a developing story, and if it is worth telling, it cannot be usefully represented by small bits cut out of it, however beautiful in themselves such fragments may be. End of Chapter 1. Read by The Story Girl.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robole. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 2, The Epic, Part 1. In the beginnings of our national life, our forefathers called poets smiths of song. These men were entertainers at feasts, as the ale or mead was passed round in a great cup among the warriors who feasted and rested after the day's work and fighting. These singers recited stories or sang to the sound of a harp songs of great deeds and hairbreadth escapes of their heroes, dead or living. A king would have a minstrel of his own, generally a man of high rank attached to the court, who was called a scop, which comes from the Old English verb to shape or create, because he made his own songs partly out of old traditions and partly out of passing events. As a race, we have one great epic of our early days, named after the hero Beowulf. It falls into 4 divisions, of which the first 2 tell of his fight with an appalling being, Grendel, and with Grendel's mother. None of the people mentioned in it lived in England. The poem calls them Jätas, Goths. They lived, probably, in the southern part of Sweden called Götaland. We have only to look at a map of northern Europe to see that they could look out on the Baltic Sea on the east, while, when they had passed round the north of Denmark, they would find themselves in the wild North Sea. No one doubts that the original story of Beowulf belongs to Scandinavia, but there is nothing really known about the one manuscript we possess, now in the British Museum, except that it belongs to the 10th century. The story is several hundred years older than the manuscript. Scholars on the whole think that it was a story known to all the North European tribes, who, with the exception of the Huns, were, however much they fought and squabbled, probably at bottom all of one kin. So far as we can now tell after so many centuries, the English pirates who drove the native Britons to the west and themselves occupied the south, Midlands, and north of this island brought the Götaland story with them, the story they were accustomed to tell or to sing over their mead cups. When they, and those who came with and followed them, had settled down comfortably, they still treasured their old family stories. We have a fragment, about 50 lines, of another called The Fight at Finnisburg, and they were sung and told in the tribal manner at feasts till at least some Englishman of the 10th century wrote Beowulf down. He, if not a Christian, could easily know about Christianity, which may account for ideas and details scattered about this pagan poem, which its original makers would never have put in. Beowulf is most likely the oldest written story in any North European tongue. It is, or should be, a source of pride to us that it was written in our own. But it is not only old, it is also alive and vivid. Its men have the same qualities which we still pride ourselves that we possess. It has our own love of the sea and of wild moor and mountain country. It is full of strength, endurance, manly courage, and above all, of truth-speaking and loyalty. In the first canto, we learn that Hrothgar, Healfdene's second son, succeeded on his brother's death to the throne of the Scyldings, and very soon determined to build a great palace. To him in mind it came to command men to build a hall-dwelling, a mighty mead-house, of which the children of men should ever know. And there within it he should share at all things as God had given him, save the public share of all the people and the souls of men. He who wielded widely power over his words gave to it the name Heorot. Trouble soon befell, since Hrothgar not only kept to his plan of distributing rewards and gifts, but encouraged the warriors to meet and feast in the great mead hall. Their joyful noises aroused the wrath of a terrible enemy, Grendel, who, by a curious mixture of Jewish and North European thought, is represented as a descendant of Cain, who, having murdered his brother, thereby became, as it were, the parent of all murderers. Grendel was a nighttime fiend. On each of the days he heard rejoicing loud in the hall, there was the harp's sound and the minstrel's clear song. Such pleasure, comfort, and merriment were intolerable to the grim guest called Grendel, the mighty march-stepper who held the moor's fen and fastness. Hidden by darkness, Grendel entered the Ringdanes' hall, when the warriors, fully satisfied with food and mirth, slept securely. Grim and greedy, ready was he soon, rugged and wrathful, in their rest he snatched away 30 thanes. Grendel made these raids nightly, carrying away and devouring Hrothgar's nobles until those who remained at last went to rest elsewhere. So Grendel reigned, against right contended, one alone against all, till empty stood the most excellent of houses. After 12 years of this miserable struggle between Hrothgar and his Scyldings on the one side, and Grendel on the other, the king's nephew Beowulf, who ruled West Gothland, heard of his uncle's plight, and set out to go across the sea to Denmark to his help. After an adventurous voyage, he reached Heorot and was brought to Hrothgar, who, by this time, after so many troubles, had grown, as the poet declares, old and hairless. The young Beowulf thus addressed his aged and weary kinsman. Hail be thou, Hrothgar, Hygelac's kinsman, I, kinsman and comrade. I, in my youth, have many great actions undertaken. To me, on my native turf, the matter of Grendel was manifestly made known. Seafarers say that this hall stands, this best of houses, empty and useless. To every one of the warriors after evening light is hidden under heaven's night silence. Beowulf, having thus recalled his past victories, offered Hrothgar his help. The latter accepted it gladly, and, once more, hoping for a return of their old joys, the warriors sat down to feast in the great mead hall. But the feast's joy was marred by the jealousy of one of Hrothgar's thanes, Hunferth. To him the voyage of Beowulf, the bold seafarer, was mighty displeasure, because he would not allow that any other man under the heavens should ever have, on this middle earth, more renown than he himself. However, this poor creature's unworthy sneer that Beowulf had been beaten by Breca in a swimming match is responsible for one of the great sea pictures in the poem, pictures which must ever delight a sea-loving race like ours. Beowulf showed the warriors how, in this friendly bout, he and Breca had found common foes in the deadly sea creatures. When on the narrow sea we rode, a naked sword had we hard in hand, we thought to war against the whale-fishes. Then together were we on the sea the space of 5 nights, until the flood, the welling waves, coldest of storms, darkening night, and the northern wind drove us apart. Battle-grim turned against us. Rough rose the billows, the sea-fish's rage was roused. My body-shirt, hard, hand-locked, help afforded me against my foes. To the bottom a foe, a dire fiend, tugged me, fast had me, grim in his grasp. Yet was it granted to me, miserable man, that with my point, my war-sword, I reached the mighty mere-beast. With my own hand, a battle-rush destroyed. Thus often my hated foes threatened me heavily. I, with my dear sword, served them as was fitting. Joy of that glut, that they should eat me. Those wicked doers had not, sitting round their feast nigh the sea-bottom, but in the morning, with falchions wounded, among the sea-drift, along they lay, in crowds, put to sleep, so that never more have they hindered the seafarer's way about the foaming ford. When his courage holds, word, note, word, to our forefathers, was a power who ruled the fortunes of men who, though not absolutely supreme, was to them terrible in her might. End of note. Often saves the undoomed man. So 'twas given to me with my sword to slay the knickers. After the feast, during the course of which Wealhtheow, the queen, had handed round the mead cup, suddenly Halfdane's son his evening rest would seek. Slyly the poet suggests that Hrothgar was not wholly unmindful of the danger of staying too late in that fiend-ravaged hall, when murky night, creation's shadow helmet, came wandering over all things. Before he went to take his rest, Hrothgar confided Heorot to Beowulf's care. Never to any man ere this have I, since hand and shield I might raise, entrusted the Danes' meeting hall, save now to thee. Thus left alone with his own followers, Beowulf stripped himself of sword and armor, intending to meet Grendel weaponless, hand to hand, and laid himself down on his bed, surrounded by sailor warriors. But not one of them, remembering the tales of horror told of that hall, thought, as he turned to sleep, that he should thence ever seek his loved home again. Beowulf and his companions had not long to wait. In the dimness of the northern night, over the pathless wastes of boggy moorland, came from the moor under misty hills Grendel ganging. For a moment the hideous foe stood in that golden, richly variegated hall of men, gloating over his prey, laughed in his mind as he contemplated their coming destruction. Stealthily he reached out his hand and seized a sleeping warrior, slit him unawares, bit his bone casings, drank his veins' blood, swallowed him in continual rendings. With such dreadfully real details did our ancestors describe the terror of this unequal supernatural struggle. Next, Grendel chanced on Beowulf himself, but realizing at the first grips that he had met too strong a man, his heart failed him and he thought of flight. Beowulf's companions, snatching up their arms, came to their lord's help, only to find that mortal weapons could not enter the marsh fiend's body. But Beowulf, with his own hands, burst the sinews and bone casings of Grendel's shoulder, and the fiend fled to find his fen dwelling, leaving his hand, arm, and shoulder, Grendel's grasp, in Beowulf's clutch, fled away, down through the blood-stained boiling surge of the sea, to die beneath the waves. 4 cantos then tell of the joy in Heorot of its restoration after 12 years of misery to its old splendors, of feasting and praising of Beowulf, on whom Wealhtheow, the queen, bestowed a rich and beautiful collar and mantle. After the feast, Hrothgar, as before, retired, leaving the Goth warriors to sleep in the Danes' hall, though Beowulf, after receiving his costly gifts, slept elsewhere. Grendel was dead, any place now was safe for sleep, so the warriors joyfully thought as they sank to rest securely. What they had not realized was that Grendel's mother, woman, wretched woman, mindful of misery, lived still and, greedy and gallows-minded, was already far on her way to Heorot to avenge her son. Unlike Grendel, who entered the hall silently, his mother rushed in, whereupon the startled warriors awoke and seized their arms. Terrified, she turned and fled, seizing, as she went, a noble, Ashhere, Hrothgar's chosen friend and counselor. When morning dawned, Hrothgar, hearing what had happened, and filled with grief, remembered how his Danes had told him that, from time to time, they had seen on the moors 2 vast figures, march-stalkers, one like a man, the other like a woman. Grendel and his mother, whose dwelling, not a mile distant, was in the flood under the earth. Once more he begged Beowulf's help, asking him to slay this wretched crone, offering him in recompense money and twisted gold. Beowulf answered in words which ring bravely still, and which, spoken or unspoken, have been in the mind of all Englishmen face to face with a great peril. Each one of us must await the end of earthly life. Let him who can work glorious before death to the lifeless warrior that afterwards shall be best. Accompanied this time by Hrothgar and his thanes, Beowulf set out to reconnoiter. The poet pictures vividly the scene, just by the dreadful water underneath which the monster lay, a place of deep rocky gorges, precipitous headlands, knicker houses many. Beowulf, leading the way, suddenly found mountain trees, a joyless wood leaning over the hoar rock. Water beneath stood gory and troubled. The band sat down, saw there along the water, of the worm races many, dreadful sea dragons, also on the nest-lurking places knickers lying, who at morning cry often pursue their sorrowful path on the sea road. Undaunted, clad in his byrnie, or corslet of mail, cunningly twisted and variegated, so strong that no enemy hand could penetrate to his body, with a helmet beset with forms of swine, so wrought that no blade could cut it, and carrying a hatched falchion, named Hrunting, its edge was iron, stained with twig poison, never in battle had it failed any man, Beowulf plunged down into the boiling, worm-filled sea, down to the cave beneath the waves to find the dwelling of the sea beasts. For the length of a day he descended, but before he reached the bottom, Grendel's mother seized him, and though her deadly grip could not pierce his armor, she bore him down to the sea's bed. There he found himself in a roofed hall, walled in from the waters. A light of fire he saw, a pallid flame. By its light he could see his foe, and he rushed upon her with Hrunting. Withheld not swing of sword, so that on her head the ringed blade sang a horrid war song. But it was all in vain. The sword which never before had failed was useless against the ground wolf, the mighty sea woman. Like many an Englishman since, Beowulf flung from him the useless tool, and trusting to his wrestler's strength and his 2 fists, he came to hand grips with the creature, but she was the stronger, and pressed him down upon the floor, just as she was drawing her poniard to give him the stab which was to avenge her son's death. Beowulf saw, among the arms lying about, a magic sword forged long ago by giant monsters, of weapons choicest. In his extremity, he seized on this blade and drove it desperately against her neck, so that it gripped her hard, her bone rings brake, the bill passed right through her faded flesh house. On the floor she sank, gory was the sword. The warrior rejoiced in his work. The light shone. Within, the light stood even as, from heaven, serenely shines the sky's candle. The warriors, watching above the sea, saw the blood rise to the surface, but Beowulf did not come. He was searching the sea woman's dwelling. At last he had finished and dived up through the sea to his fellows, bringing with him none of the treasures, nothing save the haft of the sword which had saved him, for the monster's hot blood had melted the blade. All his long life Beowulf was fighting. His last exploit in his old age was to conquer a dragon, who sat upon treasures so ancient that none knew their age, or what prince had laid them there. The dragon sat always on them. If anyone came to take them away, he breathed out glowing embers. As before, in the old days at Heorot, Beowulf set out alone. But when the dragon was obviously worsting him, one of his young warriors, Wiglaf, who loved him and could bear the sight no longer, waded through the deadly reek to its lord's assistance, crying, "God in me knows that I would liefer that fire should clasp my life-house," note, the human body, end of note, "with that of my giver of gold," note, Beowulf, his overlord, who gave him costly gifts, end of note. Seeing this help coming, the worm grew angry. Beowulf lifted his sword, not Hrunting, which had failed him and was left long ago in the depths of the sea, in the sea woman's hall, but Nyling, an ancient and grey brand. But this too failed him. Nyling bit less strongly, and the worm rushed on him, clasping the old warrior's neck with his bitter bones. Beowulf, with a desperate effort, called his wits into service, drew his slaughter knife, scored the worm across his middle, and so won his last fight. But, poisoned beyond recovery by the worm's venomous breath, which had made a wound deadly livid, Beowulf fell back dying. He dispatched Wiglaf to fetch the treasure, reminding him that death was no real terror for a warrior who has fought his fight faithfully. On earth I have suffered many changes, held my own well, sought no unjust strifes, nor sworn many oaths unrighteously. Sick with mortal wounds I, for all this, may have joy, because the ruler of men, when my life at last leaves my body, need not upbraid me with murder of kinsmen. Wiglaf returned with treasures only just in time, and Beowulf, having charged him to see that the treasure hoard, bought with their overlord's life, should be given to the people, took leave of his gallant young thane. The bold-hearted prince next doffed from his neck a golden circlet, to his thane he gave it, his gold-hued helmet too, his bracelet and corslet, bade him wear them well. Thou of our race art the last remnants of the Wagamundings. All my kinsmen word has swept away, earls in their valor, after them I go. That was the aged one's latest word. That the people who were his first and last care were not unworthy of their chief is shown by their refusal to keep the treasure. They burned it on Beowulf's funeral pyre. They left earls' treasure for earth to hold, gold in the dust. There it still remains, to men as useless as ever it was. Beowulf is a great story of strife greatly told, but that is not all which can be said. It is no small honor to our race that this primitive tale should deal not with the kind of struggle which issues from mankind's meaner motives, but with that age-long, unending war between good and evil, the fight of human courage and uprightness against tremendous and partly unknown, unfathomed powers of darkness, sin, and dreadful unearthly strength. It is full, too, of the main characteristics of our race. Love of home, of kin, love of wild nature, loyalty, valor, and deathless devotion. Its scorn of material goods, when set above truth and honor, has been born again in all generations of our history. Its loathing of treachery and underhand tricks is reproduced through the ages in every man or woman who still deserves the English name. This, then, is our great epic, coming to us not originally from English soil, but as it was brought by our forefathers from the continent and adopted and written down in our own land. When we turn to Ireland, we find an epic which sprang up from the soil and race of Ireland, the Táin Bó Cúailnge, which is probably even older than Beowulf, older than any other West European epic. According to Irish tradition, King Conchobar of Ulster died of sorrow when he heard of our Lord's crucifixion. He was the first consort of Maeve, Queen of Ulster, who afterwards took as her consort Ailill. The story of the Táin centres round the struggle for a famous bull, for which Maeve and Cuchulainn strove. Cuchulainn was the son of Lugh, the Irish sun god, and Conchobar's sister, Deichtire. Cuchulainn's real name was Shedanda, but while he was quite a boy he killed a dog which belonged to Cullen, the smith, and so, in place of the blood fine, which in Irish law was due from one who had committed murder, he was nicknamed Cuchulainn, the Hound of Cullen. Traditions about his age are contradictory. The most startling declares that he wore arms from the age of 7, fought Queen Maeve when he was 17, and died when he was 27. Another story, from a manuscript in Trinity College, Dublin, declared that he lived to be 59. It seems to be fairly generally agreed that he was only 17 when he declined to give Queen Maeve his famous brown bull. If anyone finds it strange that one of the world's oldest epics, one of the great stories of the world, should be woven around a cattle raid, the reason is not difficult to give. Always and still, Ireland, from her geographical position, is a land of pasture. Her soil is far better adapted to cattle breeding than to crop raising. Her real wealth is, and in the very earliest times was, in cattle. Briefly told, this is the tale of the Táin. As, in ancient Ireland, married women kept those goods which they possessed when they were single, as well as the dowry which, on marriage, they received from their father, Queen Maeve naturally kept hers when she married Ailill. One night they disputed about the value of their respective goods. As they could not agree, the two sets of possessions were collected and reckoned up. From the Táin's description, it must have been an odd spectacle. Note, there are several manuscripts of the Táin, which is partly in prose, partly in verse, and partly in what may be called rhythmical prose. All extracts here are taken from the translation into English from the Irish by Professor Joseph Dunn of the Roman Catholic University at Washington. Mr. David Nutt published it in 1914. End of note. Then were brought to them the least precious of their possessions, that they might know which of them had the more treasures, riches, and wealth. Their pails and their cauldrons, and their iron-wrought vessels, their jugs and their keeves, big tubs, and their eared pitchers were brought to them. Likewise their rings and golden treasures were fetched to them, and their apparel, both purple and blue and black and green, yellow, varicolored and grey, dun, mottled, and brindled. Their numerous flocks of sheep were led in from fields and meads and plains. These were counted and compared, and found to be equal of size, of like number. However, there was an uncommonly fine ram over Maeve's sheep, and he was of the value of a bondmaid. The Irish used cattle as money, or a measure of value. The worth of this ram is seen to be great when we realize that sometimes the price of a female slave was 3 head of cattle. But a corresponding ram was over the use of allil. Their horses and steeds and studs were brought from pastures and paddocks. There was a noteworthy horse in Maeve's herd, and he was of the value of a bondmaid. A horse to match was found among alleels. Then were there numerous droves of swine driven from woods and shelving glens and wolds. These were numbered and counted and claimed. There was a noteworthy boar with Maeve, and yet another with Allil. Next they brought before them their droves of cattle, and their herds and their roaming flocks from the breaks and wastes of the province. These were counted and numbered and claimed, and were the same for both, equal in size, equal in number, except only there was a special bull of the Bon, an enclosure for cattle, of Allil, and he was a calf of one of Maeve's cows, and Finvenach, the white-horned, was his name. All this motley assemblage of pots, pans, raiment, jewels, and stock were all arranged, counted, and numbered. It was all equal, save for the white-horned, the beautiful bull of Allil. Since he was a calf from Maeve's herd, all might perhaps have been well, but for the reason which brought Finvenach from Maeve's herd to Allil's. He, deeming it no honour to be in a woman's possession, had left and gone over to the kine of the king, and it was the same to Maeve as if she owned not a pennyworth, forasmuch as she had not a bull of his size amongst her cattle. This story, as old as the beginning of the Christian era, may serve among many other uses and delights to show us that human nature does not change much with the passing of the ages. Maeve, not knowing what to do, summoned her chief messenger Macroth, who told her that Dare, chieftain of Coulney in Ulster, owned a brown bull that is best and better again. So Maeve sent Macroth with some companions to bargain with the Ulster chieftain. The messengers prospered. Small wonder, for Maeve's offer was handsome enough. The brown bull was to be but alone, and his hire 50 heifers, while, if Dare would bring instead of sending the creature, Maeve promised him as much land in her Connaught as he owned in Ulster, and her personal friendship. Dare's joy was so great that he leaped so that the seams of his flock bed rent in twain beneath him. The bull was promised. But, unfortunately, instead of starting off at once, they all fell to feasting, and we learn that soon they were noisy and drunken, and the messengers of Maeve began to quarrel as to which were the better man, Conhavar or Dare, and they ended up by declaring that had Dare not consented to lend the bull, it would have been taken from him by force. This rudeness was repeated to Dare, so he came to ask Maeve's messengers if it were true, and finding that it was, he straightway refused to send or take the bull. In vain, Macroth pleaded that his companions were drunk with Dare's own ale, and that anyway the chief should pay no heed to them. The Ulster leader would not yield, so Macroth went back and told Maeve what had happened. The queen wasted few words. There is no need to polish knots over such affairs as that, Macroth, for it was known that if the brown bull of Coulney would not be given with their will, he would be taken in their despite, and taken he shall be. Thus the refusal of the bull was the cause of the great struggle described in the Tainbo Coulney. Queen Maeve assembled not only her own Connaught men, but allies from all parts of Ireland. Cormac, Conhavar's eldest son, brought 3 troops. The description of these is not only beautiful in itself, but interesting as showing ancient Irish war gear. Cormac had 3 companies which came to Curhan. Note, it was the ancient capital and also the burying place of the kings of Connaught in County Roscommon. End of note. Before all, the first company, a covering of close-shorn black hair upon them, green mantles and many-coloured cloaks wound about them, therein silvern brooches. Tunics of thread of gold next to their skin, reaching down to their knees, with interweaving of red gold. Bright-handled swords they wore, with guards of silver. Long shields they bore, and there was a broad grey spear-hand and a slender shaft in the hand of each man. Is that Cormac yonder? All and everyone asked. Not he indeed, Maeve made answer. The second troop. Newly shorn hair they wore and manes on the back of their heads. Fair comely indeed. Dark blue coats they all had about them. Next to their skin, gleaming white tunics, with red ornamentation reaching down to their calves. Swords they had with round hilts of gold and silvern fist guards, and shining shields upon them, and 5-pronged spears in their hands. Is yonder man Cormac? All the people asked. Nay, verily, that is not he, Maeve made answer. Then came the last troop. Hair cut broad they bore, fair yellow, deep golden, loose-flowing back hair down to their shoulders upon them, purple cloaks, fairly bedizened about them, golden embellished brooches over their breasts, and they had curved shields, with sharp chiselled edges around them, and spears as long as the pillars of a king's house in the hand of each man. Fine long silken tunics with hoods they bore to their very instep. Together they raised their feet, and together they set them down again. Is that Cormac yonder? Asked all. Ay, that is he this time, Maeve made answer. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rolv. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Part 2 of Chapter 2, The Epic. It is a fine pageant, with the richness of colour so dear to the Irish heart, the burnished silver, the gleaming gold, and the rhythmical sound of the marching of many men. Though she was supported by so great a host, Maeve could not make up her mind to start until she had taken counsel with her druid, the man who could look into the future. He promised that at any rate Maeve should return in safety. Her charioteer was not satisfied, and he asked the queen's leave to turn the chariot round to the right in the hope that they might see some omen which should assure them that the druid was telling the truth. When he had so turned, the queen espied a thing which surprised her. A lone virgin of marriageable age standing on the hind pole of a chariot a little way off, drawing nigh her. And thus the maiden appeared. Wearing lace was she, and in her right hand was a bordering rod of silvered bronze, with its 7 strips of red gold at the sides, a many-spotted green mantle around her, a bulging, strong-headed pin of gold in the mantle over her bosom, a hooded tunic with red interweaving about her, a ruddy, fair-faced countenance she had, narrow below and broad above. She had a blue-grey and laughing eye. Each eye had 3 pupils. Dark and black were her eyebrows. The soft black lashes threw a shadow to the middle of her cheeks. Red and thin were her lips. Shining and pearly were her teeth. Thou couldst believe they were showers of white pearls that had rained into her head. Like to fresh Parthian crimson were her lips, as sweet as the strings of lutes when long sustained they are played by master players' hands, was the melodious sound of her voice and her fair speech. As white as snow
In one night fallen was the sheen of her skin, and her body that shone outside of her dress. Slender and very white were her feet. Rosy, even sharp round nails she had. 2 sandals of golden buckles about them. Fair yellow long golden hair she wore. 3 braids of hair she wore. 2 tresses were wound around her head. The other tress from behind threw a shadow down on her calves. The maiden carried arms, and 2 black horses were under her chariot. This fair woman was a prophetess and a Connaught poetess. But she did not prophesy smooth things. 6 times over in reply to Maeve's question, "Tell, O Phaelm, prophet maid, how beholdest thou our host?" She answered, "Crimson red from blood they are. I behold them bathed in red." Then, though Maeve protested that the Ulstermen were in their pains, and therefore could not be dangerous to a host like hers, Phaelm predicted that Cuchulainn would destroy the Connaught army. Fair of the deeds the man I see, wounded sore in his fair skin. On his brow shines hero's light, victory's seat is in his face. I know not who is the hound, Cuchulainn's height of fairest fame, but I know full well this host will be smitten red by him. His gay bulga too he wields, with his sword and javelin. Lo, the man in red cloak girt sets his foot on every hill. All your host he'll smite in twain, till he works your utter ruin. Relying in spite of this on the Ulstermen's pains, Maeve's host went on. Soon they encountered Cuchulainn. He and Maeve agreed that the Connaught army should proceed if every day one of their champions came out and fought single-handed with him. In these contests, Cuchulainn was always victorious, and thus he slew many of the most famous Connaught warriors, including, to his own great grief, his foster brother Ferdiad, with whom he fought for 4 whole days. The Tyne describes Cuchulainn as he approached Ferdiad. In the front of the chariot is a man with fair, curly long hair. There is around him a cloak, blue, Parthian purple, a spear with red, keen-cutting blades, flaming red in his hand. The semblance of 3 heads of hair he had, namely, brown hair next to the skin of his head, blood-red hair in the middle, a crown of gold, is the 3rd head of hair. Beautiful is the arrangement of that hair, so that it makes 3 coils down behind over his shoulder, ever as a thread of gold it seems, when its hue has been wrought over the edge of an anvil, or like to the yellow of bees, whereon shines the sun on a summer's day, is the shining of each single hair of his hair. 7 toes he has on each of his feet, and 7 fingers on each of his hands, and the brilliance of a very great fire is around his eye. And Cuchulainn reached the ford. Some idea of the terrific struggle which raged for 4 days, first with one weapon and then with another, before Cuchulainn overthrew Ferdiad, is given by this description. Such was the closeness of the combat they made, that the Buchanach and the Bananach, the puck-faced fays and the white-faced fays, and the sprites of the glens and the eldritch beings of the air screamed from the rims of their shields, and from the guards of their swords, and from the tips of their spears. For a while Ferdiad seemed to be the stronger, and Cuchulainn cried, "O Ferdiad, thou hast a horn skin, and thou hast not shown me how it is closed or how it is opened." At last Cuchulainn, really driven to the utmost, called for his famous barbed spear, Ge Bulga. Lai, in whose charge it was, set it in the stream to make it ready for the battle, and then he sent it to Cuchulainn along the stream. Even armed with this, the son of the sun god resorted to a stratagem. When Ferdiad saw that his gilla had been thrown, and heard the Gaebulga called for, he thrust his shield down to protect the lower part of his body. Cuchulainn gripped the short spear which was in his hand, cast it off the palm of his hand over the rim of the shield, and over the edge of the corslet and hornskin, so that its farther half was visible after piercing his heart in its bosom. Ferdiad gave a thrust of his shield upwards to protect the upper part of his body, though it was help that came too late. The gilla set the Gaebulga down the stream, and Cuchulainn caught it in the fork of his foot, and when Ferdiad raised his shield, Cuchulainn threw the Gaebulga as far as it could cast underneath at Ferdiad, so that it passed through the strong, thick iron apron of wrought iron, and broke in 3 parts the huge goodly stone the size of a millstone, so that it cut its way through the body's protection into him, till every joint and every limb was filled with its barbs. "Ah, that now sufficeth," sighed Ferdiad. "I am fallen of that. But yet one thing more. Mightily didst thou drive with thy right foot, and 'twas not fair of thee for me to fall by thy hand." Thereupon Cuchulainn hastened towards Ferdiad, and clasped his 2 arms about him, and bore him with all his arms and his armor and his dress northwards over the ford, so that it could be with his face to the north, i.e. in Ulster, of the ford the triumph took place, and not to the west of the ford to the men of Erin, i.e. in Connaught. Cuchulainn laid Ferdiad there on the ground, and a cloud and a faint and a swoon came over Cuchulainn, there by the head of Ferdiad. Then, in song, Cuchulainn lamented over Ferdiad, his foster brother, in one of the earliest of a long line of beautiful elegies over the dead. "Ah, Ferdiad, betrayed to death, our last meeting, oh how sad! Thou to die, I to remain, ever sad our long farewell. Dear to me thy noble blush, dear thy comely perfect form, dear thine eye, blue-grey and clear, dear thy wisdom and thy speech. Never have I met till now, since I, Einfer Aoife slew, won thy peer in deeds of arms, never have I found Ferdiad." At length Lai, his charioteer, persuaded Cuchulainn to leave the spot, with these last words of lamentation: "Never trod in battle's ring, Banva nursed not on her breast, never sprang from sea or land king's son that had larger frame." These repeated combats between Cuchulainn and Maeve's followers delayed her host's advance, and at last Maeve grew weary. And also an incident before this waiting time must have shaken her confidence in her own safety. Cuchulainn made a threat in Meath that wherever he saw Maeve, he would cast a stone at her, and that it would not go far from the side of her head. That he also fulfilled. In the place where he saw Maeve, west of the ford, he cast a stone from his sling at her, so that it killed the pet bird that was on her shoulder. Maeve passed over the ford eastwards, and again he cast a stone from his sling at the east of the ford, so that it killed the tame squirrel that was on her shoulder. Eventually she broke her word and all the ancient Irish laws of soldierly honor by marching straight on Conchobar's capital, Evan Maha, which she burned, as, on her way, she had pillaged and burned the province of Ulster. Here too she captured and led away the coveted prize, the brown bull. However, the 3 months of pains were done. Conchobar summoned the hosts of Ulster, and in the final battle the armies of Connaught were overthrown. With that strange taste for equalizing results which runs through the Tyne, even the honors of war were divided. Conchobar won the great battle, but Maeve carried off the brown bull to Connaught. Nevertheless, at long last, the utter ruin predicted by Fealm fell on the arrogant queen, for Ailill's white-horned bull heard the 3 bellowing calls of the brown as he approached Cruachan, and rushed out to meet him. The 2 fought. Cormac, looking on, said, "No wonderful lasting treasure was this precious prize for us, that cannot defend himself against a stirk of his own age." The brown bull of Cooley heard this, for he had human understanding, and he turned upon the white-horned, and after a furious fight killed him, and carried the dead bull's remains away on his horns, dropping them bit by bit as he went across Ireland, home. He turned his face northwards then, and went on thence to the summit of Slieve Bray, and he saw the peaks and knew the land of Cooley, and a great agitation came over him at the sight of his own land and country, and he went his way towards it. In that place were women and youth and children lamenting the brown bull of Cooley. They saw the brown of Cooley's forehead approaching them. "The forehead of a bull cometh towards us," they shouted. Then he went to Cueve, where he was wont to be with the yelled cow of Dare, and he tore up the earth there. Then turned the brown of Cooley on the women and youths and children of the land of Cooley, and with the greatness of his fury and rage he effaced a great slaughter against them. He turned his back to the hill then, and his heart broke in his breast, even as a nut breaks, and he belched out his heart like a black stone of dark blood. He went then and died between Ulster and Eha at Druve Tarv. So Allil's declaration long before, "I swear by the God by whom my people swear, the man that scoffs at Cuchulainn here, I will make two halves of," was justified, and Fealm's prophecy, "Brave Cuchulainn, Swaltov's son, all your host he'll smite in twain, till he works your utter ruin," came true. In the ancient tale we find all those elements which have been interwoven through many centuries to make the Irish national tragedy. Fate on her loom has spun for this little country a tapestry whose threads were fierceness, unconquerable valor, love of all beauty and especially of color, a passion for daring adventure, energy, wistful dream wonder, some unscrupulousness, and heart-wringing pathos, all burning itself away for a far-off goal, which has always seemed to recede as the victors fancied they were nearing it. At best, extracts can only give a faint idea of this great story, which has been called the wildest and most fascinating saga tale, not only of the entire Celtic world, but even of all Western Europe. Anyone who wishes to appreciate this description must read the whole tale. Beowulf and the Táin are both racial epics. The only other one which can be dealt with in this book was written centuries later, after the tumult of the Civil War, after the Puritan rule, during the years which followed the Cavalier restoration of the Stuart line. It dealt not with a national, but with a worldwide theme, not with the present, but with a far-off past. It is not difficult to sympathize with Milton's choice of a subject when he wrote Paradise Lost. His life had been passed amid strife and evil deeds not confined to one party or set of men. He definitely chose not a party, not a national, but a human matter, lifted away from earthly life onto the level of eternity. Here English men and women may see, set forth sublimely, that ceaseless struggle between good and evil which, after all, underlie the story of Beowulf itself. Beneath the barbaric ways, the riotous feasting, the personal enmities which lie on the surface of our early English epic, there remained, however rough the way and dark the fate of men might seem, an underlying care for and belief in the final victory of right. With Milton, the war between man held by God and the powers of evil fills the whole poem. The human race, represented by Adam and Eve, is the hero of this great epic. The archangels and all the rest of the heavenly powers are man's allies. Satan, Lucifer, son of the morning, the rebel archangel, is man's foe. High above all, God reigns, ruler and judge of the tremendous conflict. The story can be told briefly. Satan in his pride conspired in heaven with other spirits to overthrow the throne of God, and was cast with them out of heaven to a bottomless place, there forever to have his home. The infernal serpent, he it was whose guile, stirred up with envy and revenge, deceived the mother of mankind. What time his pride had cast him out from heaven with all his host of rebel angels, by whose aid aspiring to set himself in glory above his peers, he trusted to have equalled the Most High if he opposed, and with ambitious aims against the throne and monarchy of God raced impious war in heaven, and battle proud with vain attempt. Him the almighty power hurled headlong, flaming from the eternal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion down to bottomless perdition, there to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire. Who durst defy the omnipotent to arms? 9 times the space that measures day and night to mortal men, he with his horrid crew lay vanquished, rolling in the fiery gulf, confounded though immortal. When these lost legions began to recover from the shock of their utter defeat, Satan attempted to rally them to a fresh fight. A vast palace rose, their future home, which served them then and there as a council hall. They discussed and rejected all suggestion of a fresh attack on heaven, but Satan went forth alone to discover whether the rumor were true that God was about to create a fresh world, inhabited by new creatures a little lower than the angels. After a long and difficult journey, he approached this new world. Milton described the beautiful spectacle which lay before the fallen archangel, when having so hardly escaped from a terrible region of confusion, he was at leisure to behold far off the imperial heaven, extended wide in circuit, undetermined square or round, with opal towers and battlements adorned of living sapphire, once his native seat. And fast by hanging in a golden chain, this pendant world, in bigness as a star of smallest magnitude, close by the moon. That is the gleaming, transparent sight of heaven, with our earth hanging from it like a star in space, which met the troubled eyes of Satan, clouded still by the lurid splendor of his palace, pandemonium, risen so strangely from the bottomless deep. Milton developed his story by describing a scene in high heaven. The Eternal Father, having seen Satan flying to this new world, told his Son that the lost spirit would overcome the free wills of the newly created man and woman, and persuade them to the sin of disobedience. Whereupon the Son offered himself as a ransom for the ruined world, and was accepted by the Father, who decreed the human birth of our Lord, whereby he should unite in one person God and man, by taking the manhood into God. Milton, after this interlude, returned to his story. Satan alighted on the outside rim of the world, and presently made his way to Eden, and found Adam and Eve. By eavesdropping he learned that they were forbidden by God to eat of one particular tree, thus discovering a way of bringing them to ruin by decoying them into disobedience. Milton added many details to the story as it was told in the book of Genesis, such, for example, as the measures taken for man's safety by the archangels Uriel and Gabriel, including the actual forewarning of Adam by Gabriel. He also described a battle between the angels, led by Saint Michael, leader of the heavenly armies, and the rebel angels, which was only won when our Lord himself had come to the angels' help. The 7th and 8th books add nothing to the progress of the story. They are filled with the archangel Raphael's conversation with Adam about the creation of the world and the heavens in which it was placed, and Adam's story of finding Eve and marrying her. Satan's plot, successfully worked out, filled the 9th book. The story of Eve's temptation and of Adam's part in it is familiar from Genesis. In the 10th book, Milton again added to the Bible story when in a wonderful picture he described the resolution of sin and death, who had hitherto sat within the gates of hell, to leave it for the earth, and to live there henceforth among the men, over whose parents Satan had just won so great a victory. On his way to Pandemonium, to tell his host of his success, Satan met with them. As, on his arrival, he was addressing his followers, the curse which God had pronounced fell, and he and all his host were changed to serpents, and fancying they saw before them the forbidden fruit of Eden, they seized it, only to bite upon the prophesied dust. In the remaining books of the poem, Milton set forth the misery of Adam and Eve after their sin, the repentance to which they eventually brought themselves, aided as they were all the time by the archangel Michael, and their expulsion from Eden, which latter was rendered bearable to them by God's promise of the world's ransom by our Lord, of the establishment in the world of the Church of God, and of man's final restoration. In his earliest youth, Milton, on leaving Christ's College, had resolved to devote himself to a scholar's life. He had spent 7 years at Cambridge. He retired for 5 more to his father's country house a few miles from London, where he devoted himself to the classics. His object, he explained in these words, declaring that an inward prompting grew daily upon me, that by labor and intense study, joined with the strong propensity of nature, I might perhaps leave something so written to after times as they should not willingly let die. Milton had already written L'Allegro, Il Penseroso, and Lycidas when the Civil War broke in. Eventually he laid aside his chosen work to serve the political needs of his country. When peace was restored, he had paid the price of that service by losing his eyesight. Nevertheless, he returned to the work he had chosen long years before. So Paradise Lost is not only one of the world's great poems, not only one of the indestructible glories of English literature, but it remains to show how a man under crowding difficulties and heavy calamities can, if, as Beowulf said, his courage holds, carry out a great purpose, planned when outward circumstances seemed more propitious. It is not possible to show by extracts the real magnificence of Paradise Lost, but certain points can be brought out so. First, we can see Milton's supreme gift for using language to paint a picture as vivid as our imagination, as a colored canvas is to our eyes. It would be difficult to surpass his description of Pandemonium when it rose out of nothingness like a mist. Anon, out of the earth a fabric huge rose like an exhalation, with the sound of dulcet symphonies and voices sweet, built like a temple, where pilasters round were set, and Doric pillars overlaid with golden architrave, nor did there want cornice or frieze. With bossy sculpture graven, the roof was fretted gold. Not Babylon, nor great Cairo, such magnificence equalled in all their glories, to enshrine Belus or Serapis their gods, or seat their kings, when Egypt with Assyria strove in wealth and luxury. The ascending Pyle stood fixed her stately height, and straight the doors opening their brazen folds discover wide within her ample spaces, over the smooth and level pavement, from the arched roof, pendant by subtle magic, many a row of starry lamps, and blazing cressets fed with naphtha, and asphaltus yielded light as from a sky. This is a typical instance of Milton's literary magnificence, issuing not only from his imagination, but from his knowledge, borrowed from those who had seen them, of the opulent glories of the East, and his choice of rich and sounding words drawn from Greek and Latin. As a contrast, and as an example of his characteristically English and enduring love of beautiful country, we may take some lines descriptive of the Eden bower of Adam and Eve. In that Eden where universal Pan, knit with the graces and the hours and dance, led on the eternal spring, which he here described in a passage which recalls a famous painting of Sandro Botticelli. There is, perhaps, no more delicate picture in Paradise Lost than this. The roof of thickest covert and inwoven shade, laurel and myrtle, and what higher grew of fine and fragrant leaf. On either side acanthus, and each odorous bushy shrub fenced up the verdant wall. Each beauteous flower, iris all hues, roses and jessamine, reared high their flourished heads between, and wrought mosaic. Underfoot the violet, crocus, and hyacinth, with rich inlay, broidered the ground, more coloured than with stone of costliest emblem. His perfect description of nightfall must not be forgotten. Now came still evening on, and twilight grey had in her sober livery all things clad. Silence accompanied beast and bird. They to their grassy couch, these to their nests were slunk, all but the wakeful nightingale. She all night long her amorous descant sung. Silence was pleased. Now glowed the firmament with living sapphires. Hesperus that led the starry host rode brightest till the moon, rising in clouded majesty at length, apparent queen, unveiled her peerless light, and over the dark her silver mantle threw. His love of natural beauty and of country life never deserted him. Even in one of his political pamphlets, when he was repelling an unjust attack on his personal character, he wrote that he was up and stirring, in winter often ere the sound of any bell awake men to labour or devotion, in summer as oft with the bird that first rouses, or not much tardier. In L'Allegro he wrote this appeal: Mirth, admit me of thy crew, to hear the lark begin his flight, and singing startle the dull night, from his watch towered in the skies, till the dappled down doth rise. Sometime walking not unseen, by hedgerow elms or hillocks green, right against the eastern gate, where the great sun begins his state, robed in flames and amber light, the clouds in thousand liveries dight. While the ploughman near at hand whistles over the furrowed land, and the milkmaid singeth blithe, and the mower whets his scythe, and every shepherd tells his tale under the hawthorn in the dale. Such was his attitude when he was a young man of about 25, and such it was when, blind from hard work and almost 60, he wrote his beautiful description of the first garden of the world. He could not only paint pictures of natural loveliness, but he could draw unforgettable portraits. Here is his description of Satan. He above the rest, in shape and gesture proudly eminent, stood like a tower. His form had not yet lost all her original brightness, nor appeared less than archangel ruined. Darkened so, yet shone above them all the archangel, but his face deep scars of thunder had entrenched, and care sat on his faded cheek, but under brows of dauntless courage and considerate pride waiting revenge. From the council of the lost angels I will take 2 other portraits. First, Belial's wily cunning adviser, whose outwardly beautiful appearance and fair speech were no true index to his character. On the other side uprose Belial, in act more graceful and humane. A fairer person lost not heaven, he seemed for dignity composed and height exploit. But all was false and hollow, though his tongue dropped manna, and could make the worse appear the better, reason to perplex, and dash Matura's counsel, for his thoughts were low, to vice industrious, but to noble deeds timorous and slothful, yet he pleased the ear. The other is the greatest portrait of the 3, that of Satan's principal counselor, Beelzebub. When we remember that England had just suffered all the turmoil of civil war, which sundered men, whether good or bad, who might in peaceful times have been friends, and had brought them not only into conflict, but into close observation of each other's motives and actions, we wonder whether, in drawing these characters, Milton may not have had some of the great English public men in his mind. Anyhow, Beelzebub is so real and vivid that it is difficult to believe that he was not in some measure drawn from life. Beelzebub, than whom Satan except none higher sat, with grave aspect he rose, and in his rising seemed a pillar of state. Deep on his front engraven deliberation sat, and public care, and princely counsel on his face yet shone, majestic though in ruin. Sage he stood with Atlantean shoulders, fit to bear the weight of mightiest monarchies. His look drew audience and attention still as night o'er summer's noontide air. Saint Raphael, the sociable spirit, Milton draws from an outside point of view. He stood veiled with his gorgeous wings, upspringing light flew through the midst of heaven. From thence no cloud or to obstruct his sight, star interposed, however small he sees. Earth in the garden of God, with cedars crowned above all hills. Down thither prone in flight he speeds, and through the vast ethereal sky sails between worlds and worlds. On the eastern cliff of paradise he lights, and to his proper shape returns a seraph winged. 6 wings he wore to shade his lineaments divine. The pair that clad each shoulder broad came mantling over his breast with regal ornament. The middle pair girt like a starry zone his waist, and round skirted his loins and thighs with downy gold and colour steeped in heaven. The third his feet shadowed from either heel with feathered mail, sky-tinctured grain. Like Maia's son he stood. Milton's accounts of the lost angels are more full of life and fire than any others. This picture of Saint Raphael's personal beauty stands midway between their vigor and the tamer descriptions of Adam and Eve, with their rather schoolmastery atmosphere of Milton's views of the relations between man and women, compared with the slight but so human picture in Genesis. These lines are cold and remote. For contemplation he and valor formed, for softness she and sweet attractive grace. He for God only, she for God in him. His fair large front and sublime eye declared absolute rule, and hyacinthine locks round from his parted forelock manly hung clustering, but not beneath his shoulders broad. She as a veil down to the slender waist her unadorned golden tresses wore, dishevelled, but in wanton ringlets waved as the vine curls her tendrils, which implied subjection, but required with a gentle sway. Neither the magnificence of the form of Paradise Lost, nor the nobility of its meaning and purpose can be shown by quotations. In a few lines from the 6th book, we can see, however, what Milton believed to be the very essence of that right conduct which God wills to have from all his creatures. Saint Michael, returning to heaven after his fight with the rebel angels, heard a voice utter these words: "Servant of God, well done, well hast thou fought the better fight, who single hast maintained against revolted multitudes the cause of truth, in words mightier than they in arms, and for the testimony of truth hast borne universal reproach, far worse to bear than violence. For this was all thy care, to stand approved in sight of God, though worlds judged thee perverse." If we let ourselves look only at the surface of Beowulf and Paradise Lost, it is easy to see nothing but a difference so great that we fancy nothing else could bridge it. but we have first to realize that Beowulf was written down at an early age in our national life, probably, as a matter of fact, in the 10th century, the one among all those between the 1st and the 20th, which is usually believed to have cared least for learning and education. It may not have deserved Cardinal Baronius's description, an age iron, leaden, dark. In the East many scholars were busy. In Western Europe Odo of Cluny lived, and Gerbert and Fulbert of Chartres. England had St. Dunstan, her first minister of education, who did his best to spread learning, even to the details of caring for the accurate copying of books. At Glastonbury he was helped by St. Ethelwald of Abingdon, of whom the remembrance lasts that it was ever sweet to him to teach little children. But at the best it was a very different age from Milton's 17th century. Between the two, Europe had recovered and read the great literatures of Greece and Rome. After the partial fall of the Roman power in the 6th century, learning could only flourish in any part of Europe from which war for a while departed. Sometimes England, at other times Ireland or part of France, or some remote district of Germany or Spain would enjoy a little temporary peace and quiet. Then in monasteries, where Greek and Latin classics were more or less carefully kept, the monks and their scholar friends read them. By the beginning of the 13th century, after the fall of Constantinople in the 12th, which had driven many Greek scholars west, a considerable measure of peace was restored in Europe, and a race of scholars grew up in Italy, Holland, England, France, Germany, who sought everywhere for Greek and Latin books, bought, borrowed, sometimes stole them, and copied and multiplied them. They not only read and loved them themselves, but brought up their children, quite young boys and girls, to love them too, not by way of learning a foreign language, but for sheer enjoyment of what was written in them. Milton, living later still, naturally had a classical education, and so, as might be expected, the form of Paradise Lost is ornamented, polished, marked everywhere by learning, while Beowulf is the plain tale of some man to whom scholarship was not his first concern, but who delighted in a story of daring and adventurous life. But if we go below the surface, a likeness between the two can be traced. In both we find an interest in human character and in the happenings which arise out of human differences. We find courage, loyalty, a sense of honor, comradeship, an enduring stark clinging to duty, however difficult. We find, too, the same scorn of material possessions when these compete with moral and spiritual claims. Again, in all these three epics the supernatural plays a great part, as it does in one form or another in all European literature from Greek tragedy to today. By the supernatural playing a part is meant the belief that beyond this world which we can see and touch, there is another region which we know by our spiritual insight and by our conviction of right and wrong, by our appreciation of beauty and through religious experience. The expression may be difficult, but not the thing itself. To our ancestor it meant magic weapons, hrunting, niling, or gebulga, the screaming of eldritch beings from the rims of shields and tips of spears, though even so, we must never forget that in Beowulf, the supernatural force of moral right is always present, however hard pushed the fighter may be. By Milton's time, after 16 centuries of Christianity, the idea of the supernatural has expanded and risen. Man's higher powers, according to him, are aided by angels and sustained by a personal God. But the essence of the idea remains that beyond our natural world and powers there is another, greater, personal power. End of Chapter 2, Part 2.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 3, Part 1. Lyrics from Early Days to the Commonwealth. Of all poems, the lyric appeals to most people because, as Mr. Maurice Hewlett says, it must come from the heart. And after all, everyone has a heart, while not everyone has a head, in the sense of caring extremely for what is reasonable, thought out, or learned. In the story of most nations, therefore, a lyrical taste, at least, shows itself early. A long time may pass before a people produce finished, perfect lyrics, but a desire for song, and song about something which really interests the singer, whether a child or a grown-up person, seems to exist in most of us. Few poems remain from Anglo-Saxon times. The greatest is the epic Beowulf, but there are some short ones, for example, The Wanderer, which probably comes from 8th century Northumbria. He was a wanderer by sea and land. He speaks of himself as one who, through the watery way, for a long time must row, with his hands over the rime-cold sea. And then, in the very next lines, as an earth-stepper remembering hardships. Northumbria looks out to the grey waters of the North Sea, and her inland moors and wastes are often rough going still. Other poems are The Ruin, of which much is lost, The Wife's Complaint, The Husband's Message, and The Seafarer, which last, though it is not a lyric, but a mixture of narrative and lamentation, yet has little lyrical passages which burst in when the cloud of trouble and fear lifts for a moment from the poet's mind. These lines could be sung to music, if to a melancholy melody, not without some discords. There I nothing heard but the howling of the sea, the ice-cold wave in wiles, the wild swan's song. Screaming of the gannet sufficed me for joy, and the swaffing of the seal instead of men's mirth, instead of mead drinking, the sea mews singing. Storms beat the stone cliffs, and the sea swallow, icy feathered, answered, and the ocean eagle, with storm-wet wings, continually screamed. When the seafarer's mood changed, he sang, as if to the lyre of beauty and joy. Trees rebloom with flowers, boroughs grow fair, beautiful the fields become, as the world revives. All things then remind the man of lively mood, should he in his mind so think to journey over the floodway, far off to wander. He could not, however, keep his heart cheerful for long. The prospect might seem fair, but he had been mistaken so often that his song soon fell down to a note of boding fear. Every cuckoo calls a warning with his word of sorrow. Summer's watchman singeth, sorrow bides his time, bitter is the breast's hoard. By the end of the 13th century, Englishmen had learned to write lyrics, rather before, indeed, for this cuckoo song, which belongs to the second quarter, is one of the most joyous, freshest lyrics in our speech. It loses something, of course, when turned into a modern dress, but it is still full of the spring, of the world's young freshness. Sing, cuckoo, now, sing, cuckoo. Sing, cuckoo, sing, cuckoo, now. Summer is a-coming in, loudly sing, cuckoo. Grows the seed and blows the mead, and the wood springs now. Sing, cuckoo. Ewe bleateth after lamb, after calf lows the cow. Bullock frisketh, stag boundeth. Merrily sing, cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Well singest thou, cuckoo. Cease not, never, now. Many medieval lyrics have come down to us. Men already saw that any object of human desire or interest would serve as subject matter. Of course, there are love songs. This is the closing verse of one written before Chaucer was born, probably about 1310. The lover has already declared, "I wax mad, a maiden destroys me." And then he describes her. Lily white is she, her tint like rose on spray, who snatches my peace away. Woman prudent and wise, of splendor she wins the prize. Maid one of the best, this woman dwells in the West. It has a curious abruptness about it, and the poet had not learned that it ruins a lyric to transpose words, to put them out of their obvious order. Not all young men were so lovelorn as this youth. Here is the merry song of one who greatly preferred his freedom, an outspoken man of the late 15th century. Ah, 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 oh, yet I love wheresoever I go. In all the world is no merrier life than a young man's without a wife, for he can live without any strife in every place where he may go. In every place he is loved above all, among the maidens great and small, in dancing, in piping, in running at ball, in every place where he may go. They set light store by married men, when at the ball they run also. They cast their love to young men in every place wheresoever he go. Then maidens say, "Farewell, Jack, thy love is stuffed all in thy pack. Thou bearest thy love behind thy back, in every place wheresoever he go." The lyrics of these centuries are varied in their subjects. Here is one which shows the Englishman's characteristic love of his pet animals. Few, if any, races love their animals more wholeheartedly than we. I have a gentle cock crows me the coming of day. Early he doth rouse me, my matin prayers to say. I have a gentle cock, the best bred I could get. His comb of coral red, his tail it is of jet. I have a gentle cock, born of parents two, his comb of coral red, and his tail of indigo. His legs are pearly gray, so elegant and small, his spurs of silvery white, up to the quick and all. Of crystal are his eyes, set right into amber, and every night he percheth him within my lady's chamber. Nearly 100 years earlier, one of those humorous lyrics, which are just as natural as those of love or of natural scenery and the rest, had been written, possibly by Chaucer. Those unfortunate people who imagine that all poetry is solemn and dry can correct themselves by this. Yet it is not made of that pure fun coming out of a heart free from care and as light as a feather, nor of that mixed fun with a sharp edge on it which is called wit, but of surface fun, which covers without hiding a vein of seriousness and concern. Chaucer was not, or did not think he was, as well off as he desired to be. So he expressed these facts in his Complaint to his Purse, which I have put into modernly spelt English. To you, my purse, and to no other wight, complain I, for you be my lady dear. I am so sorry now that you be light, that for certain, if you make me heavy, cheer I would as lief be laid upon my bier. For which unto your mercy thus I cry, be heavy again, or else must I die. Now vouchsafe this day, ere it be night, that I of you the blissful sound may hear, or see your colour like the sun, bright, that of yellowness never had a peer. You are my life, you are my heart's steer, Queen of comfort and of good company. Be heavy again, or else must I die. Now, purse, that art to me my life's light, and Saviour that is, down in this world here, out of this trouble help me by your might, since that you will not be my treasurer, for I am shaved as close as any friar. But I pray unto your courtesy, be heavy again, or else must I die. If Chaucer wrote this, he did so probably at the end of his life, when he was badly off. If so, the king to whom he sent it was Henry IV, not Richard II, as some say. The wide range of English song cannot be appreciated unless we know something of the religious and devotional lyrics. This Christmas slumber song, coming down to us from the age of the York and Lancaster wars, may serve as a very charming instance. Lulay, my child, and weep no more, sleep, and now be still. The King of bliss thy Father is, as it was his will. This other night I saw a sight, a maid a cradle keep, and ever she sang and said among, Lulay, my child, and sleep. I may not sleep, but I may weep, I am so woebegone. Sleep I would, but I am cold, and clothes have I none. Methought I heard the child answered, and to his mother he said, My mother dear, what do I here? In crib, why am I laid? I was born and laid before, beasts, both ox and ass. My mother mild, I am thy child, but he my father was. Adam's guilt man had spilt, that sin grieveth me sore. Man, for thee, here shall I be 30 winters and more. Dole 'tis to see, here shall I be, hanged upon the rood, with scourges beat, my wounds all wet, and give my flesh for thy good. Here shall I be, hanged on a tree, and die as it is skill, that I have bought, lose I will not, it is my Father's will. A spear so sharp shall pierce my heart, for deeds that I have done. Father of grace, is it thou hast forgotten thy little son? Without any pity, here shall I pay, and make my flesh all sore. Adam, I wis, this death it is, for thee and for many more. It is not possible to include many of these Middle English songs, charming and interesting as they are, but this one, beautiful in its joy and freshness, its religious genuineness and simplicity, its love of animals and of the country, and not least attractive in its playful fun, gathers up into itself the leading characteristics of Englishmen as they lived and felt and enjoyed themselves in that reign of Henry VII, which some of us were inclined to connect with money-making dullness out of our national wool. That notion and this poem are as far as the poles asunder. Can I not sing but hoy when the jolly shepherd made so much joy? The shepherd upon a hill he sat, he had upon him his tabard and hat, his tarbox, his pipe, and his flaget. His name was called Jolly, Jolly Wat, for he was a good herd's boy. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. The shepherd upon a hill was laid, his dog to his girdle was tied. He had only slept a little brayed, when Gloria in excelsis to him was said. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. The shepherd upon a hill he stood, round about him his sheep all stood. He put his hand under his hood. He saw a star as red as blood. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. Now farewell, Moll, and also Will, for my love go ye all still. Unto I come again you till, and evermore ring well thy bell, Will. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. Now must I go where Christ was born. Farewell, I come again tomorrow morn. Dog, keep well my sheep from the corn, and warn me loud when I blow my horn. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. When Wat to Bethlehem coming was, he sweated, he had gone so quick a pace. He found Jesus in a simple place, between an ox and an ass. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. The shepherd anon said right, I will go see yon wondrous sight, whereas the angel sings in the height, and the star that shines so bright. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. Jesus, I offer thee here my pipe, my shirt, my tarbox, and my scrip. Home to my fellows now will I skip, and also look unto my sheep. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. Now farewell, mine own herdsman Wat. Yes, for God, lady, so am I hat. Lull Jesus well in thy lap, and farewell, Joseph, with thy round cap. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. Now may I well both hop and sing, for I have been at Christ's bearing. Home to my fellows now will I fling. Christ of heaven to his bliss us bring. Ut hoy, for in his pipe he made so much joy. All these poems are English right through. After them a difference creeps in. In the reigns of Henry VII and Henry VIII, England began to play her part in Europe. She was on the way to become a great Western power, and so was brought more and more into contact with the rest. Specially was she influenced in the 16th century by Italy and France. Not only Henry VIII and Francis I met on the field of the cloth of gold, but Englishmen began to mix with men of other nations in the paradise fields of poetry. Though love of England and of the homeland never dies, perhaps we never again find a lyric caroling of high things quite so debonairly as this shepherd, who, though he talked of Bethlehem, was native of the English Downs. As we pass on to the reigns of Elizabeth and James I, the lyrics are so abundant and so beautiful that no more than the scantiest gleaning can be packed into this book. A few love songs, which surely cannot be surpassed by any others, shall come first. John Lyly may be unread nowadays, so far as his prose goes, but his sparkling little song, Cards and Kisses, half jest, half earnest, is not yet forgotten. Cupid in my campaspe played at cards for kisses. Cupid paid. He stakes his quiver, bow and arrows, his mother's doves, and team of sparrows, loses them too. Then down he throws the coral of his lips, the rose growing on his cheek, but none knows how. With these the crystal of his brow, and then the dimple of his chin. All these did my campaspe win. At last he set her both his eyes, she won, and Cupid blind did rise. O love, has she done this for thee? What shall, alas, become of me? Since Elizabeth's reign was one of great activity, of fresh enterprises in all sorts of directions, it is natural that our literature should, as it did, show to what heights it could rise. One of the earliest Elizabethan dramatists, who died so young, left behind him this love lyric, simple and yet very hard to rival. Come live with me and be my love, and we will all the pleasures prove that hills and valleys, dales and fields, or woods or steepy mountain yields. And we will sit upon the rocks, and see the shepherds feed their flocks, by shallow rivers, to whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. And I will make thee beds of roses, and 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers, and a kirtle, embroidered all with leaves of myrtle, a gown made of the finest wool, which from our pretty lambs we pull, fair lined slippers from the cold, with buckles of the purest gold, a belt of straw and ivy buds, with coral clasps and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, come live with me and be my love. The shepherd swains shall dance and sing for thy delight each May morning. If these delights thy mind may move, then live with me and be my love. The passionate shepherd was not the only lover whom Marlowe knew. In his tragedy, Dr. Faustus, a scholar who had sold his soul for knowledge, there is to be found one of the finest lyrical passages of love in English. By magic means, a vision had been brought before Faustus of that Helen of Troy, wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta, who was the most beautiful woman of her time. Having been persuaded by Paris, son of the king of Troy, to desert Menelaus for him, she became the cause of the Trojan War. As this vision of her appeared in the German scholar's study, he burst out, in Marlowe's play, into this song of wonder and admiration. Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships, and burnt the topless towers of Ilium? Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Her lips suck forth my soul, see where it flies. Come, Helen, come, give me my soul again. Here will I dwell, for heaven is in these lips, and all is dross that is not Helena. I will be Paris, and for love of thee, instead of Troy, shall Würtemberg be sacked, and I will combat with weak Menelaus, and wear thy colours on my plumed crest. Yea, I will wound Achilles in the heel, and then return to Helen for a kiss. Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Then we turn to Shakespeare, and he brings us down from these giddy heights to the clean, open country, for his plays are strewn with little jewels of song. When that I was and a little tiny boy, where the bee sucks, lawn as white as driven snow, fairy king, attend and mark, and all the rest. Who can say which of them all is the best? At any rate, this is among the best. When daffodils begin to peer, with hay the doxy over the dale, why, then comes in the sweet of the year, for the red blood reigns in the winter's pale, the white sheet bleaching on the hedge, with hay the sweet birds, oh, how they sing, doth set my pugging tooth on edge, for a quart of ale is a dish for a king. The lark, that tira lira chants, with hay, the thrush and the jay, are summer songs for me and my aunts, while we lie tumbling in the hay. So sang that snapper up of unconsidered trifles, Autolycus, as he surely only irrelevantly remembered his aunts, because he was hard-pressed for a rhyme. The most lyrical stanza from the Passionate Pilgrim, full as it is of Shakespeare's bitter-sweet wisdom, must not be forgotten. Crabbed age and youth cannot live together. Youth is full of pleasance, age is full of care. Youth like summer morn, age like winter weather. Youth like summer brave, age like winter bare. Youth is full of sport, age's breath is short. Youth is nimble, age is lame. Youth is hot and bold, age is weak and cold. Youth is wild, and age is tame. Age, I do abhor thee. Youth, I do adore thee. O my love is young. Age, I do defy thee. O sweet shepherd, hie thee, for methinks thou stayest too long. Then Ben Jonson was not only a playwright, but a lyrist too. Rarely has the goddess of the chase been more worthily sung than in his song To Diana. Queen and huntress, chaste and fair, now the sun is laid to sleep, seated in thy silver chair, state in wonted manner keep. Hesperus entreats thy light, goddess excellently bright. Earth, let not thy envious shade dare itself to interpose. Cynthia's shining orb was made heaven to clear when day did close. Bless us then with wished sight, goddess excellently bright. Lay thy bow of pearl apart, and thy crystal shining quiver. Give unto the flying heart space to breathe, how short soever. Thou that makest a day of night, goddess excellently bright. Love did not always run smoothly, however, even in the great Elizabethan days. This seems to have been the case with a nameless man who, somewhere about the year 1580, left behind him this song for his disdainful lady. Alas, my love, you do me wrong, to cast me off discourteously, and I have loved you so long, delighting in your company. For oh, Greensleeves was all my joy, and oh, Greensleeves was my delight, and oh, Greensleeves was my heart of gold, and who but my lady Greensleeves? I bought thee petticoats of the best, the cloth as fine as might be. I gave thee jewels for thy chest, and all this cost I spent on thee. For oh, Greensleeves, thy smock of silk, both fair and white, with gold embroidered gorgeously, thy petticoat of sendal right, and these I bought thee gladly. For oh, Greensleeves. Greensleeves, now farewell, adieu. God I pray to prosper thee, for I am still thy lover true. Come once again and love me, for oh, Greensleeves. Save this anonymous poet, all the rest of the Elizabethans quoted so far were above all else dramatists. But there was one who was the poet's poet, who wrote no drama, Edmund Spenser, the greatest of all non-dramatic Elizabethans. With the exception of the Epithalamion, Spenser's great marriage hymn, his first poem, The Shepherd's Calendar, which was published in 1579, is his most lyrical long poem. Some of its 12 eclogues have a moral or political meaning beneath the poetry, but others are lyrical in subject, if one may say so, as well as in form. Colin Clout is the recognized leader of the shepherds, but he is hopelessly crossed in love, and has thrown down his pipe in despair. In the 4th eclogue, Hobbinol, his dear friend, sings Colin's lay in praise of Queen Elizabeth, whose portrait Spenser draws thus: See where she sits upon the grassy green, O seemly sight, yclad in scarlet like a maiden queen, and ermines white. Upon her head a crimson coronet, with damask roses and daffodillies set, bay leaves between, and primroses green embellish the sweet violet. Though someone may tiresomely point out that damask roses and daffodils do not bloom at the same time, he cannot deny the beauty of these lines. The 6th eclogue opens with Colin's bitter lamentations over his faithless lady love. But in high June, Hobbinol cannot listen patiently to woe. He counsels Colin to let her go her way, and himself be merry in the midsummer joy. To Colin, here the place whose pleasant sight from other shades hath weaned my wandering mind, tell me what wants me here to work delight. The simple air, the gentle warbling wind, so calm, so cool, as nowhere else I find. The grassy ground with dainty daisies dight, the bramble bush where birds of every kind to the waters fall their tunes a temper right. Then if by me thou list advised be, forsake the soil that so doth thee bewitch. Leave me those hills where Harborough nis to see, nor Holybush, nor Brer, nor winding Witch, and to the dales resort, where shepherds rich and fruitful flocks been everywhere to see. Here no night ravens lodge more black than pitch, nor elvish ghosts, nor ghastly owls do flee. But friendly fairies, met with many graces, and light-fought nymphs can chase the lingering night, with haydags and trimly trodden traces, whilst sisters 9, which dwell on Parnass height, do make them music for their more delight, and Pan himself, to kiss their crystal faces, will pipe and dance where Phoebe shineth bright. Such peerless pleasures have we in these places. Colin, to hear thy rhymes and roundelays, which thou wert wont on wasteful hills to sing, I more delight than lark in summer days, whose echo made the neighbour groves to ring, and taught the birds, which in the lower spring did shroud in shady leaves from sunny rays, frame to thy song their cheerful chirruping, or hold their peace for shame of thy sweet lays. I saw Calliope with muses mow, soon as thy oaten pipe began to sound, their ivory lutes and tambourines forego, and from the fountain where they sat around, run after hastily thy silver sound. But when they came where thou thy skill didst show, they drew aback, as half with shame confound, shepherd to see them in their art outgo. The October Eclogue has 3 beautiful stanzas, Spenser's tribute to the essence and greatness of poetry. Cuddy, the pattern poet, has lamented the world's inattention, which has incidentally brought him to poverty. They hand the pleasure, I a slender prize. I beat the bush, the birds to them do fly. And complains that the lovelorn Colin is sitting silent. He, were he not with love so ill bedight, would mount as high and sing as sweet as swan. Then Piers, his friend, bursts out into the praise of love, which is the poet's inspiration. Ah, son, for love doth teach him climb so high, and lifts him up out of the loathsome mire, such immortal mirror as he doth admire, would raise his mind above the starry sky, and cause a caitiff courage to aspire, for lofty love doth loathe a lowly eye. Though the Fairy Queen is a narrative poem, it has lyrical stanzas. For instance, the first one of Canto 4 of Book 6, describing the wounded knight Callapines' condition, he who, when he was cured of those wounds, cast abroad to wend, to take the air, and hear the thrush's song. The only verses which can be quoted here are two from the last canto of Book 1. Perhaps sound and sense have never been more exquisitely wedded, even by Spenser, than in these, where he describes the palace after the marriage of Una and the Red Cross Knight. Then gan they sprinkle all the posts with wine, and made great feast to solemnize that day. They all perfumed with frankincense divine, and precious odours fetched from far away, that all the house did sweat with great array, and all the while sweet music did apply her curious skill, the warbling notes to play, to drive away the dull melancholy, the whiles one sung a song of love and jollity. During the which there was an heavenly noise, heard sound through all the palace pleasantly, like as it had been many an angel's voice, sing before the eternal Majesty, in their trinal triplicities on high, yet wist no creature whence that heavenly sweet proceeded, yet each one felt secretly himself thereby reft of his senses meet, and ravished with rare impression in his sprite. The high water mark of Spenser's lyrical genius is his marriage song, the Epithalamion. Upon his own wedding day he poured out this flood of joy, melody, and ecstasy. So Orpheus did for his own bride, so I unto myself alone will sing. The woods shall to me answer, and my echo ring. Bring with you all the nymphs that you can hear, both of the rivers and the forests green, and of the sea that neighbours to her near, all with gay girlands goodly well beseen, and let them also with them bring in hand another gay girland, for my fair love of lilies and of roses, bound true love wise with a blue silk riband. And let them make great store of bridal poses, and let them eke bring store of other flowers, to deck the bridal bowers, and let the ground whereas her foot shall tread, for fear the stones her tender foot should wrong, be strewed with fragrant flowers all along, and diapered like the discoloured mead, which done, do at her chamber door await, for she will waken straight. The whiles do ye this song unto her sing, the woods shall to you answer, and your echo ring. Wake now, my love, awake, for it is time, the rosy morn long since left Tithonus' bed, already to her silver coach to climb, and Phoebus 'gins to show his glorious head. Hark how the cheerful birds do chant their A's, and carol of love's praise. The merry lark her matins sings aloft, the thrush replies, the mavis descant plays, the ouzel shrills, the ruddock warbles soft. So goodly, all agree with sweet consent to this day's merriment. Ah, my dear love, why do you sleep thus long, when meeter were that you should now awake, to await the coming of your joyous make, and hearken to the birds' love-learned song, the dewy leaves among, for they of joy and pleasance to you sing, that all the woods them answer, and their echo ring. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 3, Part 2. At the end of Spenser's Amoretti, his love sonnets, which seem to be closing in gloom, and immediately before the Epithalamion, his triumph song of love, he puts this most delightful little poem, which, if less musical than his marriage hymn, has a very charming spice of humor. Upon a day as love lay sweetly slumbering, all in his mother's lap, a gentle bee with his loud trumpet murmuring about him flew by hap. Whereof when he was wakened with the noise, and saw the beast so small, "What's this," quoth he, "that gives so great a voice, that wakens men withal?" In angry wise he flies about, and threatens all with courage stout. To whom his mother closely smiling said, "'Twixt earnest and 'twixt game, see, thou thyself likewise art little made, if thou regard the same. And yet thou sufferest neither gods in sky, nor men in earth to rest, and when thou art disposed cruelly, their sleep thou dost molest. Then either change thy cruelty, or give like leave unto the fly." Nathless the cruel boy, not so content, would needs the fly pursue, and in his hand with heedless hardiment him caught for to subdue. But when on it he hasty hand did lay, the bee him stung therefore. "Now out, alas!" he cried, "and well away, I wounded am full sore. The fly that I so much did scorn hath hurt me with his little horn." Unto his mother straight he weeping came, and of his grief complained, who could not choose but laugh at his fond game, though sad to see him pained. "Think now," quoth she, "my son, how great the smart of those whom thou dost wound. Full many thou hast pricked to the heart, that pity never found. Therefore henceforth some pity take, when thou dost spoil of lovers make." She took him straight full, piteously lamenting, and wrapped him in her smock. She wrapped him softly, all the while repenting that he the fly did mock. She dressed his wound, and it embalmed well with salve of sovereign might, and then she bathed him in a dainty well, the well of dear delight. Who would not oft be stung as this, to be so bathed in Venus' bliss? The wanton boy was shortly well recured of that his malady, but he soon after fresh again inured his former cruelty. And since that time he wounded hath myself with his sharp dart of love, and now forgets the cruel careless elf his mother's hest to prove. So now I languish till he please, my pining anguish to appease. The men of Elizabethan days were not men of one or a few ideas. This England was alive with thought and action, which the lyrics reflect. An instance may be found in the grave and beautiful poem which the playwright George Pyle addressed to Queen Elizabeth. He had been at the university. He had written tales as well as plays, but here he speaks of himself as a soldier and courtier. His golden locks time hath to silver turned. O time too swift, O swiftness never ceasing, his youth 'gainst time and age hath ever spurned, but spurned in vain, youth waneth by increasing. Beauty, strength, youth are flowers but fading seen, duty, faith, love are roots and ever green. His helmet now shall make a hive for bees, and lovers' sonnets turned to holy psalms. A man-at-arms must now serve on his knees, and feed on prayers, which are age his alms. But though from court to cottage he depart, his saint is sure of his unspotted heart. And when he saddest sits in homely cell, he'll teach his swains this carol for a song. Blessed be the hearts that wish my sovereign well, cursed be the souls that think her any wrong. Goddess, allow this aged man his right to be your beadsman now that was your knight. If after the lapse of centuries we no longer regard Queen Elizabeth either as a goddess or a saint, we may still have imagination enough to understand why her courtiers could so write. If it were an age of exaggeration, at any rate, the fine poem Integer Vitae, sometimes allotted to Francis Bacon, but probably with more justice to Thomas Campion, shows the strong, sober, moral sense which grew up amidst the variety and brilliant adventures of Elizabethan life. It is the consolatory song of a man whose life is whole, unstained. The man of life upright, whose guiltless heart is free from all dishonest deeds or thought of vanity. The man whose silent days in harmless joys are spent, whom hopes cannot delude, nor sorrow discontent. That man needs neither towers nor armor for defense, nor secret vaults to fly from thunder's violence. He only can behold with unaffrighted eyes the horrors of the deep and terror of the skies. Thus scorning all the cares that fate or fortune brings, he makes the heaven his book, his wisdom heavenly things, good thoughts his only friends, his wealth a well-spent age, the earth his sober inn and quiet pilgrimage. On a more spiritual note, Robert Southwell, the Jesuit priest, imprisoned, often racked, and finally, in 1595, executed by Queen Elizabeth's orders, wrote this lyric: "The Burning Babe," a poem on our Lord's birth, so beautiful that Rare Ben Jonson declared that he would have destroyed many of his own poems could he have written this one. As I in hoary winter's night stood shivering in the snow, surprised was I with sudden heat, which made my heart to glow, and lifting up a fearful eye to view what fire was near, a pretty babe, all burning bright, did in the air appear, who, scorched with excessive heat, such floods of tears did shed, as though his floods should quench his flames, which with his tears were fed. Alas, quoth he, but newly born in fiery hearts I fry, yet none approach to warm their hearts or feel my fire but I. My faultless breast the furnace is, the fuel wounding thorns. Love is the fire, and sighs the smoke, the ashes, shames, and scorns. The fuel justice layeth on, and mercy blows the coals. The metal in this furnace wrought are men's defiled souls. For which is now on fire I am, to work them to their good. So will I melt into a bath, to wash them in my blood. With this he vanished out of sight, and swiftly shrunk away, and swift I called unto mind that it was Christmas Day. In 1652 there appeared in S. Victor's Street at the Golden Sun in Paris, from the press of Peter Tarza, printer to the Archbishop of Paris, a collection of sacred poems by an English exile, Richard Crashaw. He was driven out of his fellowship at Peterhouse, Cambridge, because he would not subscribe to the Puritans' covenant. There is, in this slender volume, a nativity hymn of shepherds, of whom, in its course, two sing this verse together. We saw thee in thy balmy nest, young dawn of our eternal day. We saw thine eyes break from their east, and chase the trembling shades away. We saw thee, and we blessed the sight. We saw thee by thine own sweet light. Then one shepherd, aghast at this world's reception of the holy babe, sings alone. Poor world, said I, what wilt thou do to entertain this starry stranger? Is this the best thou canst bestow, a cold and not too cleanly manger? Contend the powers of heaven and earth to fit a bed for this huge birth? Then the full chorus of shepherds bursts into lyrical praise of the divine child. Welcome all wonders in one sight, eternity shut in a span, summer in winter, day in night, heaven in earth, and God in man. Great little one, whose all-embracing birth lifts earth to heaven, stoops heaven to earth. Thus, the nativity songs of the late 16th and early 17th centuries show us that no religious strife, fierce punishment, nor hardship, nor any other injury can crush out a man's faith if he holds on, as Beowulf, long ages before, would have him do. The beginning of the English 17th century saw the making of the imperishable translation of the Old and New Testaments, which we still call the authorized version of the Bible in English. Prose is its style, though of the many books which make it up, many, especially in the Old Testament, were in the original poetical. Though we may call it all prose, there are many lyrical passages which have all the quality of true song. Of course, as all translations do, such passages owe their beauty of meaning to the originals. But in this case, English lyrical prose, gorgeous, stately, pathetic, or whatever else it may have been in Elizabethan days, rose to a splendor and a music which, it is safe to say, nothing else in the English tongue can surpass. Perhaps this quality of melody is never more perfect than when some touch, at least, of natural beauty so dear to the English heart enters. Magnificent passages might be taken from Job, Isaiah, the Psalms, or the Book of Wisdom. Perhaps the two following are less widely known, but they are not less lovely. In the first, from Ecclesiasticus, wisdom is speaking. I came out of the mouth of the Most High, and covered the earth as a cloud. I dwelt in high places, and my throne is in a cloudy pillar. I alone compassed the circuit of heaven, and walked in the bottom of the deep. In the waves of the sea, and in all the earth, and in every people and nation, I got a possession. And I took root in an honorable people, even in the portion of the Lord's inheritance. I was exalted like a cedar in Libanus, and as a cypress tree upon the mountains of Hermon. I was exalted like a palm tree in Engadi, and as a rose plant in Jericho, as a fair olive tree in a pleasant field, and grew up as a plane tree by the water. I gave a sweet smell, like cinnamon and aspalathus, and I yielded a pleasant odor, like the best myrrh, as galbanum and onyx, and sweet storax, and as the fume of frankincense in the tabernacle. Fragrance of spices, the coolness of running water, the color of fair blooms is all there, and through it sounds a solemn music, as wisdom declares, I am the mother of fair love, and fear and knowledge, and holy hope. The other passage is from the Song of Songs. A garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. Thy plants are an orchard of pomegranates with pleasant fruits, camphor with spikenard, spikenard and saffron, calamus and cinnamon, with all trees of frankincense, myrrh and aloes, with all the chief spices. A fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, and streams from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south, blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden, and eat his pleasant fruits. Marvelous melody in a fragrant world. The 17th century in England began with the dullness of James I, and moved slowly onward to the disaster of the Civil War. Out of it all there grew up a literature of unique beauty. The uncertainty of life's conditions, which prevailed throughout the century's course, can be felt in the varying temper of the lyrics. There are, of course, as always, those of human love, but there are many on the graver, perplexing problems of life, on death, and some dealing with that conviction of intimate, personal communion with God, which is called mystical love. Men, some at least, were led by their sorrows and losses, by the injustice they suffered, to a spirituality which carried them through and out of their wretchedness to a level where nothing any more disturbed their inner peace, however stripped they might be of everyday comfort and ordinary prosperity. To this we owe many exquisite lyrics. After all, neither fine poetry nor any other great achievement is the outcome of fat content. Sir Henry Wotton, descended from an old family distinguished for their culture and their services to England, had a checkered life. While a young man, he was committed to prison by Queen Mary, on his own uncle's request, merely because the uncle had dreamed that he would use liberty to get into mischief. When he was released, he travelled for 9 years as secretary to Elizabeth's favourite, Robert, Earl of Essex. Later on he was, under James I, ambassador to Venice and Germany. Finally, he was made provost of Eton College. Such a man knew much of men and of life. These stanzas, from The Character of a Happy Life, tell us his conclusions, those of an English public servant. How happy is he born and taught that serveth not another's will, whose armour is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill, whose passions not his master are, whose soul is still prepared for death, untied unto the world by care of public fame or private breath. Who hath his life from rumours freed, whose conscience is his strong retreat, whose state can neither flatteries feed, nor ruin make oppressors great? This man is freed from servile bands, of hope to rise or fear to fall, lord of himself, though not of lands, and hoping nothing, yet hath all. Henry, King, Bishop of Chichester, was, though his religious views tended towards Puritanism, a devoted adherent of Charles I. When the Puritans drove him out of his bishopric, he retired from public life. He poured out some of his sorrow and distress in these particularly musical lines. Like to the falling of a star, or as the flight of eagles are, or like the fresh spring's gaudy hue, or silver drops of morning dew, or like the wind that chafes to flood, or bubbles which on water stood. Even such is man, whose borrowed light is straight called in and paid to night. The wind blows out, the bubble dies, the spring entombed in autumn lies, the dew dries up, the star is shot, the flight is past, and man forgot. One of the bitterest of very early 17th century lyrics is Sir Walter Raleigh's The Lie. Probably he wrote it in the Tower, while he was still smarting under the provocations of his unjust trial and imprisonment. It is too long for complete quotation here, but a few verses will show how essentially worthless public life could seem to a great man, even in the afterglow of what is called the glory of Elizabethan days. If it be a one-sided view, yet it is a view, and we may well consider all sides. Go, soul, the body's guest, upon a thankless errand. Fear not to touch the best, the truth shall be thy warrant. Go, since I needs must die, and give the world the lie. Say to the court it glows and shines like rotten wood. Say to the church it shows what's good, and doth no good. If church and court reply, then give them both the lie. Tell men of high condition that manage the estate, their purpose is ambition, their practice only hate, and if they once reply, then give them all the lie. Tell wit how much it wrangles in tickle points of niceness. Tell wisdom she entangles herself in over wiseness, and when they do reply, straight give them both the lie. Tell physic of her boldness, tell skill it is pretension, tell charity of coldness, tell law it is contention, and as they do reply, so give them still the lie. Tell fortune of her blindness, tell nature of decay, tell friendship of unkindness, tell justice of delay, and if they will reply, then give them all the lie. So when thou hast, as I commanded thee, done blabbing, although to give the lie deserves no less than stabbing, stab at thee he that will, no stab the soul can kill. That nothing could kill Raleigh's soul is certain. He lay in prison after an iniquitous trial from 1603 to 1618, in which latter year he was executed. His poem, Sir Walter Raleigh's Pilgrimage, said by some to have been written the night before he was beheaded, shows us how he met death. Blood must be my body's balmer, no other balm will there be given, whilst my soul, like quiet palmer, travelleth toward the land of heaven. Over the silver mountains, where spring the nectar fountains, there will I kiss the bowl of bliss, and drink mine everlasting fill upon every milken hill. A very gallant gentleman. With Raleigh's bitter poem, The Lie, we may compare James Shirley's fine lyric, said to have been the favorite one of Charles I. The glories of our blood and state are shadows, not substantial things. There is no armor against fate. Death lays his icy hand on kings. Sceptre and crown must tumble down, and in the dust be equal made with the poor crooked scythe and spade. Some men with swords may reap the field, and plant fresh laurels where they kill, but their strong nerves at last must yield, they tame but one another still. Early or late they stoop to fate, and must give up their murmuring breath, when they, pale captives, creep to death. The garlands wither on your brow, then boast no more your mighty deeds. Upon death's purple altar now, see where the victor victim bleeds. Your heads must come to the cold tomb. Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust. Raleigh, in his concluding line, rather defies ill-doers than comforts himself, but Shirley, in this last couplet, really redresses the balance, and restores inner peace. Raleigh's grey mood had, through continued injustice, become ingrained. A passage from The History of the World, written in his prison, a piece of majestic prose which nearly becomes lyrical, shows how sincere was his gloom. O eloquent, just, and mighty death, whom none could advise, thou hast persuaded. What none hath dared, thou hast done, and whom all the world hath flattered, thou only hast cast out of the world and despised. Thou hast drawn together all the far-stretched greatness, all the pride, cruelty, and ambition of man, and covered it all over with these two narrow words, hic jacet. Reader's note: this means here he lies. When we put these poems into the midst of the parliamentary measures and confusing battlefields and struggling parties which make up the tale of the bare historical facts of the 17th century, then human beings with their real thoughts and feelings enter, and what perhaps once seemed dry lives. Yet it is a relief to turn to some of the other lyrics of that time, because, however much fighting and injustice there was, men and women still fell in love, and still cared for each other through all disasters. A wonderful poem remains, which some critics believe to be Raleigh's, and others give to an unknown author with the initials A.W., a poem which tells of that love which many waters cannot quench. These are the two most perfect stanzas. No mortal thing can bear so high a price, but that with the mortal thing it may be bought. The corn of Sicil buys the western spice, French wine of us, of them our cloth is sought. No pearls, no gold, no stones, no corn, no spice, no cloth, no wine, of love can pay the price. What thing is love, which naught can countervail, naught save itself? Even such a thing is love. All worldly wealth in worth as far doth fail, as lowest earth doth yield to heaven above. Divine is love, and scorneth worldly pelf, and can be bought with nothing but with self. Though it is not easy to choose among the beautiful songs written by Carew, Charles I.'s cup-bearer, or sovereign ordinary, every English man or woman who has any care for poetry must care to know this one. Ask me no more where Jove bestows, when June is past, the dying rose, for in your beauty's orient deep these flowers as in their causes sleep. Ask me no more whither do stray the golden atoms of the day, for in pure love heaven did prepare those powders to enrich your hair. Ask me no more whither doth haste the nightingale when May is past, for in your sweet dividing throat she winters and keeps warm her note. Ask me no more where those stars light that downwards fall in dead of night, for in your eyes they sit, and there fixed become as in their sphere. Ask me no more if east or west the phoenix builds her spicy nest, for unto you at last she flies, and in your fragrant bosom dies. That is a song made of love and imagination, of light, color, and music. The poems of Richard Lovelace are marked with the troubles of the Civil War. Everyone knows the one to Lucasta, which, when she reproached him for leaving her service for the king's, reminded her that I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more. A couplet in which truth and music are so closely bound up that it cannot die while England and the English exist. Probably the last verse of To Althea, written while he was in prison, is equally well known. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet, take that for an hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. The lyrics of Charles I's reign are said by some to be the most beautiful we possess. At any rate, they have a rare vein of unworldliness in them. Yet it was James I's reign which had heard the voice of absolutely limitless devotion, when Herrick sang his song to Anthea, who may command him anything. Bid me to live, and I will live, thy Protestant to be. Or bid me love, and I will give a loving heart to thee. A heart as soft, a heart as kind, a heart as sound and free, as in the whole world thou canst find, that heart I'll give to thee. Bid that heart stay, and it will stay, to honor thy decree, or bid it languish quite away, and it shall do so for thee. Bid me to weep, and I will weep, while I have eyes to see, and having none, yet I will keep a heart to weep for thee. Bid me despair, and I'll despair under that cypress tree, or bid me die, and I will dare e'en death to die for thee. Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me, and hast command of every part to live and die for thee. One more love song from these years must suffice, one whose author is unknown, but whose individual longing makes a universal appeal, as every true lyric must. Love not me for comely grace, for my pleasing eye or face, nor for any outward part, no, nor for a constant heart, for these may fail or turn to ill, so thou and I shall sever. Keep, therefore, a true woman's eye, and love me still, but know not why. So hast thou the same reason still to dote upon me ever. There is a still higher love than that of men and women for each other, even at that love's highest and best, the love of the human soul for God. Richard Crashaw has perhaps come as near imprisoning this in words as any poet can. He was writing of the great Spanish saint, good, charming, witty, wise Teresa. Suddenly, casting from him the business of writing about her portrait, he, all ablaze with love and wonder, cried to her spirit, which had left this world, O thou undaunted daughter of desires, by all thy dower of lights and fires, by all the eagle in thee, all the dove, by all thy lives and deaths of love, by thy large draughts of intellectual day, and by thy thirsts of love more large than they, by all thy brim-filled bowls of sweet desire, by thy last morning's draught of liquid fire, by the full kingdom of that final kiss that seized thy parting soul and sealed thee his, by all the heaven thou hast in him, fair sister of the seraphim, by all of him we have in thee, leave nothing of myself in me. Let me so read thy life that I unto all life of mine may die. The 17th century was in England an age of struggle, confusion and flat contradictions. Something of its many-sidedness can be seen, I hope, in this handful of lyrics from its rich harvest field. After the misery, peace, in some measure, returned, for a time at least. We will take leave of the age on a note of quiet joy which two poets furnish, the one writing of this present world's peace, the other of heaven's. Andrew Marvell was, by all his sympathies, a king's man, but after Charles's death he seems to have decided that Cromwell possessed powers of serving England, so he contentedly accepted the post of tutor to the little daughter of the parliamentarian General Fairfax, doubtless the more readily as Fairfax had not consented to the king's execution. In the security and beauty of Fairfax's country home in Yorkshire, Marvell wrote a series of poems upon country life, which, if they are now less widely known than they deserve, must last as long as the English tongue. This stanza from his Garden is so perfect and sound, so lovely as a picture, so satisfying to high emotion, that it can well stand alone. Here at the fountain's sliding foot, or at some fruit tree's mossy root, casting the body's vest aside, my soul into the boughs does glide. There like a bird it sits and sings, then wets and combs its silver wings, and till prepared for longer flight, waves in its plumes the various light. Vaughan, more unfortunate in outward circumstances than Marvell, and of an utterly different temperament, hungered, genuine as his love of natural beauty was, for some greater security than is found among men. My soul, there is a country afar beyond the stars, where stands a winged sentry, all skilful in the wars. There above noise and danger, sweet peace sits crowned with smiles, and one born in a manger commands the beauteous files. He is thy gracious friend, and O my soul, awake, did in pure love descend, to die here for thy sake. If thou canst get but thither, there grows the flower of peace, the rose that cannot wither, thy fortress and thy ease. Leave then thy foolish ranges, for none can thee secure, but one who never changes, thy God, thy life, thy cure. Not very much is known about Vaughan's private life, but this much is true. He tried 2 professions and succeeded in neither. In the Civil War he lost his best friends and what possessions he had of his own. The cause he supported, King Charles's, was lost. The church he loved was sorely injured, and he himself was left without its spiritual help. But he learned slowly that to the man whose courage holds, such things, however bitter, do not finally matter, and he won through to the inner peace which endures when lesser comfort passes. End of Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Kennedy. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4. Later Lyrics. The years lying between the restoration of Charles II and the end of the 18th century were not, on the whole, likely to produce many lyrics, nor did they do it. The minds of men were turned to matters of government, to questions of wealth, and of what we call public life. They cared more for philosophy than art, more for prose than for poetry. Therefore, and because in the 19th century we find such an abundance of songs that it is impossible here to give more than the scantest idea of them, by the most careful choice among them, we may leave the 18th century out, save for one love song, a poem by the Ayrshire poet Robert Burns, which can challenge the claims of anyone in these islands, written before or since. Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. So fear art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till the seas gang dry. Till the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt in the sun, I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands of life shall run. And fear thee well, my only love, and fear thee well a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 mile. We may, suitably, continue with a few love lyrics, picked out of a countless number made during the 19th century. Perhaps another's choice would reject these for quite different songs. For though there are rules of poetry, there are also promptings of individual taste. Few people agree wholly, especially about lyrics. But at least, I think, I may claim for all included here that no one of them is unworthy of our literature's great traditions, and that, taken all together, they show its many-sidedness. Blake's song is the earliest in time. Who or what love's victim is precisely, he leaves us to imagine. Always in his poetry there is, as here, mystery, wrapping his picture in a shining haze. How sweet I roamed from field to field, and tasted all the summer's pride, till I the Prince of Love beheld, who in the sunny beams did glide. He shewed me lilies for my hair, and blushing roses for my brow. He led me through his gardens fair, where all his golden pleasures grow. With sweet May dews my wings were wet, and Phoebus furred my vocal rage. He caught me in his silken net, and shut me in his golden cage. He loves to sit and hear me sing, then laughing sports and plays with me, then stretches out my golden wing, and mocks my loss of liberty. When we turn to Tennyson's love songs, we almost must choose Maud. The whole poem is long, but these the best stanzas, those of the invocation and of the coming response to it, throb with passion. They show, too, his wonderful gift for making words sound like the meaning they bear. Come into the garden, Maud, for the black-bat night has flown. Come into the garden, Maud, I am here at the gate alone. And the woodbine spices are wafted abroad, and the musk of the rose is blown. For a breeze of morning moves, and the planet of love is on high, beginning to faint in the light that she loves, on a bed of daffodil sky, to faint in the light of the sun she loves, to faint in his light and to die. There has fallen a splendid tear from the passion flower at the gate. She is coming, my dove, my dear, she is coming, my life, my fate. The red rose cries, she is near, she's near, and the white rose weeps, she is late. The larkspur listens, I hear, and the lily whispers, I wait. She's coming, my own, my sweet. Were it ever so airy a tread, my heart would hear her and beat. Were it earth in an earthy bed, my dust would hear her and beat. Had I lain for a century dead, would start and tremble under her feet, and blossom in purple and red. Robert Browning was not seldom accused of being very rough in his verse, and very difficult to understand. Yet anyone who will take a little trouble can find in his work some of the most musical lines written while he lived and wrote. Moreover, these addressed to his wife after her death do not seem particularly hard to understand. A ring without a posy, and that ring mine? O lyric love, half angel and half bird, and all a wonder and a wild desire. Boldest of hearts that ever braved the sun, took sanctuary within the holier blue, and sang a kindred soul out to his face. Yet human at the red ripe of the heart, when the first summons from the darkling earth reached thee amid thy chambers, blanched their blue, and bared them of the glory, to drop down, to toil for man, to suffer or to die. This is the same voice. Can thy soul know change? Hail then, and hearken from the realms of help. Beside these love lyrics of Tennyson and Browning, so passionate as they are, it is interesting to put one which comes from Ireland, sad, distressed country, set in the Atlantic, covered so often with mists and drifting rain. It is a land of half-light, of wandering gloom, of subdued shades, of whispering winds and calling voices. All that is of the texture of this lyric of Seamus O'Sullivan, and instead of violence of passion, we find the love which has passed beyond tumult into some land of irrevocable peace. Tremulous gray of dusk, deepening into the blue, it is the path that leads ever to you. Child of the dusk, your eyes quietly light my way, quiet as evening stars, quiet and gray. All the magic of dusk, tremulous gray and blue, gathers into my heart, quiet for you. But love goes on and on. It cannot die. That truth is the underlying thought of a poem written quite recently. The poet Elroy Flecker has spent much of his life in dreary political work in the East, had lived there longing for England. Then he became hopelessly ill, and at the moment when his friends were going to the Great War to save, as they believed, everything which makes life of value, he lay dying in the hill country of Switzerland. These young men did not fight to rescue the kind of riches which is represented by money, but to secure the wisdom of all time, its literature, its thought, its art. Flecker, instead of joining them, could only lie helpless, waiting for death. Endowed with great natural gifts, he had always been a deliberate and careful craftsman. To the very end of his strength he worked, capturing his dreams, polishing his verse. This lyric of love in and beyond death was included in the last sheaf of poems which he could prepare. In the first two lines he refers to this constant polishing, which under the title of The Old Ships was published after his death in 1915. The poem is called Stillness. When the words rustle no more, and the last work's done, when the bolt lies deep in the door, and fire, our sun, falls on the dark lane meadows of the floor, when from the clock's last chime to the next chime, silence beats his drum, and space with gaunt gray eyes and her brother time, wheeling and whispering, come, she with the mold of form, and he with the loom of rhyme. Then twittering out in the night, my thought birds flee. I am emptied of all my dreams. I only hear earth turning. I only see ether's long bankless streams, and only know I should drown if you laid not your hand on me. But we must turn away from these love lyrics, back to the beginning of the 19th century, when the Romantics toiled to scatter the 18th century's cold grayness and to light up the world again with sunshine, color, and sweet sound. Amidst many poets, 6 stand out preeminently. As Blake's poem was the first of the love songs quoted here, so his unique verse shall come at the head of those lyrics of the first quarter of the century for which we can find space. With its pictures, color, and mysterious insight, and not less mysterious sense of awe, it has charmed generations of children, old and young. Tiger, tiger, burning bright, in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? And what shoulder, and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand, and what dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil, what dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright, in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? In the literature of every nation there is probably a tiny band who are unlike all the rest. That is certainly true of some English poets, and Blake is one of these. His individuality is so marked that he stands apart. Long study is needed before anyone can really appreciate this fully. Some suggestion of it may be understood, perhaps, by a comparison of two of his poems. Among his poetical sketches is a little song, To Spring. It sings not only of spring, but of Blake's love for his own England's kind of the coming offspring. O thou with dewy locks, who lookest down through the clear window of the morning, turn thine angel eyes upon our western isle, which in full choir hails thy approach. O spring! The hills tell each other, and the listening valleys hear. All our longing eyes are turned up to thy bright pavilions. Issue forth, and let thy holy feet visit our clime. Come o'er the eastern hills, and let our winds kiss thy perfumed garments. Let us taste thy morn and evening breath. Scatter thy pearls upon our lovesick land that mourns for thee. O deck her forth with thy fair fingers. Pour thy soft kisses on her bosom, and put thy golden crown upon her languished head, whose modest tresses were bound up for thee. In these verses we have the expression of human joy in the natural beauty of this physical world, and with it an atmosphere of the love of our own homeland. The loveliness is of natural, not of human things. There are other verses of Blake's in which he is again thinking of England, of her dearness to him, and of her natural beauty. But he has gone below the surface. He has thought of her not only as his homeland, but as that of other men and women, much less endowed with joy than himself. He has thought, too, of something else, of that devastated, blackened misery that men, in their desire for riches, have substituted over square miles on square miles for England's pristine condition, before the countryside was turned into sites for factories, not always with due regard to real rights or the just due of working people. The verse which follows comes from his Milton. And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green? And was the holy Lamb of God on England's pleasant pastures seen? And did the continents divine shine forth upon our clouded hills? And was Jerusalem built here, among these dark satanic mills? Bring me my bow of burning gold, bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear, O clouds, unfold, bring me my chariot of fire. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land. Here the poet has become a prophet. not in that sense of the word which means seeing beforehand, but in that of seeing into, seeing what lies beneath, exchanging what seems to be for what really is. Keats, who while very young was attacked by mortal illness, died at the age of 26 in Italy, whither he had gone in the hope of being cured. He and Shelley were the most brilliantly gifted of the poets of the 19th century revival. It is impossible to know what heights and depths of achievement he might have reached had he lived to mature his genius. It is not very easy to believe that he would have surpassed his Nightingale. Though he included it among his odes, it seems really to belong to lyrical poetry, and so may find its place in this chapter. 1. My heart aches and a drowsy numbness pains my sense as though of hemlock I had drunk, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains. 1 minute passed, and Leithwards had sunk. 'Tis not through envy of thy happy lot, but being too happy in thy happiness, that thou, light-winged Dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beecham green and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throttled ease. 5. I cannot see what flowers are at my feet, nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs, but in embalmed darkness guess each sweet, wherewith the seasonable month endows the grass, the thicket, and the fruit-tree wild, white hawthorn, and the pastoral eglantine, fast-fallen violets covered up in leaves, and mid-May's eldest child, the coming musk-rose full of dewy wine, the murmurous haunt of flies on summer eve. 6. Darkling I listen, and for many a time I have been half in love with easeful death, called him soft names in many a mused rhyme, to take into the ear my quiet breath. Now more than ever seems it rich to die, to ease upon the midnight with no pain, while thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy. Still wouldst thou sing, and I have ears in vain, to thy high requiem become a sod. 7. Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird, no hungry generations tread thee down. The voice I hear this passing night was heard in ancient days by emperor and clown. Perhaps the selfsame song hath found a path through the sad hearth of Ruth when sick for home. She stood in tears amid the alien corn, the same that ofttimes hath charmed magic casements opening on the foam of perilous seas in fairy lands forlorn. Some 35 years later, another young Englishman, far too much neglected now, Sidney Dobell, wrote a long poem in which there occurs one lyrical passage which may compare with Keats' Nightingale song. Dobell's lines have not the vast imaginative sweep, the full rich music, nor the wistful desire of Keats, but they have understanding, true vision, the deft touch of the lover of the home country, and further, the slender yet unbroken resonance of the last lines is a thing standing alone, not found in any other English lines in quite that way. Among the thickest hazels of the brake, perchance some nightingale doth shake his feathers, and the air is full of song. In those old days when I was young and strong, he used to sing on yonder garden tree, beside the nursery. Ah, I remember how I loved to wake and find him singing on the self-same bough. I know it even now, where since the flit of bat, in ceaseless voice he sat, trying the spring night over like a tune, beneath the vernal moon. And while I listed long, day rose and still he sang, and all his staunchless song, as something fallen unaware, fell out of the tall tree he sang among. fell ringing down the ringing morn and rang like a golden jewel down a golden stair. Shelley, whose life was almost as brief and whose death was even more tragic than Keats, was the supreme lyricist of the first quarter of the 19th century. Unfortunate in his most troubled and short life, he literally sang his way to death. A large part of his work consists purely of lyrical verse, and the spirit of song penetrated into all that he wrote. Plays, narratives, all. The following lines from Prometheus Unbound, the drama in which he dreamed of the restoration of human liberty, might describe Shelley himself. A spirit speaks. On a poet's lips I slept, dreaming like a love adept. In the sound his breathing kept, nor seeks nor finds he mortal blisses, but feeds on the aerial kisses of shapes that haunt thought's wildernesses. He will watch from dawn to gloom, the lake reflected sun illume, the yellow bees in the ivy bloom, nor heed nor see what things they be, but from these create he can forms more real than living man, nurslings of immortality. Later in the play, spirits and the hours sing choruses, songs so skyey, so shimmering with color and quivering with unearthly sound that they stand alone, unmatched in our poetry. Chorus of Hours. Whence come ye so wild and so fleet? For sandals of lightning are on your feet, and your wings are soft and swift as thought, and your eyes are as love, which is veiled not. Chorus of Spirits. We come from the mind of humankind, which was late so dusk and obscene and blind. Now 'tis an ocean of clear emotion, a heaven of serene and mighty motion. From that deep abyss of wonder and bliss, whose caverns are crystal palaces, from those skyey towers, where thought's crowned powers sit watching your dance, ye happy hours. From the temples high of man's ear and eye, roofed over sculpture and poesy, from the murmurings of that unsealed springs, where science bedews his dædal wings. Our feet now ever palm are sandaled with calm, and the dew of our wings is a rain of balm, and beyond our eyes the human love lies, which makes all it gazes on paradise. Chorus of Hours. Break the dance and scatter the song, let some depart and some remain. Wherever we fly we lead along, in leashes like starbeams, soft yet strong, the clouds that are heavy with love's sweet rain. No lyric of Shelley's can ever be broken up without suffering grievous loss, and further, among the many, it is very hard to choose, whether it shall be the skylark in the maddest riot of spring's flushing strength, or the cloud, or the hymn of Apollo, or the hymn of Pan, or what. Perhaps of all the stanzas of the cloud, with its charm of double rhymes, this is the loveliest. That orbed maiden, with white fire laden, whom mortals call the moon, glides glimmering o'er my fleece-like floor, by the midnight breezes strewn, and wherever the beat of her unseen feet, which only the angels hear, may have broken the woof on my tent's thin roof, the stars peep behind her and peer, and I laugh to see them whirl and flee like a swarm of golden bees, when I widen the rent in my wind-built tent, till the calm rivers, lakes, and seas, like strips of the sky falling through me on high, are each paved with the moon and these. Who can say to what delicate instrument such lines could be sung? Perhaps only to Pan's pipes, those elusive, wistful pipes by which, in one little French city, Bourges, a goatherd, night and morning, still leads his flock to and from their pasture. Technically, the lines which close Prometheus Unbound are not a lyric, but they are lyrical. They chant the poet's dream of humanity redeemed from its vilest passions, its miserable desires, its irrevocable injustices. Love, from its awful throne of patient power, in the wise heart from the last giddy hour of dead endurance from the slippery steep and narrow verge of crag-like agony springs and folds over the world its healing wings. Gentleness, virtue, wisdom, and endurance, these are the seals of that most firm assurance which bars the pit over destruction's strength. And if, with infirm hand, eternity, mother of many acts and hours, should free the serpent that would clasp her with his length, these are the spells by which to reassume an empire over the disentangled doom, to suffer woes which hope thinks infinite, to forgive wrongs darker than death or night, to defy power which seems omnipotent, to love and bear to hope till hope creates from its own wreck the thing it contemplates, neither to change nor falter nor repent. This, like thy glory, Titan, is to be good, great, and joyous, beautiful, and free. This is alone life, joy, empire, and victory. Compared with the chronic songs of Prometheus or the swaying melody of the cloud, this is solemn music, organ-toned. The following lines, perhaps some of the most beautiful Shelley ever wrote, he might have dreamed to the violin he loved well. 1. Swiftly walk over the western wave, spirit of night, out of the misty eastern cave, where all the long and lone daylight thou wovest dreams of joy and fear, which make thee terrible and dear, swift by thy flight. 2. Wrap thy form in a mantle gray, star in wrath, blind with thine hair the eyes of day, kiss her until she be wearied out, then wander o'er city and sea and land, touching all with thine opiate wand. Come, long sought. 3. When I arose and saw the dawn, I sighed for thee. When light rode high, and the dew was gone, and noon lay heavy on flower and tree, and the weary day turned to his rest, lingering like an unloved guest, I sighed for thee. 4. Thy brother Death came and cried, wouldest thou me, thy sweet child sleep, the filmy-eyed, murmured like a noontide bee, shall I nestle by thy side, wouldest thou me? And I replied, no, not thee. 5. Death will come when thou art dead, soon, too soon. Sleep will come when thou art fled. Of neither would I ask the boon. I ask of thee, beloved night, swift by thine approaching flight, come soon, soon. It was not often that Shelley lived in so quiet an hour as that. Generally, to turn from him to Wordsworth is like passing away from flashing dawns, blazing noons, and mysterious darkness, and coming unawares in the gray afternoon to russet downs where the sheep are folded, and the air is sweet with the mingled richness of the small flowers which grow in the springy turf. Even though it is true, as it has often been said, that Wordsworth would gain considerably by a careful sifting of his work, it is still no easy task to select, from what the winnowing hand would leave, a really representative lyric. His contemporary, De Quincey, may lend a guiding hand. One day, writing specially of the tediousness which spoils Wordsworth's really great poem, The Excursion, De Quincey complained that Coleridge had overrated the long poems in comparison with the shorter ones, the lyrics. His longer poems were generally philosophical. His lyrics dealt, as they should, with one subject, or emotion, or personal experience. De Quincey declared that Coleridge had undervalued, by comparison with the direct philosophical poetry of Wordsworth, those earlier poems which are all short, but generally scintillating, with germs of far profounder truth. I speak of that truth which strengthens into solemnity an impression very feebly acknowledged previously. Wordsworth has brought many a truth into life both for the eye and the understanding, which previously had slumbered indistinctly for all men. This criticism lights up some of Wordsworth's most beautiful lyrics, in which he did unveil truths, possibilities, visions, which were there all the time, but which the majority of people had passed without heeding them. Certainly it helps towards the understanding of a singularly lovely lyric, The Solitary Reaper, a poem in which Wordsworth, by his choice of adjective in the title, strikes the dominant note. Behold her, single in the field, yon solitary highland lass, reaping and singing by herself. Stop here, or gently pass. Alone she cuts and binds the grain, and sings a melancholy strain. Oh, listen, for the vale profound is overflowing with the sound. No nightingale did ever chaunt more welcome notes to weary bands, oft travelers in some shady haunt among Arabian sands. A voice so thrilling ne'er was heard in springtime from the cuckoo bird, breaking the silence of the seas among the farthest Hebrides. Will no one tell me what she sings? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow for old, unhappy, far-off things, and battles long ago. Or is it some more humble lay, familiar matter of today, some natural sorrow, loss, or pain that has been and may be again? If Wordsworth's verse is like a lute echoing across the spacious country's coverts and shades, Coleridge's could resemble some elfin violin, most human of instruments, yet here seemingly to be played by some other than a quite human hand. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. But oh, that deep romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill athwart a southern cover, a savage place, as holy and enchanted as e'er beneath a waning moon was haunted by woman wailing for her demon lover. And from this chasm, with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth in fast quick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain momently was forced, amid whose swift half-intermittent burst huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, or chafy grain beneath the thresher's flail. And mid these dancing rocks at once and ever, it flung up momently the sacred river, 5 miles meandering with a mazy motion. Through wood and dale the sacred river ran, then reached the caverns measureless to man, and sank in tumult to a lifeless ocean. And mid this tumult Kubla heard from far ancestral voices prophesying war. I have chosen these particular poems partly to show the wide range of the poets of the so-called Romantic school. One of Byron's will add still another note, the classic tradition in a romantic dress. It is his invocation of the spirit of Achilles. Beautiful shadow of Thetis' boy, who sleeps in the meadow where grass grows o'er Troy. From the red earth like Adam, thy likeness I shape, as the being who made him, whose actions I ape. Though clay be all glowing, till the rose in his cheek be as fair as when blowing it wears its first streak. Ye violets I scatter, now turn into eyes, and though sunshiny water off blood take the guise, let these hyacinth bows be his long flowing hair, and wave o'er his brows, as thou wavest in air. Let his heart be this marble I tear from the rock, but his voice as the warble of birds on yon oak. Let his flesh be the purest of mould in which grew the lily root surest, and drank the best dew. Let his limbs be the lightest which clay can compound, and his aspect the brightest on earth to be found. Elements near me be mingled and stirred, know me and hear me, and leap to my word. Sunbeams awaken this earth's animation. 'Tis done, he hath taken his stand in creation. Such compounding of human beauty out of the world's elements, and more particularly out of flowers, is old in literature. In our own it goes back, as we have seen, to the creation of Blodeuwedd in the Mabinogion, and it recurs in one poet after another. The mass, and still more the quality of the poems which belong to the first 4 decades of the 19th century, and many perhaps have been omitted here, notably of Campbell, Moore, and Southey, though only for considerations of space, must always light those years with an unquenchable glow. The middle years of Queen Victoria's reign were filled with the popularity of Tennyson and the much more gradual rise of Browning into public favor. This world's thoughts and desires seem, though some people talk of continuous progress, not to rise steadily and always higher and higher, but rather to ebb and flow like the sea's tides. Just now it is the fashion, in some circles, to think very lightly of those two poets. But as we look back over the long course of our literature and see how the slow judgment of time has valued our poets' work, snuffing out one man's popularity, digging out from forgetfulness the poems of another, we feel that the future will probably strike a mean, at any rate in Tennyson's case, between extravagant praise and deprecation. It can hardly refuse him the credit of supreme craftsmanship joined to a gift of golden music. Browning will probably never be really popular, but his greatest work cannot be permanently belittled. No one will deny that his verse was sometimes rugged, as it followed the difficult steps of his often involved thought. Yet it could be rarely musical, as in the lines, "O lyric love," already quoted, and in others still to be cited. Whatever the exact form of time's verdict may be, if these two poets are deposed, their age will afford no substitutes as great. Tennyson's great gift of making music with words lasted all his life, from youth to age. The Dying Swan, a very early poem, is a striking instance of this melodious handling of language. It may be noted that the effect is wrought by quite ordinary words. The wild swan's death hymn took the soul of that waste place with joy. Hidden in sorrow at first to the ear, the warble was low and full and clear, and floating about the under sky, prevailing in weakness, the cornax stole, sometimes afar and sometimes anear, but anon the awful jubilant voice, with a music strange and manifold, flowed forth on a carol free and bold. And when a mighty people rejoice, with shawms and with cymbals and harps of gold, and the tumult of their acclaim is rolled through the open gates of the city afar, to the shepherd who watcheth the evening star. And the creeping mosses and clambering weeds, and the willow branches hoar and dank, and the wavy swell of the soughing reeds, and the wave-worn horns of the echoing bank, and the silvery marish flowers that throng the desolate pools and creeks among, were flooded over with eddying song. This poem deserves careful study by anyone who cares for the workmanship of poetry. The abundance of monosyllables is remarkable. Not less so is Tennyson's apt choice of descriptive words, e.g., hoar and dank, so precisely what a willow often is, and the thronging water ranunculus. His gift of music showed itself in infinite variety. For instance, there is a whole world of difference between the melody of the Dying Swan and the mirth of this little catchy song. When cats run home and light is come, and dew is cold upon the ground, and the far-off stream is dumb, and the wearing sail goes round, and the wearing sail goes round. Alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. To his music, Tennyson added always a most intense, observant reality. The above verse is an instance, if not of a matter of vital importance to everybody. Anyone who gets up early knowing that cats do not walk home, they run, and are especially annoyed to find their houses still shut up by the slugabeds who pretend to own them. Tennyson was in fact what he called Virgil, a landscape lover, lord of language. In other words, he knew the value of wedding, sound, and sense. Both of these gifts are conspicuous in this lyrical lines from the passing of Arthur. So saying, from the ruined shrine he stepped, and in the moon athwart the place of tombs, where lay the mighty bones of ancient men, old knights, and over them the sea wind sang, shrill, chill, with flakes of foam. He, stepping down by zigzag paths and juts of pointed rock, came on the shining levels of the lake. Then drew he forth the brand Excalibur, and o'er him drawing it the winter moon, brightening the skirts of a long cloud, ran forth and sparkled keen with frost against the hilt. For all the haft twinkled with diamond sparks, myriads of topaz lights, and jacinth work of subtlest jewelry. He kept this power of making melody to the end of his life. When he was over 70, he wrote these lines about the home of the Roman poet Catullus, lines as musical as any Catullus himself wrote. Row us out from Desenzano to your Sirmione row. So they rowed, and there we landed. O Venusta Sirmio! There to me through all the groves of olive in the summer glow, there beneath the Roman ruin where the purple flowers grow, came that array atque valley of the poet's hopeless woe, tenderest of Roman poets 1900 years ago. Frater array atque valley, as we wandered to and fro, gazing at the Lydian laughter off the Gardae lake below, sweet Catullus all but island, olive silvery, Sirmio. Yet one more. When he was between 80 and 81, after a serious illness, he made this poem as he was crossing the Solent. Of it, he said, "It came in a moment." Its music, especially in the second verse, is the rhythm, the unforgettable rhythm of the sea at night, the sea in the channel, at the western end of the Isle of Wight, as the tide comes up into Scratchell's Bay. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning off the bar when I put out to sea, but such a tide as moving seems asleep, too full for sound or foam, when that which drew from out the boundless deep turns again home. Twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark, and may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For thou from out our bourne of time and place, the flood may bear me far. I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Kennedy. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 4, Part 2. When we turn from Tennyson to Browning, there is less abundant choice. because the dramatic sense was much stronger in him than the lyrical. The outburst of sudden song in The Ring and the Book, O Lyric Love, has already been quoted. Scattered through his narrative poems are scraps either of real lyrics, as in Paracelsus, or of song-like verse. Of the latter, an excellent instance showing both his sensitiveness to sound and his feeling for color may be taken from the opening of Cleon, the lines where the philosopher thanks the tyrant Protus for his gift. The master of thy galley still unlades, gift after gift they block my court at last, and pile themselves along its portico, royal with sunset like a thought of thee, and one white she-slave from the group dispersed of black and white slaves, like the checker work, pavement at once my nation's work and gift, now covered with this settled down of doves. One lyric woman in her crocus vest, woven of sea-wools, with her 2 white hands, commends to me the strainer and the cup. Thy lip hath bettered ere it blesses mine. What words could better recall the coming to earth of a flight of doves? Browning could, if he wished, write lyrics pure and simple, such as the Cavalier songs, As I Ride, or Paracelsus's beautiful song, Over the Sea Our Galley Went. It is a curious, characteristic fact that to one of his most involved, complicated poems, The Two Poets of Croisic, he deliberately prefixed one of the simplest lyrics he ever wrote. Such a starved bank of moss, till that May morn, blue ran the flash across, violets were born. Sky, what a scowl of cloud, till, near and far, ray on ray split the shroud, splendid, a star. World, how it walled about, life with disgrace, till God's own smile came out. That was thy face. The last poem Browning wrote was, like Tennyson's Crossing the Bar, a gallant farewell to life here. It is not so melodious as Tennyson's, but it has a ringing music, like a silver trumpet's call, especially in this verse, when he calls himself one who never turned his back but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph. Held we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake. It is impossible to say which of these two poets time's verdict will crown as the greater. Possibly future critics may refuse to judge between them, and wisely, since they are so different. However that may be, they completely overshadowed the rest of the poets alive in the middle years of the Victorian period. But they were by no means solitary, nor can the men whom they, as it were, crowded out, be forgotten or passed by. Two certainly will be remembered as writers of lyrics. Another, Coventry Patmore, as the maker of odes of an elusive and unique type. Matthew Arnold, never in the front rank, was yet a true and most careful craftsman and, in spite of his melancholy, a lyrist. He had the gift of penetration, diving through appearances to the hidden reality of things. This is conspicuous in the following verse from his Lines in Kensington Gardens, not, some people might hastily think, the happiest place for the withdrawing rest of a poetical Oxford man. In this lone, open glade I lie, screened by deep boughs on either hand, and at its end, to stay the eye, those black-crowned, red-boled pine trees stand. Birds here make song, each bird has his, across the girdling city's hum. How green under the boughs it is, how thick the tremulous sheep cries come. Sometimes a child will cross the glade to take his nurse his broken toy. Sometimes a thrush flits overhead, deep in her unknown day's employ. Here at my feet what wonders pass, what endless active life is here, what blowing daisies, fragrant grass, and ear-stirred forest, fresh and clear. Calm soul of all things, make it mine to feel amid the city's jar that there abides a peace of thine man did not make and cannot mar. Arnold was a dexterous craftsman. By his choice of the one word, abides, he sealed, both in sound and meaning, the spirit of this song. By its side it is well to put another, this time blithe on the surface, but with a grave undercurrent, the song of the young harp player Caulkins, with its delicate pictures and lyrical joy. Through the black Russian smoke bursts, thick breaks the red flame, all Etna heaves fiercely her forest-clothed frame. Not here, O Apollo, our haunts meet for thee, but where Helicon breaks down in cliff to the sea, where the moon-silvered inlets send far their light voice, up the still vale of Thisbe, O speed and rejoice. On the sward at the cliff-top lie strewn the white flocks, on the cliff-side the pigeons roost deep in the rocks. In the moonlight the shepherds, soft lulled by the rills, lie wrapped in their blankets, asleep on the hills. What forms are these coming, so white through the gloom? What garments out-glistening the gold-flowered broom? 'Tis Apollo comes leading his choir the nine. The leader is fairest, but all are divine. Whose praise do they mention? Of what is it told? What will be forever? What was from of old? First hymn they the Father of all things, and then the rest of immortals, the action of men. The day in his hotness, the strife with the palm, the night in her silence, the stars in their calm. Probably no one ever thought, no one ever will think, Frederick Myers a great poet, but he had a lyrical faculty which was unlike that of any one of his contemporaries. The following verse, to a young girl dancing, may not be in the highest flights of poetry. Beautiful darling, light of mine eyes, gay as the starling, shoots through the skies, swift as the swallow and soft as the dove, hopeless to follow and maddening to love. Ah, when she dances and ah, when she sings, glamour of glances and rush as of wings, thrill as of coming birds heard unaware, poise as of hummingbirds hanging in air. Starriest, youthfulest, flower of a face, who shall the truthfulest tell thee thy grace? First rate or not, it is a fact that more than 30 years ago this poem was read aloud, the whole of it, to a third form in a grimy Lancashire city. In that class slumbered or played a very musical but otherwise extraordinarily unlaborious child. After the lesson she came to the mistress, her eyes alight, and said, "I never knew before that words could sound like music." A great critic, Walter Pater, reminded some of us who are now elderly that every generation of young men and women find a special joy and refreshment in the poetry of its own age. Other poets may be greater, but those of our youth have our feelings and thoughts, and the voices we wished we had. In Gaston de la Tour, Peter spoke of inquisitive youth by good luck becoming aware of the literature of his own day. Therefore, this book shall not end with Victorian lyrics. The Anglo-Irish school has been continuously active since the 90s, Perhaps no poem of theirs is more obviously made of that shimmering stuff which seems as if it would break and dissolve if it were touched than this of Mr. Yeats, which, with all its seeming frailty, is made of the only enduring stuff, love, which gives its all. Had I the heavens embroidered cloths, enwrought with golden and silver light, the blue and the dim and the dark cloths of night and light and the half light, I would spread the cloths under your feet. But I being poor have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly because you tread on my dreams. The imperishable love of Ireland, which is the warp of all her literature, shines out in this last verse of Eva Gore Booth's well-known lyric. The great waves of the Atlantic sweep storming on their way, shining green and silver with the hidden herring shoal, but the little waves of Breffni have drenched my heart in spray, and the little waves of Breffni go stumbling through my soul. A.E. Mr. George Russell, in his Gates of Dreamland, has taken a wider sweep of thought and feeling. He begins with Ireland's, but ends with the world's vision and desire. It's a lonely road through bogland to the lake at Carrowmore, and a sleeper there lies dreaming, where the water laps the shore. Though the moth wings of the twilight in their purples are unfurled, yet his sleep is filled with music by the masters of the world. There's a hand is white as silver that is fondling with his hair. There are glimmering feet of sunshine that are dancing by him there, and half-opened lips of fairy that were dyed a fairy red, in their revels where the hazel tree its holy clusters shed. Oh, the great gates of the mountain have opened once again, and the sound of song and dancing falls upon the ears of men. And the land of youth lies gleaming, flushed with rainbow light and mirth, and the old enchantment lingers in the honey heart of earth. When Joseph Plunkett was shot after the Dublin insurrection in 1916, it is more than probable that the world lost one who could have become a fine poet. The following verses may suggest at any rate something of this loss. I see his blood upon the rose, and in the stars the glory of his eyes. His body gleams amid eternal snows, his tears fall from the skies. I see his face in every flower, the thunder and the singing of the birds are but his voice, and carven by his power. Rocks are his written words. All pathways by his feet are worn. His strong heart stirs the ever-beaten sea. His crown of thorns is twined with every thorn. His cross is every tree. We are too close to the crowd of poets who have been writing since 1890 to sort out the grain from the chaff finally. Some had already won their place before then. Alice Minot, Mary Coleridge, Francis Thompson, Ernest Dowson, A.E. Housman, Henry Newbolt, Robert Bridges. Lately, the English Association has made collections of recent and current poetry called Poems of Today. Most of these 7 poets are well served in it. No collection can give all, even of the best, and it is a waste to reprint the same poems perpetually. So here I have tried to choose for the most part, so far as room allows, fine poems not in these collections. One exceptionally suggestive, by Mary Coolidge, seems to have escaped notice. Into it she has swept such lively vast pictures that we can neither disbelieve nor forget her. Egypt's might is tumbled down, down the deeps of thought. Greece is fallen, and Troy town, glorious Rome hath lost her crown. Venice pride is brought to naught. But the dreams their children dreamed, fleeting unsubstantial vain, shadowy as the shadows seemed, eerie nothing as they deemed, these remain. Ernest Dowson, too, is often not to be found in anthologies, yet there is in this poem to a child not only his wistful, elusive music, but a very human note of general appeal. Little lady of my heart, just a little longer. Love me, we will pass and part, ere this love grows stronger. I have loved thee, child, too well, to do aught but leave thee. Nay, my lips should never tell any tale to grieve thee. Little lady of my heart, just a little longer. Be a child, then we will part, ere this love grows stronger. There is little need to quote from the poet laureate, for the English Association has chosen many of his for its popular collection. There is one, seldom quoted, where, with exquisite precision, he has caught the charm of a plant whose fugitive flower is often uncared for, unnoticed even, the sea poppy, which grows upon the shore. Her leaves are glaucous green and hoar, her petals yellow, delicate. She has no lovers like the red that dances with the noble corn. Her blossoms on the leaves are shed, where she stands, shivering and forlorn. The pre-war years of the 20th century were gleaned for verse which appeared in a volume, Georgian Poetry, 1911-1912. It included all the years from 1900. Two similar collections appeared during the war. In the third of these, three poets, Mr. Turner, Mr. Nichols, and Mr. Freeman, stood out conspicuously. Their work was in strong contrast to the more ordinary verse-making which was probably an escape from those years of misery. Mr. Turner's ecstasy deserves to live. The following lines may send some to the poem, published whole in Poems of Today. I saw a frieze on whitest marble drawn, of boys who sought for shells along the shore, their white feet shedding pallor in the sea, the shallow sea, the springtime sea of green, that faintly creamed against the cold smooth pebbles. The ear was thin, their limbs were delicate, the winds had graven their small eager hands. One held a shell unto his shell-like ear, and there was music carven in his face. And all of them were hearkening as to singing of far-off voices, thin and delicate, voices too fine for any mortal wind to blow into the worlds of mortal ears. And yet those sounds flowed from their sweet, grave faces, and as I looked, I heard that delicate music. A notable feature of the post-Victorian years was poetry of place. The fashion, if it may be so called, had been set, no doubt, by Mr. A. Houseman's Shropshire Lad. One after another, the most characteristic counties, Sussex, Yorkshire, Cumberland, were laid unto contribution, none being as successful in its laureate as Shropshire. Among Mr. Houseman's lyrics, each of us has his favorite. If one of us is asked, why choose that one, we can only reply as Montaigne did when questioned about his friendship for Etienne Boiti. Parce que c'était lui, parce que c'était moi. At any rate, these verses breathe that love of the home country which can neither die nor be satisfied in any other place whatever. Far in a western Brookland that bred me long ago, the poplars stand and tremble by pools I used to know. There by the starlit fences, the wanderer halts and hears my soul that lingers sighing about the glimmering weirs. Mr. Drinkwater, though I think not a native, has caught the peculiar charm of England's premier county when he confesses to the Sussex Downs, "And peace upon your pasture lands I found, where grazing flocks drift on continually, as little clouds that travel with no sound across a windless sky. During the war, much soldier poetry appeared. It was not easy in the strained, over-tense feelings of those days to judge that poetry very critically. I have chosen Mr. Freeman's less for its war ardor than because, written on the war conditions, it stands in that great line of love for England. England, specifically the land south of the Tweed and east of Wales, which burst into song in the midst of John of Gaunt's dying grief. This royal throne of kings, this sceptred isle, this precious stone set in a silver sea, this land of such dear souls, this dear, dear land. A love which endures throughout our literature. It is the land, the soil, the scenery, England her very self, for which John Freeman was longing in war-stricken France. Oh, that I were where breaks the pure cold light on English hills, and peewits rising cry, and grey is all the sky. Or at evening there, when the faint slow light stays, and far below sleeps the last lingering sound, and night leans all around. Oh then, oh there, 'tis English haunted ground, the diligent stars creep out, watch and smile, the wise moon lingers a while. For surely there heroic shapes are moving, visible thoughts, passions, things divine, clear beneath clear star shine. Oh, that I were again on English hills, seen between laborious villages, her cool, dark loveliness. Probably time's verdict on the Georgians will judge James Elroy Flecker as the most distinguished of them. He stands apart by joining to his great natural abilities a passionate love of beauty and a determined care for the finest craftsmanship. The Dying Patriot is not his greatest poem, but it is quoted here for its swinging music with the beat of rhymes within the line, and because, though it was published before the patriotism of the enthusiastic days of the great war's beginning was chastened by disillusionment into great melancholy, it is almost a prophecy of his own case, as he lay in 1914, dying in a Swiss health resort, unable to join his peers in what they believed was the great adventure for civilization. Day breaks on England down the Kentish hills, singing in the silence of the meadow-footing rills. Day of my dreams, O day! I saw them march from Dover long ago, with a silver cross before them, singing low, monks of Rome from their home, where the blue seas break in foam, Augustine with his feet of snow. Noon strikes on England, noon on Oxford town. Beauty she was statue cold, there's blood upon her gown. Noon of my dreams, O noon! Proud and godly kings had built her long ago, with her flowers and tombs and statues all a row, with her fair and floral air, and the love that lingers there, and the streets where the great men go. Evening on the golden sea of Wales, when the first star shivers and the last wave pales, oh, evening dreams! There's a house that Britons walked in long ago, where now the springs of ocean fall and flow, and the dead robed in red and sea lilies overhead sway where the long winds blow. Sleep not, my country, though night is here afar. Your children of the morning are clamorous for war. Fire in the night, oh dreams! Though she send you, as she sent you long ago, south to desert, east to ocean, west to snow, west of there out to seas colder than the Hebrides I must go, where the fleet of stars is anchored, and the young star captains glow. Among other characteristics of Flecker, this poem shows his sense of color, his love for the shifting shades of metallic surfaces, his care for light, his delight in sheer spaciousness. The Yorkshire poet James Mackereth deliberately left the Georgians' literary London for the West Riding, where he makes poetry in peace. In the running, laughing verses of the next poem, all who have ever known them will find themselves in the open lands of Yorkshire, where the winds blow, and the clouds chase each other, casting their shifting shadows across the hills and dales, in the great county where there is room to live. Wind tussles all the whistling corn, here's frolic in the meadow. O'er swinging woods this streaming morn go tumbling shine and shadow. Peewits are toppling down the sky, each bird a lusty liver. The haygrass, flecked with lights that fly, is flowing like a river. Earth, like a fledgling, longs for wings, and caught in wide commotion, my heart is like a ship that swings upon a swinging ocean. And every sense takes up the tune of birds and clouds and grasses. My mind is merry as a moon that peeps when darkness passes. Sweet odors chase the reveling gale, fleet fancies riot after. The flying horns of elfland hail a rout that follows laughter. A cuckoo flings a magic note, then hiccups twice for folly, as though the laughter in his throat is mocking melancholy. Dear God, O give us lips for joy, and limbs that spurns the tether, a heart in age to play the boy, and dance in thy blithe weather. Not Wat himself, that jolly shepherd who made so much joy, could have revelled more gaily in the country's unblemished freshness. Mr. Mackereth's power of imagination and vision, together with his careful craftsmanship, all appear in these stanzas, which he wrote in a garden in Nidderdale to a bee asleep in a delphinium flower. Hush, for his majesty sleeps soon. Tonight, not half awake, the moon drifts like a little patch of cloud, low in the east, all mute and proud. The golden west is turning rose. Grave cedars with their streaks of gloom across the glory take the bloom of sundown, and the garden grows. All conscious of the dew, quite still is the wind that swung the tiger lilies. Peer softly through this tangled maze of blossoms set 'gainst opal bays, in heaven's enchanted misty bright, all gleaming with a witching light. See, with its clustered azure spires, a gorgeous city, tranced and still, the palaced home of Oberon's sires, throned on its fairy hill, glows 'gainst the sunset's roseate fires. Not dream-built Babylon more fair than the fantastic city shone. One rests more sumptuously there than ever king in Babylon, secure with all his dreams' desires. In such tower, with such heaven-haunted balconies of sapphire saturate with rose, mid seas of scented almond trees, knew ever sultan proud repose, such as his majesty's. Had ever monarch made of dust so rich a chamber, so august a state, or for his dreaming hour, in time such splendid canopy, as yonder regal humble-bee, asleep in that delphinium flower. Near the beginning of this account of English lyrics, a Christmas song of York and Lancaster days was quoted. A few years ago, Theodore Maynard wrote one not unworthy to be quoted by it and by those of Southwell and Crawshaw. Here are three of the most telling verses. Again the royalties are shed, this diademed the kingly head, he lies again, very small, among the cattle in the stall, or in his slender mother's arms, is snuggled up from baby harms. No fool need fail to enter in the guarded heaven we strive to win, or miss upon a casual street the fiery impress of his feet, but touch with every stone and sod the extended fingers of our God. No more with silver shrilly blown, he treads a conqueror but flown, with swift and silent whitening wings, he comes enwrapped in baby things. Our God adventurers everywhere, beneath the cool and Christmas air, and setteth still his candid star, where Mary and her baby are. A Yorkshire poet, Dorothy Una Ratcliffe, has recently published a Christmas song out of the common run, but quite intelligible to those who know that myths and folklore belong to the supernatural realm, who care, for example, for William Watson's wistful little satyr, the hoofed wight who blew his hands for cold, and in answer to S. Anthony's abrupt question, "What dost thou here in misery, that better far wert dead?" "Lorn in the world," the thing replied, "I sit and make my moan, for all the gods I loved have died, and I am left alone. Silent in Paphos Venus sleeps, and Jove on Ida mute, and every living creature weeps, Pan and his perished flute. A god more beautiful than mine hath conquered mine, they say. Ah, to that fair young god of thine, for me, I pray thee pray." Mrs. Ratcliffe's poem shows the same kind of insight. Hobbes and Elfins want to see the Christ-child lying on Joseph's knee. They troop to the stable Christmas night, each with a lantern's prick of light. Through chinks in roof and door they peep, whilst little May is longing to sleep. Like drifted leaves they heap by the door, and tumble in on the hay-strewn floor. They perch on the manger, one bold elf, neat Mary's fingers, cuddles himself. And one on the backs of the drowsy cattle is hopping about with a star-beam rattle. The little Christ baby crows with glee, cheery as only a baby can be. Brownies tickle his curly toes, and whisper him secret no mother knows, while Joseph croons, "Thy mother is weary. Why art thou wakeful, sweet little dearie? How the wind wuthers, sleep, pretty doy. Hush-a-bye, dear little joy." Mrs. Ratcliffe has shown, too, the age-long English love of animals, pet animals, and that passion for the sea which has always been ours in this island. Rake is typically Yorkshire in many respects, but in its love of a faithful animal it belongs to us all. There's no better dog than Hardcastle's Rake. Not 100 guinea would Hardcastle take for his wall-eyed dog, and Ben is a man who takes good money whenever he can. But Rake's worth more to him than brass, and Hardcastle loves him more than his lass, or his bairns at least, so the Dale folk say, and his old lass laughs with, "Happen he may." For the bairns are fed by a sheepdog's work, and Rake is a dog at niver 'ull shirk. On a winter's neat he'll snore unto hurt, and at slightest stir in to fold or to garth. He's at our Ben's side, together they'll go, out onto moor in hail or snow, and some hours later they'll both come in, tired and famished and dirty as sin. When our Ben goes on his last long trudge, down to valley o' death through rain and sludge, and gets at last to the golden gate, there'll be trouble in heaven if Rake, his mate, can't pass our Ben, 'ull rampage and shout, if only Saint shut his sheepdog out. If Peter refuse to have him, by gow, at yon gate there'll be a hell of a row. The Sea Fool has struck a new note among lyrics of the sea, and it shows, too, Mrs. Ratcliffe's fine workmanship. Lord of the lonesome places, crazy am I tonight, to be where the roller races are held in the live moonlight, to listen the chant of the ocean runes, to watch the swift tide sucking the dunes, incoming moan, tangle of foam, moon-sheeted sands, seaweeded strands. Nothing may keep me indoors for the sea, and the moon are pulling the heart out of me. If the door does not give, Lord of the lonesome places, thy poor sea-fool cannot live for long from the foam-fair faces. I, the ocean's own dear fool, to be caught and caged, to eat by rule, when the breakers roar and the night is cool, and the sea is sparkly and beautiful. One more blow, incoming tide, shatter the door, the dunes are wide. When the moon is full, he's always wild. Pity he did not die when a child. Die? Hands off, oh whips of foam! Listen the hurricane, 50-knot moan. Lord of the lonesome places, I am not afraid on the shore to die, but caught in a trap like a mouse in a hole, to die in the dark like an injured mole? Lord of the lonesome, set me free, to spill my crazy life by the sea. Among our living poets, there is one who should undoubtedly be dear to all real children, Walter de la Mare, not because he writes for children, a process which is bound to fail, but because, as he writes, he has not forgotten how it feels to be a child. It is not easy to choose among his poems. There are, for instance, those full of the enchantment of a place which children, if no one else, know to be haunted. Poems like Little Green Orchard, or A Song of Enchantment, or full of the sheer love of roaming and dreaming, like If I Were Lord of Tartary. Perhaps the Ride-by-Nights combine all these in one. Up on their brooms the witches stream, crooked and black in the crescent's gleam. 1 foot high and 1 foot low, bearded, cloaked, and cowled they go. Neath Charlie's wain they twitter and tweet, and away they swarm neath the dragon's feet. With a whoop and a flutter they swing and sway, and surge pell-mell down the Milky Way. Betwixt the legs of the glittering chair they hover and squeak in the empty air. Then round they swoop past the glittering lion, to where Sirius barks behind huge Orion. Up there and over to wheel amain, under the silver and home again. It would surely be impossible to describe more perfectly moonlight when it comes down and scatters night's darkness than Mr. de la Mare has done in Silver. Slowly, silently now the moon walks the night in her silver shoon. This way and that way she peers and sees silver fruit upon silver trees. One by one the casements catch her beams beneath the silvery thatch. Couch in his kennel like a log, with paws of silver sleeps the dog. From their shadowy coat the white breasts peep of doves in a silver feathered sleep. A harvest mouse goes scampering by, with silver claws and a silver eye, and moveless fish in the water gleam by silver reeds in a silver stream. No doubt all good children should have been in bed and asleep. Evidently Mr. de la Mare was not, so he can tell other children what they might have seen had they been awake and up with him. In The Pigs and the Charcoal Burner, there are not only unforgettable pictures, rare skill in the use of words, especially greedy, just where and how it comes in, but there is a mystery for every child to solve if he can. The charcoal burner's secret. For he certainly had one. Or what was he doing? Doing nothing there. The old pig said to the little pigs, "In the forest is truffles and mast. Follow me then, all ye little pigs, follow me fast." The charcoal burner sat in the shade, with his chin on his thumb, and saw the big pig and the little pigs chuffling come. He watched 'neath a green and giant bough, and the pigs in the ground made a wonderful grizzling and gruzzling and greedy sound. And when full fed they were gone, and night walked her starry ways, he stared with his cheeks in his hands at his sullen blaze. Then again, how cleverly in bunches of grapes, though he is only writing what solemn people call nonsense, and only takes 3 verses to do it in, he manages to tell us the difference of those 3 children, so that when we meet them, we shall know at a glance which is which. Bunches of grapes, says Timothy. Pomegranate pink, says Elaine. A junket of cream and cranberry tart for me, says Jane. Love in a mist, says Timothy. Primrose pale, says Elaine. A nosegay of pinks and mignonette for me, says Jane. Chariots of gold, says Timothy. Silvery wings, says Elaine. A bumpety ride in a wagon of hay for me, says Jane. Mr. de la Mare can write of more serious matters. His poem, Music, will mean much to musical boys and girls, if some others cannot wholly grasp it. When music sounds, gone is the earth I know. When music sounds, all that I was I am. Ere to this haunt of brooding dust I came, and from time's woods breaks into distant song, the swift-winged hours as I hasten along. Still, his peculiar charm is due to his gift, the most precious any of us can have in a difficult world, of having kept the heart of a child. Only a man who had done so could have written myself, shot all through as it is with youth's elusive fancy. There is a garden gray, with mists of autumn tide. Along the lonely paths, a little child like me, with face, with hands like mine, plays ever silently. And I am there alone, forlornly, silently, plays in the evening garden, myself with me. It is interesting to find that in the 18th century, James Hogg had some touch of this gift of deathless youth. Where the pools are bright and deep, where the gray trout lies asleep, up the river and over the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the blackbird sings the latest, where the hawthorn blooms the sweetest, where the nestlings chirp and flee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the mowers mow the cleanest, where the hay lies thick and greenest, there to trace the honeyward bee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the hazel bank is steepest, where the shadow falls the deepest, where the clustering nuts fall free, that's the way for Billy and me. If some Puck among publishers had bethought himself to print these verses from Hogg's A Boy's Song in among Mr. de la Mare's poems, not every reader perhaps would suspect them of being aliens, nor have any feelings that they were incongruous among their company. Mr. Tolkien, who appeared among the Oxford poets in 1915, wrote a delightful poem of this kind, Goblin Feet. It has not Mr. de la Mare's guileful guilelessness quite, but it cares for the things for which children care. I am off down the road where the fairy lanterns glowed, and the little pretty flitter mice are flying. A slender band of gray, it runs creepily away, and the hedges and the grasses are a sighing. The air is full of wings, and of blundering beetle things, that warn you with their whirring and their humming. Oh, I hear the tiny horns of enchanted leprechauns, and the padding feet of many gnomes are coming. Oh, the lights, oh, the gleams, oh, the little tinkly sounds, oh, the rustles of their noiseless little robes, oh, the echoes of their feet, of their little happy feet, oh, their swinging lamps in little starlit globes. I must follow in their train down the crooked fairy lane, where the coney rabbits long ago have gone, and where silverly they sing in a moving moonlit ring, all a twinkle with the jewels they have on. They are fading round the turn, where the glowworms palely burn, and the echo of their padding feet is dying. Oh, it's knocking at my heart. Let me go, oh, let me start, for the little magic hours are all a-flying. Oh, the warmth, oh, the hum, oh, the colors in the dark, oh, the gauzy wings of golden honey flies, oh, the music of their feet, of their dancing, gobbling feet, oh, the magic, oh, the sorrow when it dies. Goblin Feet stands rather more than halfway from Mr. de la Mare's spontaneous childlike attitude, and rather less than that from the following rather mild specimen of the fantastic artificiality and self-consciousness of that newer school, which was perhaps born of the jazz music, discordant colors, and general clatter which, lately, so many people have so much sought after and apparently enjoyed. Miss Sitwell's The King of China's Daughter is not, perhaps, quite at home here, varied as the selection has been. But a narrow view of poetry leads to loss, and it is at least interesting to see how brains and invention can work, without, in the end, telling us very much. Moreover, if we learn nothing else, we shall discover that in poetry, love is still king. The King of China's Daughter? She never would love me, though I hung my cap and bells upon her nutmeg tree. For oranges and lemons, the stars in bright blue air, I stole them long ago, my dear, were dangling there. The moon did give me silver pence, the sun did give me gold, and both together softly blew and made my porridge cold. But the King of China's Daughter pretended not to see, when I hung my cap and bells upon her nutmeg tree. All these lyrics together are but a handful from the harvest fields of 12 centuries, from the day when the wanderer rode with his hand over the rime-cold sea, until today. They are of varying value and interest, and this of set purpose, because out of so diversified a choice it can hardly be possible that any child handling this book should fail to find at least one to bring to the happy chooser poetry's secret. End of Chapter 4, Part 2.
Chapter 5 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 5. The ballad is generally reckoned as a special form of the lyric. Probably in all races which attempt verse at all, it is the earliest, the most spontaneous or natural form of song, and is at first a great means of handing down stories of the past life of a nation. The Song of Deborah and Barak, which is recorded in the Book of Judges, has been called the oldest and most important source we have for the history of the people of Israel. That is, of course, for their history in their early days in Palestine before the establishment of the monarchy. In our own literature, ballads occur early. Besides being natural outlets for feeling, they are one of those forms of art which are used for teaching purposes, when most people cannot read. It is very difficult for us now really to picture a state of things when only a few people could read, although we are told and we know without realizing the full meaning of the fact that before the invention of printing, the majority of men and women in Western Europe had no books and did not know how to read anything written. Such a condition was unavoidable when every book in existence was copied by hand. This copying was for the most part executed in the writing schools which belonged to the great monastic orders, but however hard the monks worked, they could not produce many copies. England had to wait till about 1576, then William Caxton set up his first printing press in Westminster. From that time onwards, books were multiplied more and more quickly. This stimulated more people to learn to read. But the 16th century had passed away before any great change occurred in the numbers who could read, and that is only about 325 years ago. Through all the centuries of Europe's growing civilization, some means of teaching the mass of people what they really needed to know had to be devised. Three great ways were invented. For the purposes of religion, churches were built which by architecture, sculpture, and painted glass taught people by their sight. The acting of plays and the singing of ballads were used too, partly for religious, partly for secular teaching. We need only go to some of the great Gothic cathedrals built in France and England between the 11th and 14th centuries to see how the sculptors, almost all of whom did their beautiful work without caring to leave any record of their own names, and the glass painters carved and painted representations of the great central facts of Christianity. Among them we find the creation, the fall, the story of the incarnation, the passion and crucifixion, the resurrection, the last judgment. If we care to see how these things, marvelously and gloriously wrought in stone, were put before our ancestors who could not read, we need but go and look at and learn from the great west fronts of the cathedrals of Amiens, Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Bourgeois in France, or our own Wells, Lincoln, Lichfield, much restored in England. The Puritans in the 16th century destroyed much of this work in England with painful thoroughness at Ely. The mob during the French Revolution and the German guns, which almost completely destroyed the sculpture at Reims, have deprived France of much, but there is a great deal and some of the best left. If we would see these stories told in stained glass, we must go to Chartres, and to those other cathedrals whose windows were executed in the Chartres school, especially Bourges, Tours, and Le Mans. In England we may go to Canterbury and York and Lincoln, for the very best which amongst us has escaped destruction. There the story of the Christian religion is painted before men's eyes. Whether they can read or not matters little. If they look at the jeweled splendor which has been described as being at Chartres like a torrent of gems poured out in front of a furnace 7 times heated. But there was not a great cathedral everywhere, so this means of teaching needed to be supplemented. Therefore, in early days, wandering ballad singers did some of the work for which books are used now. At one time, a ballad monger would teach people the truths of religion, but more often he concerned himself with the daily affairs of secular life, great deeds of battle, heroic exploits of all kinds, and so forth. The arts of sculpture and glass painting were devised deliberately as a means of teaching religion. But in the case of ballads, a natural instinct, a spontaneous impulse to sing, was seized upon and turned to account for teaching purposes, occasionally for religious, but more commonly for other purposes. In its beginnings, the drama seems to have had a natural connection with religion. Certainly in England, sacred plays were acted before the others. The 17th century satirist Dryden, speaking of ballads, said, "Thespis, the first professor of our art, at country wakes sung ballads from a cart." The far-reaching influence and power of ballads was described by Andrew Fletcher of Saltoun thus: "I knew a very wise man that believed that if a man were permitted to make all the ballads, he need not care who should make the laws of a nation." The fact that the same stories are found over and over again in the ballads of quite different European nations shows how deeply rooted in the human heart is the instinct to sing a tale. We know the name and person of one early English ballad singer and maker. At home, in the 7th century, he was Abbot of Malmesbury and Bishop of Sherborne. He sprang from the Wessex royal house and was educated at Winchester, probably by Irish scholars. A delightful letter of his, written about 600 AD, to his old teacher Bishop Haydée, describes troubles not unfamiliar to some of us. After some account of his literary work, of his difficulties with hundreds of meters, hard to deal with because of the small number of teachers to be found, he closed with a confession which may wring sympathy even from some 20th century children when teachers abound. As the principles of arithmetic, what shall be said? When the despair of doing sums oppressed my mind, so that all the previous labors spent on learning, whose most secret chamber I thought I knew, already seemed nothing, and to use Jerome's expression, I, who before thought myself as past master, began again to be a pupil, until the difficulty solved itself, and at last, by God's grace, I grasped after incessant study the most difficult of all things, what they call fractions. This great scholar did not disdain to stand upon the town bridge, singing songs to waylay the traders entering or leaving the town, in the hope that they might follow him, and so give him the chance of turning them to Christianity. A few quite early ballads remain. There is the fragment, "The Fight at Finsbury," but the hero of that is a Frieslander, not an Englishman. In the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, or earliest record of national history up to the death of Stephen in 1154, we find no prose entry, as usual under the date 937, but a short ballad about the battle at Brunanburg, where King Athelstan and his heir and brother Edmund defeated Anlaf the Dane. Lord Tennyson rendered it into modern English, and it can be found in his collected poems. Just by way of comparison, it may be of interest to include here a literal translation from the original, and contrast it with Tennyson's polished stanzas. Speaking of Athelstan and Edmund, the old ballad maker cries, "They left behind them the corpses to devour, the sallow kite and the swarthy raven, hornbill and the dusky raven, the ern-white tail, the corpse to enjoy, greedy warhawk and the grey beast, wolf of the woods." Tennyson renders these lines thus: "Many a carcass they left to the carrion, many a livid one, many a sallow skin, left for the white-tailed eagle to tear it, and left for the horny-nipped raven to rend it, and gave to the garbaging warhawk to gorge it, and that grey beast the wolf of the field." And the gain of melody involves some loss of the original's precise meaning and grim force. In the year 975, the entry in the Chronicle is again not prose, but a tiny ballad on the death of Edgar. "Here ended the joys of earth. Edgar of Angles king chose him another light, beauteous and winsome, and left this frail, this barren life." A beautiful and quaint ballad has survived from the 15th century called St. Stephen and King Herod, which gives a quite new account of that saint. It may be put into a modern dress, but of course loses some of its charm in the process. Saint Stephen was a clerk in King Herod's hall, and served him with bread and cloth as every king befall. Stephen out of kitchen came, the boar's head on his hand. He saw a star fair and bright over Bethlehem stand. He cast down the boar's head and went into the hall. "I forsake thee, King Herod, and thy works all. I forsake thee, King Herod, and thy works all. There is a child that in Bethlehem born is better than us all. What aileth thee, Stephen? What does thee befall? Lacketh thee either meat or drink in King Herod's hall?" "Lacketh me neither meat nor drink in King Herod's hall. There is a child in Bethlehem born is better than us all." "What aileth thee, Stephen? Art mad or beginnst to breed? Lackest thee either gold or fee, or any rich weed?" "Lacketh me neither gold nor fee, nor any rich weed. There is a child in Bethlehem born. shall help us at our need. There is just as true, Stephen, just as true, I wish, as that this capon shall craw that lies here in my dish. That word was no sooner said than loud in that hall the capon crew Christus Narcissus to among the lords all. Rise up, my tormentors, by two and also by one, and lead Stephen out of this town, and stone him with a stone. Took they Stephen then, and stoned him in the way, and therefore is his vigil on Christ's own day. It will be noticed that this Middle English setting provides Herod on the first Christmas day with a traditional English Christmas boar's head. The ballads, which really form one of the glories of our literature, may roughly speaking be divided into three groups: the northern border ballads, those of Robin Hood, and the Jacobites. The border ballads, collected at different times by various persons, provided an unsolved problem as to their original dates. In 1765, Bishop Percy published a collection he had gathered under the title Relics of Ancient English Poetry. Sir Walter Scott, early in the 19th century, recovered and published many, calling them border monstrously. The subjects of these ballads differ widely. Some are supernatural, like Thomas the Rhymer or the Damon Lover. Some have or seem to have some historical foundation, like Chevy Chase or Sir Patrick Spens. Others are song of border raids and cattle lifting, like the ever delightful Hugh Graham, Johnny Armstrong, and Winmont Willie. Many are ballads of love, generally of that which does not run smoothly, like the Douglas tragedy, Lord Ronald, Young Waters, and Glasgarian. Some are elegiac, like Helen of Kirkconnell and Bertram's Dirge. Sometimes they are little more than nursery songs, like the Wee Crutland Dhu, or the cat who sings in the kiln rings spinning. Very few indeed are intended to be purely comic. Of the supernatural ballads, Thomas the Rhymer, stolen by the Queen of Elfland, is a good example. It is undoubtedly old. There is a long and very attractive version of it in the Thornton MSS, preserved in the library of Lincoln Cathedral, which probably belongs to the 14th century, but part of a shorter version from Sir Walter Scott's Border Minstrelsy must serve here. Through Thomas Lay I Huntly bank, a fairly spied he with his ee. There he saw a lady bright, come riding down the elden tree. Her skirt was of the grass-green silk, her mantle of the velvet fine. At ill-cutted of her horse's mane hung 50 silver bells and 9. Through Thomas he put off his cap, and louter low down on his knee. Hail to thee, Mary, Queen of Heaven, for thy peer on earth could never be. Oh no, Thomas, she said, that name does not belong to me. I'm but the Queen of fair Elfland, that hither have come to visit thee. Harp and carp, Thomas, she said, harp and carp along with me, and if ye dare to kiss my lips, sure of your body I shall be. Betide me weal, betide me woe, that weird shall never dinten me. Sin he has kissed her on the lips, all underneath the olden tree. Now ye maun go wi' me, she said, now Thomas ye maun go with me, and ye maun serve me 7 years, through weal or woe as may chance to be. She's mounted on her milk-white steed, and she's a towing Thomas up behind, and I, whene'er her bridle rang, the steed get swifter than the wind. Oh, they rade on, and farther on, the steed gaed swifter than the wind, until they reached the desert wild, and living land was left behind. Now, Thomas, lie down, she said, and lean your head upon my knee, and bide ye there a little space, and I will show you fairly free. Oh, see ye not yon narrow road, so thick beset with thorns and briars? That is the path of righteousness, though after it but few inquires. And see ye not yon braid road that lies across the lily leven? That is the path of wickedness, though some call it the road of heaven. And see ye not yon bonny road that winds about the ferny brae? That is the road to fair Elfland, where thou and I this night maun gae. But Thomas, ye sall hone your tongue, whatever ye may hear or see, for speak ye word in Elfland, ye'll ne'er win back to your ain country. O they rade on and farther on, and they wade rivers abone the knee, and they saw neither sun nor moon, but they heard the roaring of the sea. It was mirk night, there was nae starlight, they waded through red blood to the knee, for the blood that's shed on the earth rins through the springs of the country. Sin they came to the garden green, as she put an apple frae a tree. Take this for thy wages, Thomas, she said, it will give thee the tongue that can never lie. My tongue is my ain. Then Thomas he said, it gladly give he wed gae to me. I neither dought to buy or sell at fair or tryst where I might be. I doubt neither speak to prince or peer, nor ask of grace from fair lady. Now hold thy peace, Thomas, she said, for as I say, so must it be. He has gotten a coat of even cloth, and a pair of shoon of the velvet green, and till 7 years were come and gane, through Thomas on earth was never seen. The 14th century tells the tale with many more details, and introduces much natural description. The following verses will give an idea of its picturesqueness and very English care for birds and beasts. I heard the jay and the throstle, the song thrush bemoaned herself in her song. The green woodpecker rang out like a bell, so that all the wood about me rang. She led 3 greyhounds in a leash, and 7 hounds ran by her side. She bore a horn about her neck, and full many an arrow in her belt. The demon lover is full of such vivid pictures and true melody that the closing stanzas must be quoted. A supernatural being in the disguise of a former lover tempted a woman to leave her home and sail with him across the seas. They had not sailed a league but barely 3, until she spied her cloven foot, and she wept bitterly. O hold your tongue of your weeping, said he, of your weeping now let me be. I will show you how the lilies grow on the banks of Italy. O what hills are you, yon pleasant hills, that the sun shines swiftly on? O yonder the hills of heaven, he said, where you will never win. O what an a mountain is you, she said, all so dreary with frost and snow. O yon is the mountain of hell, he cried, where you and I will go. And I, when she turned her round about, I taller I seemed to be, until that the tops of the gallant ship nae taller were than he. He struck the topmast with his hand, the foremast with his knee, and he brake that gallant ship in twain, and sank her in the sea. Bonnie George Campbell, from a collection called The Scottish Minstrel, published in 1834, is a fine example of the ballad maker's power of telling a story of several lives in a few lines. High upon highlands and low upon Tay, Bonnie George Campbell rade out on a day, saddled and bridled and gallant to sea. Hame came his guide horse, but hame came na he. Outran his old mither, greeting for sair, outran his bonny bride, reaving his hair. He rade saddled and bridled, with boots to the knee. Hame came his guide horse, but never came he. My meadow lies green, and my corn is unshorn, my barn is too big, and my baby's unborn. He rade saddled and bridled, careless and free. To him came the saddle, but never came he. There are no other poems in our language like the true border ballads, which tell of the endless feuds and raids on the borderland between England and Scotland. They are long, too long for wholesale quotations here, but the following stanzas from Kinmouth Willie are characteristic of their vigor and delightful humor. Oh, have ye not heard of the fowls of Sackle Lee? Or have ye not heard of the keen Lord Scroope, how they have ta'en bold Kinmouth Willie, and had me to hang him up? They led him through the Little Rag, and also through the Carlisle sands. They brought him on to Carlisle Castle to be at my Lord Scroope's commands. My hands are tied, but my tongue is free, and wha will dare thee the vow, or answer by the border law, or answer to the bold Buccaleugh? Now hold thy tongue, thou rank river, there never Scot shall set thee free. Before ye cross my castle yate, I trow ye shall take farewell on me. Fear ye yet that, my lord, quoth Willie. By the face of my body, Lord Scroope, he said, I never yet lodged in a hostelry, but I paid my lying before a gate. Now word is gane to the bold keeper, in Branksome Ha, where that he lay, that Lord Scroope has ta'en the Kinmouth Willie, between the hours of night and day. He has ta'en the table with his hand, he girt the red wine spring on high. Now Christ's curse on my head, he said, but avenged of Lord Scroope's I'll buy. O is my basnet a widow's curch, or my lance a wand of the willow tree, or my arm a lady's lily hand, that an English lord should lightly me? And have they ta'en him, Kinmouth Willie, against the truce of border tide, and forgotten that the bold Buccaleugh is keeper here on the Scottish side? And have they ane ta'en him, Kinmouth Willie, withouten either dread or fear, and forgotten that the bold Buccaleugh can back a steed or shake a spear? O were there war between the lands, as well I wot that there is none, I would slide Carlisle Castle high, though it were builded of marble stone. I would set that castle in a low, and sloken it with English blood. There's never a man in Cumberland should ken where Carlisle Castle stood. But since now war's between the lands, and there's peace and peace should be, I neither harm English lad or lass, and yet the Kinmouth freed shall be. In 19th verses, the ballad tells how Buccaleugh summoned the marchman, with spur on heel, and splint on spout, and gloves of green, and feathers blue, and how he took buglers and a mason gang with long ladders. He tells how they passed over the debatable land, and how, when they had crossed on the English soil, the leader, Dicky of Dryhope, was challenged for trespass. He met the difficulty adequately. Then never a word had Dicky to say, say he thrust the lance through his foe's body. The inconvenient questioner being thus disposed of, the succouring band made for Charlesley, and set the ladders up. Bold Buccaleugh has ta'en the watchman by the throat, he flung him down upon the lead. Had there not been peace between our lands, upon the other side thou hadst gaed. As they broke into the castle, they raised such trumpet calls, and made such a noise, that Scroope and his followers thought King James and his men had won the house with bow and spear. It was but 20 Scots and 10 that put 1,000 in sickest tear. Anyhow, the 1,000 stayed in safety, while Buccaleugh and his men forced their way through bolts and bars to the dungeon. And when we came to the lower prison, where Willie of Kinmouth he did lie, O sleep ye, wake thee, Kinmouth Willie, upon the morn that thou's to die. O I sleep soft and wake oft, It's long since sleeping was flayed frae me. Gie my service back to my wife and bairns, and guide fellow that aspires for me. Then Red Rowan has sent him up, the starkest man in Tividale. Abide now, Red Rowan, till of my Lord Scroope I take farewell. Farewell, my guide Lord Scroope, my guide Lord Scroope, farewell, he cried. I pay you for my lodging mail, when first we meet on the border side. Then shoulder high with a stout and cry, we bore him down the ladder lang. At every stride Red Rowan made, I wot the Kinmont's airns place clang. O many a time, co Kinmont Willie, I have ridden horse bathed wild and wood, but a rougher beast than Red Rowan I win my legs have never bestrewed. And many a time, co Kinmont Willie, I've pricked a horse out row the furs, but since the day I backed a steed, I never wore such cumbrous spurs. We scarce had won the Steinhall bank, when the Charlie's lib bells were rung, and 1,000 men in horse and foot came with the Kinlord Scroopes along. Buccleuch had turned to Iden water, even where it flowed frae bank to brim, and he has plunged in with a heavy band, and safely swum them through the stream. He turned him on the other side, and at Lord Scroope's his glove flung he. If ye like now my visit in merry England, in fair Scotland come visit me. All sore astonished stood Lord Scroope, he stood as still as rock of stane. He scarcely dared to throw his eyes, when through the water they had gane. He's either himself a devil frae hell, or else his mother a witch may be. I wonder have ridden that one water, for at the God in Christenty. The Jacobite ballads, the songs of the royal house of Stuart, belong to the years which lie roughly between 1688 and 1784. When after the Battle of Culloden in 1746, Prince Charles Edward wandered about as a fugitive, the government having put upon his head a price of £30,000, though he was known to and helped by the poorest people, he was not betrayed to his foes. The rare loyalty and devotion shown by that single fact inspires the Jacobite ballads, and makes them a thing in themselves, not to be mixed up with ordinary songs. Wae's Me for Prince Charles is typical song for this love and devotion, and poignant poetry too. A wee bird came to our door, he warbled sweet and clearly, and I, the outcome of his song, was Wae Me for Prince Charlie. Oh, when I heard the bonny, bonny bird, the tears came dropping rarely. I took my bonnet off my head, for weel I lo'ed Prince Charlie. Quoth I, my bird, my bonny, bonny bird, is that a tale ye borrow, or is't some words ye've learned by rote, or a lilt, a dull, and a sorrow? Oh, no, 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 the wheat bells sang, of lonesome morning early, but sic a day of wind and rain, oh, wae's me for Prince Charlie. On hills that are by right his ain, he roams a lonely stranger, on ilka hand he's pressed by want, on ilka side by danger. Yestreen I met him in a glen, my heart near bursted fairly, for sadly changed indeed was he, oh, wae's me for Prince Charlie. Dark night came on, the tempest howled, outry the hills and valleys, and where was that your prince lay down, was should been a palace. He laid him in a highland plaid, which covered him but sparely, and slept beneath a bush of broom, oh, I wae's me for Prince Charlie. And now the bear saw some redcoats, and he shook his wings with anger. Oh, this is not a land for me, I'll tarry here no longer. Awhile he hovered on the wing, ere he departed fairly, but well I mind the farewell strain, it was wae's me for Prince Charlie. Will He Now Come Back Again is another ballad of this love for Charlie, better known perhaps still. Then there are the ballads full of the fighting spirit which inspired the Jacobites before the fatal day of Culloden. Wawanda, Faith for Charlie, Charlie is my darling, and the still more poetic On by Moss and Mountain Green, with its ringing last verse calling the clans together. Hark, the bagpipe sounds amain, gather Ilcolleen, men, gather. These mountains are a Charlie's ain, these green sward hills and moonlit heather. O'er the moor among the heather, o'er the moor among the heather. I wadna fight for Charlie's right, to gain him back his heels a heather. A lovelier ballad of love betrayed and friendship broken than Glasgarian can hardly be found. In Ramsay's Tea-Table Miscellany there is to be found a rarely musical ballad of faithless love ending in tragedy. Ye highlands and ye lowlands, oh where have you been? They have slain the Earl of Moray, and laid him on the green. Now wae be to thee, Huntly, and wherefore did you see? I bade you bring him with you, but I forbade ye him to slee. He was a brave gallant, and he rade at the Gring, and the bonny Earl of Moray, oh he might have been a king. He was a braw gallant, and he played at the bow, and the bonny Earl of Moray was the flower among them all. He was a braw gallant, and he played at the glove, and the bonny Earl of Moray, oh he was the queen of love. O languisy lady, look o'er this castle down, ere she see the Earl of Moray come sounding through the town. That last line shows what pomp, power, and brilliance can be suggested by one single verb perfectly chosen and placed. As a rule, the ballad form belongs to primitive conditions of life. The form sometimes lasts longer than the genuine ballad spirit. In every century, so-called ballads have been written in English, but the three great groups of Border, Robin Hood, and Jacobite ballads are incomparably the finest. Those written more recently have not the same freshness and gusto, nor the lurking tragedy of so many of the older ones. However, two of Mr. de la Mare's The Silver Penny and The Three Buggers do not quite come into the modern category, though no one probably would rank them with those already quoted. They have a true ballad lilt and a very real charm. Of the two, The Silver Penny is the simpler, the nearer to the old spontaneity, ruthlessness, and in the second verse to the old bitter irony. Sailorman, I'll give to you my bright silver penny, and if out to sea you'll sail me and my dear sister Jenny. Getting young, sir, I'll sell ye and your dear sister Jenny, but pay she shall her golden locks instead of your penny. They sail away, oh fierce the winds blew, the foam flew in clouds, and dark the night grew, and all the wild sea water climbed steep into the boat. Back to the shore again sail they will not. Drowned is the sailor man, drowned is sweet Jenny, and drowned in the deep sea a bright silver penny. The Three Beggarmen, though more archaic in language, is much more modern in spirit than the Silver Penny, as the following verses of it show. 'Twas autumn daybreak, gold and wild, while past St. Anne's grey tower they shuffled. Three beggars spied a fairy child, in crimson mantle muffled. The daybreak lighted up her face, all pink and sharp and emerald eyed. She looked on them a little space, and shrill at Hotboy cried, O three tall-foot store men of rags, which walking this gold moon I see, what will ye give me for your bags, for fairy kisses three? The first that was a reddish man, out of his bundle takes a crust. La, by the tombstone of St. Anne, there's fee if fee ye must. The second that was the chestnut man, out of his bundle draws a bone. La, by the belfry of St. Anne, and all my breakfast gone. The third that was a yellow man, out of his bundle picks a groat. La, by the angel of St. Anne, and I must go without. That changeling lean and icy-lipped, touched crust and bone and growth and low, beneath her finger, taper-tipped, the magic all ran through. Instead of crust, a peacock pie, instead of bone, sweet vengeance, instead of growth, a white lily, with 7 blooms therein. And each fair cup was deep with wine, such was the changeling's charity. That sweet feast was enough for 9, but not too much for 3. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 6, The Treatise, Part 1. There is no one word which can cover all the forms which prose takes. I have made a special exception of essays and letters, and then it seems best to take the rest in this chapter under one comprehensive name, the treatise. Yet we may still make some divisions. There is the prose of pure history, which tells a story. There is prose full of imagination, not that which makes a picture today of what we saw at some past moment, and makes it just as we saw it, but the kind of imagination which fashions new and fresh pictures, and is truly imaginative prose. Then there is the kind of which great speeches are made, oratorical prose. There is the prose of persuasion. There is controversial prose, which may be used in the service of religion, politics, or social and economic affairs, or even in the criticism of literature. This is the language of the pamphlet, something between a treatise and an essay. Lastly, there is devotional prose. Probably historical prose is the earliest in time. It certainly was in England. The oldest in any of the languages related to English is in English, or Anglo-Saxon rather. The earliest entry in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is dated A.D. 1, the last 1154. The earlier entries must certainly have been written down long after the dates attached to them. Several old manuscripts found in different monasteries exist. These were compiled or copied by different writers. Up to the time of Bede, who was born most likely in 673, these entries were mostly bare matters of fact, written we know not when. Certainly, many of the events in the earlier centuries were written down in the manuscripts after Bede's days, written as the chroniclers learned them from different people and sources. One story, belonging to 784, the Chronicle dates it, however, 755, is believed to be the oldest existing piece of prose in any North European language. It relates the slaying of Cynewulf, who had captured the West Saxon kingdom from his kinsman Sigebert. Cynewerd, brother of Sigebert, slew Cynewulf. The following translation, showing the devotion of his followers to Cynewulf in his life and after his death, may be compared with Wiglaf's loyalty to Beowulf. Quote, the Atheling, footnote, Cynewerd, Sigebert's heir to the West Saxon kingdom, and footnote, offered money and life to each of them, that is to say, to Cynewulf's thanes, and not one of them would accept it. But they continued fighting till they all fell, except one, a British hostage, and he was sorely wounded. Then, upon the morrow, the king's thanes, whom he had left behind him, heard that the king was slain. Then rode they thither. And Osric his ealdorman, and Wyfirth his thane, and the men whom he had previously left behind. And at the town wherein the king lay slain, they found the atheling, and those within had closed the gates against them. But they then went onward. And he then offered them their own choice of land and money, if they would grant him the kingdom, and showed them that their kinsmen were with him, men who would not desert him. And they then said that no kinsman was dearer to them than their lord, and that they never would follow his murderer. And they then bade their kinsmen that they should go away from him in safety. But they said that the same had been bidden their companions, who before that had been with the king. Then they said that they no more minded it than your companions who were slain with the king. And then they continued fighting around the gates until they made their way in, and slew the atheling, and all the men who were with him, except one who was the ealdorman's godson, and he escaped with life, though he was wounded in several places." End quote. Bede, in his Ecclesiastical History, relates a dramatic story about the introduction of Christianity to Northumbria, which, though very well known, can never grow stale, because it is both simple and beautiful. I have made the rendering, not from Bede's Latin of the end of the 8th century, but from King Alfred's Anglo-Saxon translation from Bede, which he made at the end of the 9th. Had Bede written in Anglo-Saxon, the quotation from the Chronicle given above would not be our earliest prose. Bede wrote everything in Latin, save his rendering of St. John's Gospel. The following passage is almost word for word like the original. It may be rough, but I think it preserves something of the old atmosphere. The circumstances which led up to it are these. Edwin, king of the Northumbrians, married Ethelberga, daughter of Ethelbert, the Christian king of Kent. She stipulated that, if she married a pagan, a monk, Paulinus, should be consecrated bishop, and go with her to Northumbria, so that she would still have a priest and a church, and worship God as a Christian. After a while, Edwin began to consider the possibility of becoming a Christian. Finally, he appointed a day when Paulinus should expound the doctrines of Christianity in public. Paulinus having spoken, Edwin asked for counsel from his assembled head men. Chefi, his heathen chief priest, advised him to become a Christian, on the sordid ground that though as priest he himself had served the heathen gods faithfully, he had prospered less than other men who had not done even that. He was, in fact, a materialist, with no understanding of spiritual things. There was, however, an old soldier present, and he, in this often quoted passage, gave Edwin his counsel. Quote, "Such to me, O king, appears this present life of man on earth, in comparison with that time which to us is unknown, like as if thou wast sitting, feasting with thine ealdormen and thanes in wintertide, the fire kindled, thy hall warmed, and it rains and snows and hails and storms without. Comes then a sparrow, and quickly flies through the house, goes through one door in, through another door out. Lo, he in the time that he is within is not wet with the winter storm, but that is but for the twinkling of an eye, and the least instant. and he soon cometh again into the winter of winters. Like him, this life of man appears for a little time. What goes before or what after, we know not. If therefore this new lore bring aught more clear, more fit, it is worth that we follow it. End quote. It is not easy to say whether this is historical or imaginative prose, but in its simplicity and wistfulness it is, at any rate, intensely English. When King Alfred translated the Pastoral Care of Gregory the Great from Latin into Anglo-Saxon, he gave us some contemporary history in his own preface. He first recalled the condition of England before the Danes overran it, plundering, burning, and killing. Quote, "The sacred orders, how zealous they were, both in teaching and learning, and in all the services they owed to God, and how foreigners came to this land in search of wisdom." End quote. Then he contrasted with this the terrible desolation of his land, which he was trying so hard to repair. Quote, "We should now have to get them from abroad if we were to have them." End quote. Then he described, more in detail, the dreadful decay of knowledge and learning which the Danish incursions had directly caused. Quote, "So general was its decay in England that there were very few on this side of the Humber who could understand their rituals in English, or translate a letter from Latin into English, and I believe there were not many beyond the Humber. There were so few of them that I cannot remember a single one south of the Thames when I came to the throne. I remembered also how I saw, before it had all been ravaged and burnt, how the churches throughout the whole of England stood filled with treasures and books, and there was also a great multitude of God's servants, but they had very little knowledge of the books, for they could not understand anything of them, because they were not written in their own language." End quote. It is not easy in the 20th century to realize what the 9th was like. So it is no small thing to have this plain description of English civilization, as it lay wrecked by the Danes, written on the spot by an eyewitness, as any of us might today describe contemporary life. Alfred not only preserved the facts for us, but he furnished the men of his own time, by his zeal in translation, with books which they could understand. It is a pity for our present purpose that Latin was so commonly used instead of English prose, as in Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Britons, written early in the 13th century, the source for us of ancient British tales, such as King Lear and King Arthur. Otherwise, we should have the story in our own language of the ragging which, as a youth, at the court of King Ethelstan, St. Dunstan, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, and always a lover of learning and education, had to bear at the hands of his rough fellow students. He describes their rudeness, telling how, because he was a student in fact, and they only in name, they flung him into a muddy pool. Showing no anger, he shrewdly contrasts their churlishness with the compassion of some big dogs who, when he had managed to scramble out, came to him with wagging tails and licked him clean. There are rhymed chronicles, like Robert of Gloucester's at the end of the 13th, and Robert of Brune's in the 15th centuries, which cannot be included in a chapter on prose, save, as an exception, one delightful story which seems never to find its way into modern books. The boisterous men of Kent, when listening to St. Augustine's preaching, let some of their number stealthily hang a string of fish-tails to the back of the monk's habit. Apparently St. Augustine was gravely annoyed, for Robert of Brunn records that he prayed to God that they should have tails in future, and that all their children should be born with tails, and the story ends with these triumphant lines, quote, "And God granted all that he bade, for all that race tails had, and tails have." End quote. After the Norman conquest, much was written in England, chiefly in Latin and Norman French. Translations have their value. When they are supremely well made, like the authorized version of the Bible, they become a part of the literature of the country into whose tongue they are rendered. It is not, however, worthwhile in a chapter on English prose to translate what was produced in England but not in English. One exception shall be made in favor of a delightful 13th century book, The Anchoress's Rule. Who wrote the book and for whom is not precisely known, but it was probably addressed to 3 sisters who had devoted themselves to the religious life. The English manuscript appears to have had a Latin original. The following extract shows the extreme kindliness of the priest who directed these 3 anchoresses. Quote, "Ye shall, my beloved sisters, have no beast but a cat one. Anchoresses who have cattle seem better housewives, as Martha was, than anchoresses. In no wise can they be merry with peace of heart. For then must they think of the cow's fodder, and the herdsman's hire, flatter the hedger, (footnote) whose business it was to prevent damage to property by straying cattle, and (footnote) recover her when they put her in pound, and moreover pay the damages. However, if any one must needs have a cow, see that she annoy no man, nor harm any one, and that her own mind (footnote) that is to say, the anchoress's mind, end footnote, be not fixed upon her, (footnote) the cow, end footnote. An anchoress should have nothing that draws her heart outwards. Carry on no business. An anchoress who traffics sells her soul to the shopman of hell. Take not charge in your house of other men's things, neither cattle nor clothes." End quote. Such was his minute care that these good women should not be turned from a devout life by anxiety about worldly possessions. The first genuine English prose after the incursion of the Normans was written by a Yorkshireman, Richard Rolv, the hermit, who was born not far from Pickering about 1300, and who died before he was 50. He wrote a little poetry, but it is as the author of prose, which is clear in meaning, full of vigor, and musically cadenced, in which he wrote some of the most beautiful religious books in English, that he deserves our love. The following quotation is from a collection of short pieces. I have chosen it because it deals with a matter which touches every one of us, and because it is an excellent example of Rolv's simple, direct teaching, which does not leave one loophole through which we can wriggle and escape. Its title is By what tokens thou shalt know if thou lovest thine enemy? Quote, if thou beest not stirred against the person by anger or fell outward cheer, and have no privy hate in thine heart for to despise him or judge him, or for to set him at naught, and the more shame and villainy he does to thee in word or in deed, the more pity and compassion thou hast of him, as thou wouldst have of a man who was out of his mind, but prayest for him and helpest him, and desirest his amending, not only with thy mouth, as hypocrites do, but with the affection of thine heart, thou hast then perfect charity to thy fellow Christian. Learn to love thy enemies and sinful men. Look and bethink thee how Christ loved Judas, who was both his bodily enemy and a sinful caitiff. How goodly Christ was to him, how benign, how courteous, how humble to him whom he knew to be damnable. And nevertheless he chose him for his apostle, and sent him to preach with the other apostles. He gave him power to work miracles. He showed to him the same good cheer in word and deed, also with his precious body, and preached to him as he did to the other apostles. He condemned him not openly, nor abused nor despised him, nor ever spake evil of him, and yet, even though he had done all that, he would but have spoken the truth. And above all, when Judas took him, he kissed him and called him his friend. All this charity Christ showed to Judas, whom he knew to be damnable, in no manner of feigning nor flattery, but in soothfastness of good love and plain charity. Follow after somewhat if thou canst. Whoso deems himself to be a perfect follower of Jesus Christ's teaching, and cannot follow Christ in his love and charity, to love his fellow Christians, every man, good and ill, friends and foes, without feigning, flattering, despising in heart, angriness, and melancholious reproving, soothly he beguiles himself. The nearer he deems himself to be, the further he is. End quote. Save for modernized spelling, this is practically a literal rendering of Rolv. So, in the first half of the 14th century, was English prose written. As to its contents, no one need imagine that this counsel was given by one who knew nothing of the difficulties of true forgiveness. Richard was often misunderstood, not seldom ill-treated, and by nature was of the disposition which finds such things hard to bear. Later on in this 14th century, Walter Hilton, who lived in Nottinghamshire, wrote several treatises. Among others, he wrote one called Of Angel's Song. At least, though some people have supposed Rolv wrote it, it is now generally assigned to Hilton, who died in 1392. The following quotation, which I have rendered as literally as possible, and in modern spelling, will give some idea of the sweetness, the peaceful light and joy which suffused 14th century English prose. Quote, on this manner wise, a soul is made spiritual in the sensible part by the abundance of charity which is in the substance of the soul. Also our Lord comforts a soul by angel's song. But what that song is, it may not be described by any bodily likeness, for it is ghostly, spiritual, and above all manner of imagination and man's reason. It may be perceived and felt in a soul, but it may not be told. Nevertheless, I speak to thee as I think. When a soul is purified by the love of God, illumined by wisdom, stabled by the might of God, then is the eye of the soul open to behold ghostly things, as virtues, angels and holy souls, and heavenly things. Then is the soul able, by cause of cleanness, to feel the touching, the speaking of good angels. Now then, methinks that no soul can feel truly angels' song nor heavenly sounds, unless it be in perfect charity. But not therefore have all who are in perfect charity felt it, but only that soul that is purified in the fire of the love of God, so that all earthly savour is burnt out of it, and all means hindering betwixt the soul and the angel's cleanness are broken and put away from it. End quote. One very attractive element in this kind of Middle English prose is its humour. Though these men were trying to help their fellows to reach the very highest perfection, they saw no need to be starched and pompous, solemn and dull over it. There is a treatise, The Cloud of Unknowing, whose date and author are unknown. Whoever wrote it, he had this sense of the funny side of things, however serious the things may essentially be. Having set forth how a good life should be lived, he warns his readers of the wisdom of avoiding such comparatively small things as awkward and silly bodily habits. Quote, "Some set their eyes in their heads as they were sturdy sheep beaten in the head, and as they should die anon. Some hang their heads on one side, as if a worm were in their ears. Some pipe when they should speak, as if there were no spirit in their bodies. Some men are so cumbered in nice, curious questions in bodily bearing, that when they shall hear somewhat, they writhe their heads on one side quaintly and up with the chin. They gape with their mouths, as they should hear with their mouth and not with their ears. Some, when they should speak, point with their fingers, either on their fingers, or on their own breasts, or on theirs that they speak to. Some can neither sit still, stand still, nor lie still, unless they either be wagging with their feet, or else doing somewhat with their hands. Some row with their arms in time of their speaking, as them needed to swim over a great water." End quote. Who can possibly doubt that people well known to the writer furnish the details of these funny portraits? The next extract comes from a school book of stories for girls, Le Cire du Chevalier de la Courlandrie, which was popular in England and on the Continent in the 14th and 15th centuries. The stories were originally collected by an Angevin nobleman for his own daughter. A very literal translation into English was made by an unknown writer. It is interesting as showing us the kind of reading book which was used then. Quote, "There was a woman that had a pie in a cage," footnote, magpie, end footnote, "that would speak and tell tales of what she saw done. And so it happed that her husband would keep a great eel in a little pond in his garden, to that intent to give it to some of his friends that might come to see him. But the wife, when her husband was out, said to her maid, Let us eat the great eel, and I will say to my husband that the otter hath eaten him. And so it was done. And when the good man was come, the pie began to tell him how her mistress had eaten the eel. And he went to the pond, and found not the eel. And he asked his wife what had become of the eel. And she thought to have excused herself, but he said to her, Excuse you not, for I know well you have eaten it, for the pie hath told me. And so there was great noise between the man and his wife for eating of the eel. But when the good man was gone, the mistress and the maid came to the pie, and plucked off all the feathers on the pie's head, saying, Thou hast discovered us about the eel. And thus was the poor pie plucked. But ever after, when the pie saw a bald or a peeled man, or a woman with a high forehead, the pie said to them, You told about the eel. End quote. In the 9th year of Edward IV, that is, in 1470, Sir Thomas Malory, of whom little is known save that his family lived at Hutton Conyers, a charming place just off the Thirsk road near Ripon, finished his great story of King Arthur and of his noble knights of the Round Table. It was first printed by Caxton in 1485 at his Westminster press. He wrote a preface to Malory's book in which he said, quote, I have, after the simple conning, knowledge, skill, that God hath sent to me, under the favour and correction of all noble lords and gentlemen, imprised, undertaken, to imprint a book of the noble histories of the said King Arthur, and of certain of his knights, after a copy unto me delivered, which copy Sir Thomas Malory did take out of certain books of French, and reduced it into English. I, William Caxton, simple person, present this book following, which I have emprised to imprint, and treateth of the noble acts, feats of arms, of chivalry, prowess, hardiness, humanity, love, courtesy, and very gentleness, with many wonderful histories and adventures. End quote. Some people call Malory's book a prose epic. Anyhow, it is an English classic. It tells one of the great stories of our country in that 15th century prose which is simple and incomparably expressive. The following passage tells how Arthur pulled out the momentous sword of prophecy. Quote, In the greatest church of London, whether it were Paul's or not, the French book maketh no mention, all the estates were long or day in the church for to pray. And when matins and the first mass was done, there was seen in the churchyard against the high altar a great stone 4 square like unto a marble stone, and in the midst thereof was like an anvil of steel 1 foot on high, and therein stuck a fair sword, naked by the point, and letters there were written in gold about the sword that said this, Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England. I command, said the Archbishop, that ye keep you within your church, and pray unto God still, that no man touch the sword till the high mass be all done. So when all masses were done, all the lads went to behold the stone and the sword. And when they saw the scripture, writing, some assayed, such as would have been king, but none might stir the sword nor move it. He is not here, said the Archbishop, that shall achieve the sword, but doubt not God will make him known. And upon New Year's Day the barons let make a justs and a tournament, for the Archbishop trusted that God would make him known that should win the sword. So upon New Year's Day, when the service was done, the barons rode to the field, some to just and some to tourney. And so it happed that Sir Ector, that had great livelihood about London, rode unto the justs, and with him Sir Kay his son, and young Arthur, that was his nourished brother. So as they rode to the justwards, Sir Kay had lost his sword, for he had left it at his father's lodging, and so he prayed young Arthur to ride for his sword. I will well, said Arthur, and rode fast after the sword. And when he came home, the lady and all were out to see the justing. Then was Arthur wroth, and said to himself, I will ride to the churchyard, and take the sword with me that sticketh in the stone, for my brother Sir Kay shall not be without a sword this day. So when he came to the churchyard, Sir Arthur alighted, and tied his horse to the stile, and so he went to the tent, and found no knights there, for they were at the justing. And so he handled the sword by the handles, and lightly and fiercely pulled it out of the stone, and took his horse, and rode his way till he came to his brother Sir Kay, and delivered him the sword. And as soon as Sir Kay saw the sword, he wist well it was the sword of the stone. And so he rode to his father Sir Ector, and said, Sir, lo, here is the sword of the stone, wherefore I must be king of this land. When Sir Ector beheld the sword, he returned again and came to the church, and there they alighted all three and went into the church, and anon he made Sir Kay to swear upon a book how he came to that sword. Sir, said Sir Kay, by my brother Arthur, for he brought it to me. How gat ye this sword? Said Sir Ector to Arthur. Sir, I will tell you. When I came home for my brother's sword, I found nobody at home to deliver me his sword, and so I thought my brother Kay should not be swordless, and so I came hither eagerly, and pulled it out of the stone without any pain. Found ye any knights about this sword? Said Sir Ector. Nay, said Arthur. Now, said Sir Ector to Arthur, I understand ye must be king of this land. There, in simple Middle English prose, is the story, how Arthur first came to his own through that naïve fortuitousness in the falling out of events which is so characteristic of primitive tales. It is a great temptation to go on making extracts from this immortal book, to tell, for instance, how an old man brought Sir Galahad, a young knight the which is of king's lineage, and of the kindred of Joseph of Arimathea, to the court of King Arthur, and how this young man took off his armor and stood there in a coat of red sindal, and bare a mantle upon his shoulder that was furred with ermine, and how at this old man's bidding the youthful knight sat down in the Siege Perilous, This sitting down was the sign that he should find the thestorygirl, that is to say, the cup or dish of the Blessed Sacrament, which, according to tradition, held the Paschal Lamb at the Last Supper, and was taken by Joseph of Arimathea to the cross when some of our Lord's blood fell into it, and was later on brought by Joseph to England. End footnote. Whereon, beneath a cloth, the legend was written, "This is the siege of Galahad, the Oat Prince." Or again, one might quote the passage in the 17th book, which tells how Galahad prayed that death should come to him when he asked for it, and then heard a voice saying, "Galahad, thou shalt have thy request. And when thou askest the death of thy body, thou shalt have it, and then shalt thou find the life of the soul." And how, shortly after, he was made king of the city of Sarras, and a little later, being at Mass, he received communion, as he perceived, at the hands of Saint Joseph, and how then and there he made his request that he might die, and having commended Sir Percival and Sir Bors to God, he kneeled down at the altar to pray, when suddenly his soul departed to Jesus Christ, and a great multitude of angels bore his soul up to heaven, that the two fellows might well behold it. Or there is the fine passage describing the great battle between King Arthur and his son, Sir Mordred, who was plotting to become King of England, when, finally, Arthur smote Sir Mordred under the shield with a foin of his spear, footnote, that is to say, a push, end footnote, throughout the body more than a fathom, but himself received a mortal wound from the dying man, and was carried away by Sir Bedivere, the story we know so well from Tennyson's The Passing of Arthur, and left this world, saying, "I will into the vale of Avilion to heal me of my grievous wound." But there is no more space for these stories. They must be read in the proper place, Malory's Morte d'Arthur, which can never pass out of England's love while we remain a nation and a people. By the time that England reached the 16th century, prose was recognized as an art, and the naïve simplicity of the beginnings had passed forever away, and we find some interesting developments. The first in time, Sir Thomas Eliot's Book of the Governor, is probably the first prose treatise on the science of politics and upon education. Eliot devotes 2 chapters to the causes of the decay of learning. One of these deals with a fact which has always been noteworthy in England, namely our national carelessness about the qualifications and position of our teachers. Since we all have to learn somehow, this is a matter that concerns every one of us. I have, in quoting Eliot, only modernized his spelling. Quote, "The second occasion whereof gentlemen's children seldom have sufficient learning is avarice. For where their parents will not adventure to send them far out of their proper countries, partly for fear of death, which perchance dare not approach them at home with their father, partly for expense of money which they suppose would be less in their own houses or in a village, with some of their tenants and friends, having seldom any regard to the teacher, whether he be well learned or ignorant. For if they hire a schoolmaster to teach in their houses, they chiefly inquire with how small a salary he will be contented, and never do in search how much good learning he hath, and how among well-learned men he is therein esteemed, using therein less diligence than in taking servants, whose service is of much less importance, and to a good schoolmaster is not in profit to be compared. A gentleman, ere he take a cook into his service, he will first diligently examine him, how many sorts of meats, pottages, and sauces he can perfectly make, and how well he can season them, that they may be both pleasant and nourishing. Yea, and if it be but a falconer, he will scrupulously inquire what skill he hath in feeding, called diet, and keeping of his hawk from all sickness, and how he can reclaim her and prepare her to flight. And to such a cook or falconer whom he findeth expert, he spareth not to give much wages with other bounteous rewards. But of a schoolmaster to whom he will commit a child, to be fed with learning and instructed in virtue, whose life shall be the principal monument of his name and honour, he never maketh further inquiry, but where he may have a schoolmaster, and with how little charge. This strange carelessness, however, is not peculiar to English people. Socrates was aware of it in the 4th century before Christ. But Eliot's criticism should not be forgotten, as the inclination to put everything else, even eating and drinking luxuriously, before learning, is common enough still among all people and classes. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 6, The Treatise, Part 2. Towards the end of the 16th century, the first headmaster of Merchant Taylor's School, Richard Mulcaster, drew attention to another important educational matter, namely, that each child should be brought up to follow the occupation best suited to its capacities and tastes. This book is not very easy to obtain now, so this one passage shall be quoted, and not only for what it says, but as an example of plain, racy prose of the century. Quote, "Wits well sorted be most civil." Footnote. Convenient. End footnote. This I say because to avoid excessive number, choice is one principal help. For in admitting to uses only such as be fit and seem to be made for them, pairs off the unfit, and lesseneth the number, which yet would be looked unto even at the very first. How then can civil society be preserved, where wits of unfit humours for service are in places of service? If that wit fall to preach, which were fitter for the plough, and he to climb a pulpit which is made to scale a wall, is not a good carter ill lost, and a good soldier ill placed? If he will needs law, it which careth for no law, and profess justice that professeth no right, hath not right an ill carver, and justice a worse master? If he will deal with physic whose brains cannot bear the infinite circumstances which belong thereunto, whether to maintain health or to restore it, doth he anything else but seek to hasten death for helping the disease, to make way to murder instead of amendment, to be a butcher's prentice for a master in physic. And so it is in all kinds of life, in all trades of living, where fitness and right placing of wits doth work agreement and ease, and misplacing have the contrary companions, disagreement and disease. End quote. Mulcaster was by birth a Cumbrian. He brings to this question of choosing our life's occupation that good sense which is not only commonly attributed to North countrymen, but which many of them really possess. During the 16th century, 2 books of poetical criticism were written. Sir Philip Sidney's Apology for Poetry, which appeared in 1580, in which he defended poetry from its opponents, and George Puttenham's The Art of English Poetry, published 9 years later than Sidney's. A very old subject of literary dispute concerns the comparative value of matter and form in literature. A comparison, that is, of the stuff of which it is made, and of the manner of its making. Puttenham dealt with this in the 3rd chapter of his 3rd book. Here again is an instance not only of characteristic English prose, but of sound common sense about a problem which crops up in every age. Quote, "Ornament, then, is of 2 sorts. One to satisfy and delight the ear only by a goodly outward show, set upon the matter with words, and speeches smoothly and tunably running. Another by certain intendments or sense of such words and speeches, inwardly working a stir to the mind. That first quality the Greeks called enargia, of this word argos, because it giveth a glorious lustre and light. This latter they called energia, of ergon, because it wrought with a strong and virtuous operation, and figure breedeth them both, some serving to give gloss only to a language, some to give it efficacy by sense. And so by that means some of them serve the ear only, some serve the conceit only, footnote, here used for understanding, thought, end footnote, and not the ear. There be of them also that serve both turns as common servitors, appointed for the one and the other purpose, which shall be hereafter spoken of in place." End quote. Probably all critics would agree that the most stately 16th century prose is Hooker's. His object in his Ecclesiastical Polity was to defend the Church against the Puritans. The book must always remain one of the greatest in English prose. No extracts can give a true idea of it, but this short passage on a good death may at least show how nobly, and with what dignity and with what simplicity he wrote. For here there is no straining after fine language, no adornments of color, sound, or imaginative picture. Quote, "Is there any man of worth or virtue, although not instructed in the school of Christ, or ever taught what the soundness of religion meaneth, that had not rather end the days of this transitory life as Cyrus in Xenophon, or in Plato, Socrates are described, than to sink down with them of whom Elihu hath said, Momento moriuntur, footnote, in a moment they die." End footnote. There is scarce an instant between their flourishing and their not being. But let us which know what it is to die as Absalom or Ananias and Sapphira died, let us beg of God that when the hour of our rest is come, the patterns of our dissolution may be Jacob, Moses, Joshua, David, who leisurably ending their lives in peace, prayed for the mercies of God to come upon their posterity, replenished the hearts of those nearest unto them with words of memorable consolation, strengthened men in the fear of God, gave them wholesome instruction of life, and confirmed them in true religion. In sum, taught the world not less virtuously how to die than they had done before how to live. End quote. In a very different strain, Sir Walter Raleigh, a prisoner in the Tower, writing his History of the World, spoke of death. Disillusioned and weary of trouble, he saw death as the executioner, the destroyer, or at best, the leveler of men. Quote, "Death puts into man all the wisdom of the world, without speaking a word, which God, with all the words of his law, promises or threats, doth not infuse. It is therefore death alone that can suddenly make man to know himself. He tells the proud and insolent that they are but abjects, and humbles them at the instant, makes them cry, complain and repent, yea, even to hate their forepast happiness. He takes the account of the rich, and proves him a beggar, a naked beggar, which hath interest in nothing but in the gravel that fills his mouth. He holds a glass before the eyes of the most beautiful, and makes them see therein their deformity and rottenness, and they acknowledge it. O eloquent, just, and mighty death, whom none could advise, thou hast persuaded. What none hath dared, thou hast done, and whom all the world hath flattered, thou only hast cast out of the world and despised. Thou hast drawn together all the far-stretched greatness, all the pride, cruelty, and ambition of man, and covered it all over with these two narrow words, Hic jacet. Footnote, here he lies. End footnote. End quote. Hooker, a man of great learning, was a parish priest. Raleigh had frequented the gayest, perhaps the most brilliant court in Europe. So great a difference of standpoint merits the attention of all who care to sound the possibilities of literature. It is not only the form, of which Puttenham discoursed, which differs. The real diversity lies deep in the thought. We will leave the 16th century with Roger Ascham's pleasant advice about the upbringing of children. This, since they are the objects of it, should interest children. Quote, "The matter lieth not so much in the disposition of them that be young, as in the order and manner of bringing them up, by them that be old, nor yet in the difference of learning and pastime. For beat a child if he dance not well, and cherish him, though he learn not well, ye shall have him unwilling to go to dance, and glad to go to his books. Knock him always when he draweth his shaft ill, and favour him again, though he fault at his book, ye shall have him very loath to be in the field, and very willing to be in the school. Yea, I say more, and not of myself, but by the judgment of those from whom few wise men will gladly dissent, that if ever the nature of man be given at any time more than other to receive goodness, it is in innocency of young years, before that experience of evil have taken root in him. For the pure, clean wit of a sweet young babe is like the newest wax, most able to receive the best and fairest printing, and like a new bright silver dish never occupied, to receive and keep clean any good thing that is put into it. Every man sees, as I said before, new wax is best for printing, new clay fittest for working, new shorn wool aptest for soon and surest dyeing, new fresh flesh for good and durable salting. And this similitude is not rude, nor borrowed of the larder house, but out of his schoolhouse, of whom the wisest of England need not be ashamed to learn. Footnote. These images of youth's responsiveness are found in several ancient authors. For example, Horace, Quintilian, St. Jerome had all used them. Erasmus, the great Dutch scholar, Sir Thomas More's and Dean Collett's friend, had gathered them in one sentence in a pamphlet on education published in 1529. Quote, "Handle the wax whilst it is soft, mold the clay whilst it is moist, dye the fleece before it gather stains." End quote. End footnote. Young grafts grow not only soonest, but also fairest, and bring always forth the best and sweetest fruit. Young whelps learn easily to carry, young popinjays learn quickly to speak. End quote. Ascham's book was published in 1570, 2 years after his death. Mulcaster's did not appear till 1581. If we compare these passages with the others quoted earlier, we can hardly help seeing that those who wrote on education used a plainer, rougher prose than the stately style of the theologian Hooker, or the rolling melody of Raleigh the courtier. These two prepare us for the magnificent and great age of English prose, the 17th century. Quite apart from its religious value and its indestructible holiness, the authorized version of the Bible is a collection of unexcelled prose. Very possibly scholars can suggest a few mistranslations from the Hebrew, Greek, and Latin manuscripts, but these do not affect its matchless style. It appeared, of course, when the 17th century was just beginning its strange, struggling life. It was prophetical of the prose to come, so unique in its melody, and of the poetry of that age of political turmoil, which somehow preserved a rare delicacy and fragrance, as harebells and thyme bloom on the rockiest, driest soil. It cannot be necessary to quote from a book which, as the Bible is in everyone's hands. Yet, since familiarity and perhaps careless reading may have blunted our senses to some chapters, it is worth while to suggest a few which may not have been spoilt by clumsy handling. Deuteronomy chapters 8 and 23, Job 26, Isaiah 17, 32, 40, 12 to 31, and 64, Amos 5, Micah 6, Zechariah 1, 7 through 13. The selections are all from the Old Testament, as the lyrical quotations in the 3rd chapter of this book were drawn from it and the Apocrypha, because these seem nowadays to be even more neglected than the New Testament. The great names in English 17th century prose are those of Milton, Bacon, Jeremy Taylor, Thomas Hobbes, Sir Thomas Browne, Thomas Fuller, John Donne, and Isaac Walton. Perhaps, if most people who read it at all did not read Pepys' Diary because it is so funny, they might spare some time to admire the extreme expressiveness of his prose style. Bacon must be left for another chapter. We will begin with a fine passage from Milton's pamphlet in defense of the liberty of the press, the Areopagitica, the passage wherein he pleaded the supreme, deathless worth of good books. Quote, I deny not that it is of greatest concernment in the Church and Commonwealth to have a vigilant eye how books demean themselves as well as men, and thereafter to confine, imprison, and do sharpest justice on them as malefactors. For books are not absolutely dead things, but do contain a potency of life in them, to be as active as that soul whose progeny they are. Nay, they do preserve, as in a phial, the purest efficacy and extraction of that living intellect that bred them. I know they are as lively and as vigorously productive as those fabulous dragon's teeth, and being sown up and down, may chance to spring up armed men. And yet, on the other hand, unless wariness be used, as good almost kill a man as kill a good book. Who kills a man kills a reasonable creature, God's image. But he who destroys a good book kills reason itself, kills the image of God, as it were, in the eye. Many a man lives a burden to the earth, but a good book is the precious lifeblood of a master spirit, embalmed and treasured up on purpose to a life beyond life. We should be wary, therefore, what persecution we raise against the living labors of public men, how we spill that seasoned life of man, preserved and stored up in books, since we see a kind of homicide may be thus committed, sometimes a martyrdom, and if it extend to the whole impression, a kind of massacre, whereof the execution ends not in the slaying of an elemental life, but strikes at that ethereal and fifth essence, the breath of reason itself, slays an immortality rather than a life. End quote. Jeremy Taylor, whose prose lights up the painful years of the Civil War, somewhat as, on a stormy night, suddenly the moon sheds fitful gold upon the sea, told men of two kinds of courage. The first, at some time or other, we all need in the inevitable difficulties of life. Quote, softness is for slaves and beasts, for minstrels and useless persons, for such as cannot ascend higher than a fair ox, or a servant entertained for vainer offices. But the man that designs his son for noble employments, to honors and to triumphs, to consular dignities and presidencies of councils, loves to see him pale with study, or panting with labor, hardened with sufferance, or eminent by dangers. And so God dresses us for heaven. He loves to see us struggling with a disease, and resisting the devil, and contesting against the weaknesses of nature, and against hope, to believe in hope, resigning ourselves to God's will, praying Him to choose for us, and dying in all things but faith and its blessed consequence. For so have I known the boisterous north wind pass through the yielding air, which opened its bosom and appeased its violence by entertaining it with easy compliance in all the regions of its reception. But when the same breath of heaven hath been checked with the stiffness of a tower, or the united strength of a wood, it grew mighty and dwelt there, and made the highest branches stoop, and make a smooth path for it on the top of all its glories. So is sickness, and so is the grace of God. When sickness hath made the difficulty, then God's grace hath made a triumph, and by doubling its power hath created new proportions of reward, and then shows its biggest glory when it hath the greatest difficulties to master. Happy is that state of life in which our services to God are the dearest and most expensive." End quote. The other kind, of which Bishop Taylor writes, we each want once. It is courage in face of certain death. Quote, "All men are resolved upon this, that to bear grief honestly and temperately, and to die willingly and nobly, is the duty of a good and of a valiant man. And they that are not so," footnote, that is to say, who are not willing, end footnote, "are vicious and fools and cowards. All men praise the valiant and honest, and that which the very heathen admired in their noblest examples is especially patience and contempt of death. Zeno Eleates endured torments rather than discover his friends, footnote, reveal their whereabouts, end footnote, or betray them to the danger of the tyrant. And Calanus, the barbarous and unlearned Indian, willingly suffered himself to be burnt alive, and all the women did so to do honor to their husband's funeral, and to represent and prove their affections great to their lords. The religion of a Christian does more command fortitude than ever did any institution. For we are commanded to be willing to die for Christ, to die for the brethren, to die rather than to give offense or scandal. The effect of which is this, that he that is instructed to do the necessary part of his duty is by the same instrument fortified against death. As he that does his duty need not fear death, so neither shall he. The parts of his duty are the parts of his security." End quote. Thus did the English 17th century base the promise and possibility of courage upon the faithfulness of right conduct. Another great Englishman whose early life overlapped Jeremy Taylor's, John Locke the philosopher, in one short, definite sentence, told us what is the essence of the great virtue, courage, fortitude. Quote, "True fortitude I take to be the quiet possession of a man's self, and an undisturbed doing his duty, whatever evil besets or danger lies in his way." End quote. We should have to go far to better that, either in matter or form. John Donne, perhaps the greatest of all St. Paul's deans, while he understands trouble at least as well as Jeremy Taylor, shed a bright hope over patient fortitude, which raises it above the level of sheer endurance. Quote, "If some king of the earth have so large an extent of dominion in north and south, as that he hath winter and summer together in his dominions, so large an extent east and west, as that he hath day and night together in his dominions, much more hath God mercy and judgment together. He brought light out of darkness, not out of a lesser light. He can bring summer out of winter, though thou have no spring. Though in the ways of fortune or understanding or conscience thou have been benighted till now, wintered and frozen, clouded and eclipsed, damped and benumbed, smothered and stupefied till now, now God comes to thee, not as in the dawning of the day, not as in the bud of the spring, but as the sun at noon, to illustrate all shadows, as the sheaves in harvest, to fill all penuries. All occasions invite his mercies, and all times are his seasons." End quote. There, without pompous phrases or out-of-the-way words, done in the simplest language, with an extraordinary proportion of monosyllables even, conveys a succession of vivid pictures. Isaac Walton, who besides being a great fisherman was also a writer, left us biographies of 5 of his contemporaries, among them being Hooker and Donne. The following passage occurs in his introduction to his Life of Donne, and is a very fair instance of Walton's style and way of looking at life. Quote, "If I shall now be demanded, as once Pompey's poor bondman was, Plutarch, the grateful wretch had been left alone on the seashore with the forsaken dead body of his once glorious lord and master, and was there gathering the scattered pieces of an old broken boat to make a funeral pile to burn it, which was the custom of the Romans. Who art thou that alone hast the honor to bury the body of Pompey the Great? So who am I that do thus officiously set the author's memory on fire? I hope the question will prove to have in it more of wonder than disdain. But wonder indeed the reader may, that I, who profess myself artless, should presume with my faint light to show forth his life, whose very name makes it illustrious. But be this to the disadvantage of the person represented, certain I am it is to the advantage of the beholder, who shall here see the author's picture in a natural dress, which ought to beget faith in what is spoken. For he that wants skill to deceive may safely be trusted. And if the author's glorious spirit, which now is in heaven, can have the leisure to look down and see me, the poorest, the meanest of all his friends, in the midst of his officious duty, confident I am that he will not disdain this well-meant sacrifice to his memory. For whilst his conversation made me and many others happy below, I know his humility and gentleness were then eminent. And I have heard divines say, those virtues that were but sparks upon earth become great and glorious flames in heaven." End quote. Thomas Hobbes' writings were political, using this adjective in its original sense of concerned with state affairs, and not in its modern one of partisanship. In any case, it is not possible to give a good idea of his contribution to our prose by short extracts. Sir Thomas Browne stands alone in our literature. Though his work is mainly religious or moral, he has also left behind a very entertaining treatise on vulgar errors. His style is peculiar to himself. In spite of his taste for words which he coined, at his need, from Greek and Latin, he succeeds in making his meaning clear. The solemn musical roll of his sentences, and their picturesqueness, due to his fertile, if rather out-of-the-way powers of imagination, combined with his intensely human interest in the affairs of man's life, make him an author whom young people can love, and who does not wear thin or grow stale as years turn youth into age. This passage on self-mastery from his Christian Morals may appeal to any age, at any time or place, for however we may wriggle, each one of us has to live and put up with our own self. Quote, "Be not a Hercules furens abroad," footnote, blusterer, end footnote, "and a poltroon within thyself, to chase our enemies out of the field, and be led captive by our vices, to beat down our foes, and fall down to our concupiscences," footnote, desires, end footnote, are solecisms in moral schools, footnote, blunders, end footnote, and no laurel attends them. To well manage our affections and wild horses of Plato, footnote, Plato pictured the human soul in the struggle we all have to make between right and wrong impulses, the struggle of which St. Paul writes in his epistle to the Romans, chapter 7, as two winged horses, a white and a black, yoked together in a pair and driven by a charioteer. The white horse has dark eyes and is a lover of honor, modesty, and temperance, and the follower of true glory. The black horse is a crooked, lumbering animal, put together anyhow, the mate of insolence and pride, shag-eared and deaf, hardly yielding to whip and spur. The charioteer is Reason, who has seen the vision of love. End footnote. And wild horses of Plato are the highest circenses, footnote, circus games, end footnote, and the noblest degladiation, footnote, a sword fight, end footnote, in the theatre of ourselves. For therein our inward antagonists, not only like common gladiators, with ordinary weapons and downright blows make at us, but also like retiary and laqueary combatants, footnote, using a net or noose to catch one's enemy, end footnote, with nets, frauds, and entanglements, fall upon us. Weapons for such combats are not to be forged at Lipara, footnote, an island where Vulcan had a forge, end footnote. Vulcan's art doth nothing in this internal militia, wherein not the armor of Achilles, but the armature of St. Paul gives the glorious day, and triumphs not leading up into capitals, but up into the highest heavens. And therefore, while so many think it the only valor to command and master others, study thou the dominion of thyself, and quiet thine own commotions. End quote. The following passage from the last great chapter of his Urn Burial loses much by being taken from its context. Yet even so, it shows Browne's vast sweep of thought, his mysterious picturesqueness. Quote, "Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. A small fire sufficeth for life. Great flames seem too little after death, while man vainly affected precious pyres, and to burn like Sardanapalus. But the wisdom of funeral laws found the folly of prodigal blazes, and reduced undoing fires unto the rule of sober obsequies, wherein few could be so mean as not to provide wood, pitch, a mourner, and an urn." End quote. The concluding lines of Cyrus's Garden are no less magnificent. Indeed, these two chapters are generally considered the high-water mark of Browne's stately and curiously embroidered prose. Quote, "All things began in order, so shall they end, and so shall they begin again, according to the ordainer of order and mystical mathematics of the city of heaven. Though Somnus in Homer be sent to rouse up Agamemnon, I find no such effects in these drowsy approaches of sleep. To keep our eyes open longer were but to act our antipodes. The huntsmen are up in America, and they are already past their first sleep in Persia. But who can be drowsy at that hour which freed us from everlasting sleep, or have slumbering thoughts at that time when sleep itself must end, and, as some conjecture, all shall awake again." End quote. End of chapter 6, part 2.